fine. I'm the Lord, Con, Skyline, Griffin, Nosferatu, Ken Death, Foduck. How you guys doing? John Lonis? Leanus? I have no idea how to say that. How you guys doing? Good morning. Gonna try to stick with the trend. I remembered to walk yesterday, so I'm gonna start walking today. First time chat, Giga Chat. Yo, FaZe. Scrabbin? First time chatters, hello. Catla, what's up? How's everybody doing on this fine morning? Or I guess it's the middle of the day. I got to spend my morning hanging out with the kids. It was a pretty good morning.
What we doing live?
That goes into chatty. Oh no. I literally just started stream. Yo, pal, what's up, man? Hey, everybody from Pal's stream, how you guys doing? How goes the dude, pal, you should commit, man. Pre-commit. You should join me. I know you're like, we can't commit yet. We don't know the notes. Just pre-commit. Just say right now, I'm starting Sork. Come on, do it. It'll feel good. It'll feel good. Just commit. I can't be bought. I didn't say I was gonna pay you anything. I just you should commit, man. Come on, dude. Think of how impressed everybody in your chat will be. They'll be like, man, Palstron is a man of commitment, you know? He's not afraid of gambling on something he doesn't know, an unknown commodity. Hot take, Blood Witch, Archmage. Hot take, Blood Witch, Archmage. I don't know. I think you're splitting yourself in too many directions, to be honest with you. Because like if you want to do Blood Mage right, you want to min-max your HP pool, which means you need to min-max or invest into a lot of strength on your gear. Whereas if you want to do mana correctly, you need to invest into a bunch of int on your gear, and that's going to pull you in two different directions. If you try to do both at the same time, unless you have mirror tier gear, you're just going to have a weak version of both of those investments, and then you're going to fall flat on your face. That's my prediction. So I wouldn't try to do both of those things simultaneously. There's some things where it's just like, if it pulls your gear in two different directions too harshly, unless you got the money to back it up, it's gonna cost you. That's my opinion on that. Life recharge doesn't get interrupted from life tap, correct? Correct. The thing that life recharge will get interrupted from is if you take damage to your life pool. Layering defenses will be good though. I think hybrid life evasion, not hybrid life evasion. Hybrid life ES builds are gonna be good, honestly. I think Zealot's Oath, regen-based, big life, big ES, like it's kind of like a mix of both. It's gonna be probably pretty decent. Don't burst Lance's bubble. Okay, hold on. What?
Don't be too.
What is this? Palstron? Palstron, before I watch this, you can give me the context. You can give me the context. What is this? Don't burst Lance's bubble. What is this clip? Palstron, you can say right now that you know this is out of context. You want to defend yourself before I watch it? What do we have here? What do we have here? Let's raise the volume. I nutted, caught. Why would you say that? Okay, all right. What do you have to say for yourself?
Don't be too mean to Lance. He still believes in the mana dream, probably. Don't burst his bubble, okay? Mind over matter, 50% less mana recovery. No problem. Archmage, just slam it all in. It's gonna be fine. 6k mana, right? Easiest mana sustain of.
Okay, listen here. Listen here. It is gonna be good, okay? It is gonna be good. Explain to me. Okay, look, I'll show you. And I know you've seen it, like the Archmage clip. Archmage, PoE2, like the little reveal, this thing. Yeah. Okay, explain to me. Explain to me how within the course of about 8 seconds, this character sustains about 200% mana spent. How do you think that happened? Surely there's ways to sustain mana if he could do that. I wonder why he has the mana hidden. Yeah, okay. The ultimate bait of this is if he has like some source of like some small flat regen amount and he actually has like no mana on his character at all. But would that make sense? Would they showcase an Archmage character that has like 50 flat mana and just some flat mana regen amount? Like there's no shot. He's like 500 mana with a mana flask. Oh, that's the other dangerous scenario. He has a mana flask. That's the other dangerous scenario. As for
your life, totally fine.
6k mana, unless EB lets you full convert, unless the EB thing is real, which Snap, I don't know what Snap's inside man is. He needs to freaking fess up about his inside man about the EB thing. If EB isn't real, 6k mana, that's a really high number. I think 5k is going to be pushing it. 6k's, I think to get a 5k plus, you kind of need that EB to be real. EB has just been removed altogether. Before I said so. Okay, yeah. So I think beyond 5k mana is going to be real freaking tough to pull off. Real tough to pull off. Like, ooh, you know what I need to see, actually? Do we still even get flat mana per level? Let's check, like, Subtractum's VOD. Let's see his little VOD he showcased. Does he get flat mana when he levels? Is that even still a thing? Wonder where would be some leveling gameplay? Does he showcase him killing? He showcases him killing the first dude, right? He probably would level up on the kill. He doesn't have the mana levels enabled. Oh, dang it. Okay, he has the numbers here though. So he decided to enable his mana on the preview. I heard a base mana at level 100 is 600. Okay, well that would make sense because that would be similar to what we have in PoE 1. PoE 1, it's like you get 6 mana and 6 life every level, right? So that's kind of what I'm curious about. Let me see if he showcases picking up the staff. So I'm imagining there's a chance he kills the dude on this and he levels when he does it. He showcases it dropping, I think. He's about to kill him. 64 mana. He hasn't leveled yet. Yeah, so he's going to level right here. And he got 4 flat mana. So... Okay, let's get some rough numbers here. Let's say you have, we'll say 8 pieces of gear. Let's assume 80 flat mana on 8 pieces of gear. Let's assume you get the 400 mana from level 100. And let's assume you have 1k int. I think that's going to be barely possible. And I think you're going to get about 35% mana on the tree. 5k might be possible with some really good gear, but yeah. I don't know. Getting much more than that. It's going to depend if there's uniques that have like percent mana or stuff like that, or there's something we don't know about in terms of items they're adding. But based on what I've seen, mana on the tree, there's about a little bit, there's like 33% mana on the tree. It's Yuri's Foible Praise. Yeah, hopefully there's some pieces with percent mana, but 4k, 5k might be about tops for mana scaling for the amount of mana you can realistically get. And that's like investing a bunch into int on your gear and a bunch of mana on your gear. 2k mana, I can't. Yeah, this is like a pretty well invested character. This is int on every single piece. It's you freaking anointed the 10% attribute. You know, you invested a lot into this. Go Blood Witch is scalable with mana and life. I think Blood Witch makes sense if you're really like focused just on life, because you're leaning into the crit bonus. The one thing I'm concerned about for crit is there's just not a lot of sources of crit chance on the tree. Like, very little crit chance on the tree. Has anyone seen the only crit node I've seen in any playthroughs is I've seen maybe there's like a 20% crit chance node on like an axe wheel. That might have been a thing. And I saw in Subtractum, he hovered one damage node that had 15% crit chance on it. Lance, I tried to link you a current incomplete but usable passive tree. What was the I have to scroll back to find it. Here. Was it the Mark Aguilar GitHub link? Was it this? This doesn't even like... Yeah, so this is still incomplete, right? Like, they don't even have these things put in. Like, this node is the one that's 15% crit chance, for example. Eye Winter should be enough, right, guys? You're going to go from 10 base crit to 20 base crit, you know? and you have to hit 10 times within, what, 4 seconds or however long elemental or crit weakness lasts. It's nowhere near complete, yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty sparse here. It's pretty sparse. We're missing the goods. Does Lance read YouTube chat? I do, Narmish. Technically, I have both of you guys together here, and, you know, if it scrolls fast enough, I don't see some messages, but that happens for everybody. Can you help update stuff? Link me stuff that has nodes, and I'll add them? Dude, it's... Linking you stuff would be like... Okay, for example, Subtractum's video has most of these early nodes here. It has this node here. Like, just as an example. There's other stuff, but it's like split up in a whole bunch of different videos I've watched over and on different things. And it's, at the end of the day, it's like, we could show up and a lot of this has changed. Most of this is based on Dreamcore's videos, which was on the playtest on November 8th, which is a month before the launch. There's a good chance they change a lot of this stuff. But it should give us a general idea of where, like, what type of nodes are where to some extent. Dude, this thing's crazy, man. 20 aura effect is wild. If ES nodes get nerfed to half of what they are, do you think it'd still be good? Like, node still sounds very good with half the values. Sarek? That'd be more up for debate. I think that's starting to get to the point where it's balanced or maybe weaker than life if you cut half the values in half. The biggest thing we're missing really is we need to know the high-end base values. We can extrapolate from this preview that they're on par with PoE1 numbers, but there's no guarantee, you know. It's likely that the base values are on par with PoE1 numbers, but, you know, until we actually freaking get to play. I mean, this could be just outdated, you know. They could have changed their mind about these things even though they're showcasing it on the website. I'm just getting a 2 to 4K AS with Aegis Aurora on the Titan. Yeah, I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be pure ES best or pure ES plus mana best, and then I think it's gonna be hybrid life plus ES. Then life, I think is going to be how it is. I think these builds will be the tankiest, then the hybrid life ES builds. These will have better sustain, though, I would think. I think this will have best sustain. Lower max hit. I think these will have best max hit. Scuff sustain. And then life-based characters. This is just literally paper. That's what I think is gonna happen. This is the breakdown of EHP setups. I think the life builds are just gonna be literally paper. That's what I feel like is gonna happen. We have no idea how good scaling armor evasion will be for life builds. Here's how I think about it. Even if let's say armor is really good. Let's say armor you're immortal to physical damage. What happens when you get hit with elemental damage? You still need a lot of max res. Maybe bosses have pen. Like, it's gonna be like the life build survival on elemental damage is gonna be contingent on like max res being good. And if max res is good, you probably can grab max res as a ES build anyways, and then you're still 5 times the max hit of the life build. You know? Armor applies to Ellie nodes. We only saw one of those. We only saw the one that works with fire. So you gotta hope that there's a unique like Tempered by War. If Tempered by War exists, then there's some pretty good argument for armor. If Tempered by War exists with that node, but if you don't have Tempered by War, then you have a huge freaking blind spot for cold and lightning damage. Better chance on Twitch, Judas? What's the chance on Twitch for? You're immune to fire damage on bottom left tree. You get the armor. What is it? 25% of armor applies to fire, which is very strong. But you need Tempered by War to go with it. All the ES builds have to invest into percent life. Life builds can put other points in defensive nodes. Yeah, that's the point though. You're putting your other nodes into armor nodes, right? So ES builds get to put their points into ES, which helps their max hit against elemental and fizz. Armor life builds put their investment into like armor, and their max hit only goes up for fizz. That's the point. Hybrid ES armor seems good. Yeah, hybrid ES armor seems quite good. I'll tell you what else seems good is freaking block. Block seems really good. Block just being universal to spells and attacks. It was destroying me yesterday when I was watching Bajira. He got a shield that had 35 base block, and he had a shield with 11 flat life, and he deleted the shield with 35 base block for his shield that had 11 life. It was making, I was like, it was killing me on the inside. I was like, what are you doing, dude? What is this? Very efficient pathing to get jewel sockets plus flask effect plus poison chance. You're going to go with Pathfinder. I wonder how good the concoction skills are that are like based on Pathfinder. Do quarterstaffs have block? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think monks, if you're playing with a quarterstaff, I think it's gonna be hard to get defenses as a monk. You try endgame, be caster. That's what I plan to do. That's what I'm gonna league start for. Is I'm gonna league start doing a Sork and go caster. All right, I'm gonna break out the treadmill, guys. I'm breaking out the treadmill today. For context, for those of you who came from Palestron stream, you probably weren't here in my stream yesterday. You're probably chilling in Palestron stream. What we're doing is I'm getting, and this is a bit of spoilers, so look away. I'm not going to say anything out loud, but you don't read the freaking text if you don't want spoilers. But I am mapping out the, essentially, order of operations that you do things in the first 2 acts based on the playthroughs. So that way, going into the launch, I'll have a good idea of where I'm supposed to go. We try hard ultra sweating? Absolutely, man. I don't know. I don't want to freaking just start running around in circles because I don't know where to go. I want to have an idea of what I'm looking for. Dude has a whole Act 1 playthrough. Yeah, we went through Bajiro's Act 1 playthrough yesterday, and that's where we mapped all of this stuff out, which I think he did. He did pretty much everything. There might have been a couple boss fights and a couple zones he missed. But that's the fun part. The fun part for you, maybe, is not knowing what the hell you're doing. The fun part for me is having a good idea of what I'm doing and making a cool build. You know, we're different people. Different people enjoy different things, right? I want to show up on day 1 and have somewhat of an idea of what I'm doing, and then I want to kill some bosses. What do you think about Frenzy Charge, Rain of Arrows? Let me look at Frenzy. Let me look at Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows gives 100% more arrows per frenzy if a frenzy charge is consumed, and then 50% more per frenzy consumed. 53 arrows of attack damage is 163%. I mean, I don't know how many arrows you hit with, but if you have a consistent way to generate frenzy charges, this could be really good damage. It's super contingent on how often you how often you actually hit an enemy. People gonna stop telling people how to have fun. Yeah. I'm doing 100% blind. I'm gonna watch all the cutscenes. I'm gonna watch the cutscenes for sure. If they give us cutscenes, I'm going to appreciate them. But I'm not gonna sit and listen to the dialogue. People are gonna ask me what the hell's going on with the lore, and I'm gonna have a bad answer because I have no idea. Does PoE 2 on Steam get unlocked? For all accounts, just got early access on Steam, and I did not receive a CD key. I think if you bought the pack on Steam, you just need to make sure your Steam's linked to your Path of Exile account, like the actual site. You should be able to check on the Path of Exile site, go to my account, and then look at PoE 2 early access, and it should say in like green text, your account has access or something like that. If you're talking like the reverse, like you got the Steam key, then you just need to activate the product on Steam, which is like the You click games or my games or something, and you activate product, and then that's where you put the Steam key in. Do you even need a key if you buy it directly on Steam? Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Standing, not walking. I'm gonna start walking. Sorry. I'm breaking out the treadmill. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. How do we charges? Power, frenzy, endurance. It depends on which charge you're going for. I'll give you some examples that I know of. Endurance, for example, one of the ways I've seen to generate charges is using a shield and a reservation called Magma Barrier. If you block within the first half a second of you using a block, if you're like timing it well, that'll generate an endurance charge. For power charge, there's a skill that's called Culling Palm or something, and if you cull an enemy with that, you'll get a power charge. Frenzy charge, there is a reservation called Combat Frenzy, where just every 5 seconds or something like that, you just generate frenzies from it. There's different things. It depends on. There's gonna be multiple different ways to do it. Depending on what character you're making, you just need to optimize and figure out what makes sense to do. I'm here. What's going on? We are going to be looking at this playthrough is from the June playtest with Havoc and Noogie. They did a couch co-op, and they got to Act 2 within about an hour, 30 minutes of this video. As far as I know, from all the different playtests that happen, of playtest videos we have, this is some of the farthest people have gotten in terms of there's 3 hours here where they're just in Act 2. And they do quite a few boss fights in it. So we're gonna take some notes from the GOAT himself, Havoc, absolute gamer, and we're gonna look through his playthrough with Noogie and try to get an idea of what Act 2 looks like. So they for context, essentially, Bajira, who we watched yesterday, not a PoE player, or maybe he plays it on the side. He's mainly known for WoW. He did 4 hours to get through Act 1, right? They finished Act 1. Granted, their playthrough probably started about 30 minutes into their actual playthrough, but they finished Act 1 in probably what is about 2 hours, right? And and I was there in the June playtest. They basically played until the people unplugged their freaking PlayStation. They were giving us warnings there. They were like, okay, guys, it's time to wrap it up. And me and Yosis, we started freaking hitting the record button, and they were still going. They were literally they're gonna have to pull us out of the chair. They were tryharding. So we're gonna take some notes because they sacrificed and kept going when they were 10 minutes till we close the room and kick everybody out, and they're still going and they haven't hit record yet. And the recording process or the saving where you transfer it onto your USBs, that took an hour. So I think they ended up staying in the room way longer than they were supposed to or something. But I don't know. Either way, I appreciate it because we got some good footage. So that's what we're gonna be looking at today. We're gonna look at the PoE2 footage of Noogie and Havoc, and we're gonna try to get a blueprint for what we're doing in Act 2, or at least a little bit of an idea of what we're doing in Act 2. But before we do that, I'm gonna lube up the treadmill, guys. I'm gonna break out the lubricant for the treadmill. I have it over in the other room. Hold on. This treadmill ain't gonna lubricate itself. Lube, yes. We are lubricating the treadmill. We don't want it to burn out, guys. All right. Got some base level lube. I'm going to put this back, and then we'll start the walk. Do we know anything about ways to generate charges? I just went over a couple of them, but it's basically just some skills can generate charges. And there's some passive reservation for charge generation as well. Do we need to lube ourselves before launch? It's recommended. It's recommended. If you're not self-lubricating pre-launch, what are you even doing? I'll be right back and put this back, and then we'll be ready to go. Okay. Let's do this thing. There's a doorway to understanding. How about that? Okay. So... Nugi's playtest. I'm starting right when they killed the count. Let's take some notes. Let's take some notes. See what they're up to. See what's cooking. Are scepters offhand only? I don't know. I think you could probably use them with a shield, I would imagine. I've seen when they showed the case the scepters and the auras, they showcased them with the little, like, the foci, focus things. They're basically shields for freaking wizards or witches or whatever you want to call it. Shields without block, though. Oh, don't tell me they're dying here. Counts below 6 days. I thought it was sub 7 days. Is it really below 6 days? They don't have block. How is it? It's basically... It looks just like a titanium spirit shield, guys, from PoE2. Okay, I'm gonna keep calling them shields. We don't need two names. They're both basically shields. They just don't have block. It's fine. It's sub 6 as of 5 minutes ago? Shoot, I need to change my freaking title then. Sub 6 days to go. Alright, there we go. Updated. I'm ready now. Alright. They kill the count. Where do they go from here?
First one, hear me. Feast upon this tyrant's soul.
Sub 6 is still sub 7. That's a good point. But now it's more updated and it sounds better. Bell OP. Bell's gonna be very good for party play. I'm not convinced for solo pay. It's pretty obnoxious to set up for. But for party play, definitely good. Solo play, you have to, like... You have to generate, like, 5 default attacks to put it down or something. Like, it's a bit weird. It expires after a certain amount of hits. Okay, so they nerfed it, too. So it's not even as good as it was. It was going to be super abusable for party play. Stun build up. We got some stun enjoyers. Fair enough. Wayfarer's Stone. Well.
Of the Marikath. Life
OSR. Oh shoot. Hold on. Is OSR's playing in the background? Age of Empires is playing in the background here. I'll turn it off. My bad. My bad. I forgot it was still on. My apologies for that. Not intentional, I swear. Definitely not intentional. Ran out of Steam keys? How many people do you think are logging in on December 6th? They ran out of Steam keys. What the hell does that mean? Settlers of Kalgur, when it was, you know, our highest PoE league was like, what, 200k on Steam or something like that? How much concurrent players was it? Even Forson's gonna log in? Dude, it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. They can generate more, it's not gonna be an issue. Yeah, it'll be fine, but I'm just... Dude, hopefully the servers are gonna be fine, man. It's gonna be a rough day one, probably. He's gonna be rough? Yeah, it's looking a little bit sketch. Can you repeat how to generate charges in PoE 2? It's tied. It's tied to certain skills for generating charges. So far, most generation sources have been tied to certain skills. There are probably going to be passives that are like 10% chance on hit. Those might exist. Hello? Okay. It's not freaking out. Is it working now? I apologize for that. I don't know what happened, but the mic just started like blasting I don't know what that is. I don't know why that happened, to be honest with you. But I just did the old unplug and replug it. Listen to the clip. Well, if I listen to the clip, then you guys are going to hear it again. Don't do that again. It was not on purpose. That was almost louder than my tinnitus, dude. I'm sorry for your tinnitus is that bad. You hear the constant sound. That's rough. It was a banger. I apologize, guys. I don't know why that happened. So I apologize for that. But hopefully the mic is good now. I have no idea why that happened. You need to hear it too, so you know how you tortured us. Okay, did you guys make a clip of it? Did that happen? You guys realize if I play this, you're gonna hear it back, right? Do you guys actually want to hear it again? Low volume? I'll have it on 14%. I'll have it on 14%. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, I already hate it. Oh, yeah. How long before I realized? I did start seeing people say something about the mic. So I don't know how long it lasted for. How long did that last for? Well, it lasted at least like 10 seconds, probably. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why that happened. The mic started having no clue. Lasted longer than me. You don't need to tell us that. That is unnecessary information. We do not need to know. We demand restitution for destroying our ears. 24-hour PoE stream. I can't do that, guys. I have a wife and a family. It's not happening, okay? It's not happening. I got other responsibilities. Other responsibilities. Had other responsibilities or had a wife and family? Well, they didn't have to hear that. What is that long pink flask? Long pink flask is not in the game anymore. One of the big changes, like you see this weird flask here, one of the big changes they made between this playtest and the launch is they swapped to 2 flasks, just a life and a mana, and charms. Previously they had like antidote flasks that you'd press when you got an ailment on you. You're not gonna have a live when PoE 2 comes out, so why not just start 24 streaming now? Because I am gonna have a live when PoE 2 comes out though, guys. Like, you realize on day 1, I am going to stream until like nighttime, and then I'm gonna end stream, and then I'm gonna put my kids to bed, and then I'm gonna hang out with my wife, and then I'm gonna sleep like a normal human. I'm not gonna do like 40 hours straight, okay? That's for people that, you know, don't have like relatives or, you know, close family, etc., you know? Bribe the wife with a mirror for PoE 2 for a 24-hour stream. Yeah, I don't have a mirror in PoE 2 though. I love the waypoints, man. What's this town called? I guess I'll just call it Act 2 Town. I like that Act 2 Town just is like straight up linked to the zone and fighting and whatnot. Act 2 Town. You won't be able to. I predict after your wife falls asleep, you'll be back here with us. No, I'm gonna want to sleep, dude. I'm gonna want to sleep. Where do we get the notes? I will be making a video after I finish getting all of it written down. I'll make a video basically going over the Act 1, Act 2 progression, and I'll have like a paste bin attached to the description of the video or something like that. But I'm not done with them yet, so. He's gonna drip feed us notes. I could drip feed you notes. I'm literally just gonna have the entire thing in one video. Am I gonna solo on the release? Absolutely. Are you planning on grouping? Nope. I'm not planning on grouping. Planning on just solo gaming and just having some fun. Auto review drop from open world games. How much gameplay did they showcase? He's gonna do a dream course. He's gonna release 1 note a day. No, this is gonna be the whole thing, dude. It's gonna be the whole thing. Quinn said casters look horrible. Is he on something? Is he on something? I mean, some of the showcases they've done with casters have been bad, depending on which playtest it's from. There's also the issue is I think a lot of people that were maybe playing casters where I don't know if they were leveling up their gems correctly. I think I have a strong suspicion that a lot of people have just been like grabbing new skills rather than leveling up like their main skill they're actually using for DPS type of thing. I think casters will be rough defensively for the first 30 to 50 levels. And then it'll start shifting the other way. They don't auto level? Correct, they do not auto level. When you pick up a gem that's a new higher level, you should apply that to the skill you're using for most of your damage. Because that will swap it up to the new level. Is that a rolled up treadmill? I just have a mat that was the roll, and then the treadmill is just like a flat, like, I don't know, it's like 50-pound thing. It has little wheels in the end so I can kind of roll it around and put it in the position I want it. So I just keep it next to my desk over here on the side of me, and then when I want to use it, I roll it over. Uncut support gem. We'll see if they grab this, if they go to do the gem level thing. I don't know if in this playtest it was still the case that gems auto-leveled or not. How common are gems and support gems? They're pretty common. Like, you'll start having more than you, like, feel you have need for, I feel like. At least that's how it felt to me when I played. Hey Marsupial, how you doing, dude? Holy, this guy's hoarding. Is this Noogie or is this Havoc? Which one's which? I don't know which one's which. I'm gonna assume Havoc is the monk and Noogie is the warrior. Noogie's on the right. So is Noogie the monk? Havoc's the monk, okay. I can't wait to play Ignititan. Did Connor say how the hell he's gonna deal with that cooldown? Is this video 5 months old? This video is 5 months old. It's from the June playtest. The thing is, they didn't freaking redo the order or they're not... Act 2 is mainly gonna look the same as it did here, I would imagine. Because at this point, this was around the time when they said, hey guys, we're gonna start focusing on endgame. We're pretty happy with the first few acts. We're gonna start focusing on endgame. I'm pretty sure this is close to that timeline when they said that, you know? Because that's when they said that their priority probably should be, instead of releasing the full campaign, to have an endgame ready for the early access, right? You need a level 20 uncut? Correct. But that being said is the gems, they drop at your exact level, basically. It's not like RNG. It's like they always drop appropriate to your level. Or at least that's what they do in the campaign. Early access is 6, correct. Ogre Monk is gonna have nodes that do something cool with Spirit. The website says he's a master of Spirit, I believe it. If he has nodes that do cool things with Spirit, that's promising for it to be a very good Ascendency. Spirit Reservation seems super strong to me. And Meditate, honestly, is probably a nice preload for a boss fight. If you can get that cast time to be good, Meditate will be legit. But you need to get cast time for it, I think. Why does it say gem ready to level? I thought gems don't level like that. This is because this was something that changed between the June playtest and now. So previously, you would have to you'd have to pick up a gem and apply it. If you have found a higher level gem, you'd have to apply it to like the main skill to level it up. That's a difference that the design change they made between this playtest and now. But the important thing that I care about watching this playtest is for what they do in terms of what quests they go for and what they get from different things. I wonder what he needed to lube in the... Well, no, the lube is for the treadmill, guys. And my axe, Echo Taze, dude, appreciate the sub. That's what everyone told him at the playtest, we need to see endgame. Yep. And I think 100% was the right call. Can you imagine they do the freaking... the reveal stream, and they're just like, yep, we got 6 acts and no end game. That'd be way more despair. Nah, I think that it was the right freaking call. They could D4 us. They would never D4 us, because luckily they're not Blizzard. They're a good company. That is a proven track record. I think mana stacking attack archetype will be in PvE2 on early access. If it is there, it has to be with a unique. Nothing on the skill systems and stuff suggests they'll have support for mana stacking with attacks. So it would have to be some unique that has it, which might exist, might not. I'm waiting for the GGG cookbook. Don't say that. The GGG cookbook. No. Please, no. Not the GGG cookbook. Whereas retro, you can automate skill pick that track already pick support. And if it's a meta skill. QS, what are you saying? Axic wasn't in the arc book, so they're saving it for the recipes. Maybe they're saving it for lore reasons, or it just isn't done yet. Or isn't, like, doesn't have art really ready for it yet, type of thing. Mana stacking with attacks is Tempest Fury plus Orb of Storms. Dude, I So let me get this straight. You're gonna mana stack, and then you're going to have synergy with Tempest Fury. How? What's the synergy? This is the Chonk thing, right? This is people believing that if they scale a bunch of spell damage, that somehow their attacks will leech enough to sustain. And my axe, yo, Dudash, appreciate the sub. Did the skill gems on the left person level up a minute ago? Yeah, this is an old playtest. This is before they made the change with skill gems, but that is not currently the case. Currently, you level up gems by picking up a higher level uncut gem. People rely on Leech being good. Leech can probably be good, but it probably requires a really strong character that has a ton of damage. Not gonna be something that I think people are gonna have on League start, would be my guess. Where are you walking to? A brighter future of being less fat. Depends on enemies, do they scale life or DR? They scale life. Right? Zestula has 5 million HP, whereas the Act 1 boss has, you know, like the Devourer has 1k HP, right? How many weapon points are there? I think there's probably around 20 weapon set passives. Oh, they're about to get cornered. Well, yeah, that's fair enough. You go hybrid ESHP and was cooking with and choke Flasks, like there's no to borrow. Choke Flasks. I do think hybrid ES life will be decent if you go like Zalto setup, probably. So if I have a level 6 Ice Nova gem and I find a level 7 uncut gem, what exactly is my incentive to level up my existing gem over just making a new one of the same spell? I don't know if you can make a new one of the same spell, but you theoretically could make a new one of the same spell, in which case you make a new one of the same spell and then you swap out your old gem. Because the level 6 gem is... It's not like... That doesn't gain XP. Gems don't level up. The way they level up is you using the uncut gem on it. So you'd have a level 6 Ice Nova that's just kind of irrelevant because the level 7 is the one you should be using, right? Can you corrupt gems? I don't know. We have not... I don't think we've seen them showcasing or talking about corruptions for gems or not. I would hope so, though. You could drop the old one? Yeah, I guess you could drop the old one on the ground and yeah, you maybe can make the Ice Nova then. But like, why would you do that? Could stash it for future playthroughs? Yeah. So like, if you're playing hardcore and you're worried about having those gems in the future, that probably makes sense. It's a lot of extra effort, but yeah, I think that works. Okay, I completely forgot. I was supposed to take a note here. What was this guy called? What was the boss called? I completely didn't even, like, watch. Wrathbreaker. Alright, Act 2 Town. Wrathbreaker. Hyena. Centaur. Boss. And did this guy drop anything of use? It's also possible this guy didn't have anything set up for his drop table yet, and he's going to on the playthrough we do. He just had, like, some okay loot. He didn't have anything particularly unique. No boss-specific guaranteed drop. At least on June playtest. So, I'd imagine he probably dropped something specific when we actually get to him on the early access, but in this playtest he did not drop anything special. Is it worth thinking about life stacking? I think life stacking is going to be Blood Mage. I think it has a chance to be really good. The Gore Spike crit node seems insane. The one question I have about life stacking and Gore Spike is where the hell are you getting percent crit chance? If Blood Mage has percent crit chance on the tree somewhere, then it's going to be like crazy good damage compared to a lot of other classes, but other than that, it's going to be like you click the crit node and it's just you don't deal crits that much, but occasionally when you do, you hit really hard type of thing. They have high base crit? Yes, they have high base crit, but the sources of crit chance are so far and few between. Oh, wait, they got a quest reward from killing him. Okay, so that's what they got from this dude. So this guy gives Act 2 quest reward 30 spirit. Nice. That's a pretty big worth. So you don't want to skip him then at all if he's giving you that quest reward. Am I starting Invoker? No, I'm going to start Sorceress into probably Stormweaver. Unless things change based on nodes and they reveal more stuff. If the party leader dies in the map, does it break the map or can they be rezzed? I believe they cannot be rezzed, but you can finish the map without them. Are we getting the notes? Yeah, I will be posting a video with a breakdown of the progression. For those that want it. I definitely want it for the start. Chrono, my answer all the way. Hopefully Chrono's early nodes are good. The base skills seem like kinda, I don't know, they seem kinda rough to me. What's the point of the reg function if it can only be used in the campaign? Because it's cool. It's fun. When I was playing couch co-op with Yosis, the res function was a pretty fun thing to do throughout the, like, competing the campaign. Or completing the campaign or whatever. Who knows, maybe they'll add it back for party play, but I think they want there to be some consequence for when you die, and if party play can res, that might be perceived as too unfair of an advantage. It's all about the CI Blood Witch. You're gonna go CI Blood Witch? How does that even make sense?
I am a sal. Remain a friend.
Why remove from maps? Balance, I think is why.
So that we betray. I remain a friend. I am a sal. Remain a friend.
Okay, so that's not the Act 1 town. Act 2 Desert Camp. You do Wrathvic Hiring Boss, Act 2 Quest Reward 30 Spirit, and then Act 2 Desert Camp into the Adoran Caravan Act 2 Town. Slaves are pulling the thing. There's like, yeah, there's like people, there's like giant lizards, there's a lot of things. Hand a Chayula with cast like crit hex blast. Are people doing that? I don't know, man, maybe. Chrono, because you work into stun, armor break that lasts, what, 3 to 4 seconds at most? Then you time freeze to prolong it, and set up max damage, reset skill, freeze time again, combo? I don't know, man. It really depends what the cooldown is on like those time freeze abilities. That'll make or break how good time freeze is.
One of the trails of corruption leads towards.
One proper bearing engineer would save at least 40 slaves. you gotta correct them. You gotta let them know. Okay, so we go Act 2 Town to Quarry is what we do next.
What could they need so much metal for?
Act 2 Town to Quarry. Does DPS stop during time freeze? Nope. You can deal damage. They literally showcase them killing monsters during the time freeze, where the monsters are just frozen there and they just get wrecked. You have a frame of opportunity that's now 15 seconds, and as Jonathan Hishida video, he said you do a lot more damage in stun armor rank in that video. Yes, but what does that actually mean though? When Jonathan says a lot more damage, what does he mean? You know what I mean? Because that's subjective on what Jonathan's opinion is of more damage, you know? fact there's an Ascendency skill to reset cooldown makes me not want to play Sork at all. Is that because you don't want to play the Ascendency that can reset cooldowns, or you do and then you don't want to play Stormweaver? Because that Ascendency is a Sork. Are we going Archmage? 100%. That's the plan. Ooh, a wand. What is that? What is that? Look at it. ID it. ID it now. Show us. +3 to all spell skills, 10 cast speed? He got a life sprig? Oh, can I have that for my leveling session? Can I drop that too? From the smallest seeds to the tallest redwoods, life endures in Rayclast. Holy, I want one of those on my league start. Just give me that +3 all 10 cast speed. Did you see the Sork Ascendancy nodes? We did, and we don't know if those are legit. It looked pretty scuffed. Yo, life sprig's looking kind of thick right now. Not gonna lie, it's looking juiced. I picked that up. I wear that till the campaign is done. I'll sell it to you for 20x. Try to strike a deal, I see. Level 16 though, yeah, you can't equip your +3 10 cast speed weapon until level 16. What a bummer. Does it make the Chaos Bolt? Yes, we did find out that the plus level gems do apply not only to your weapons, but I believe they apply to your Ascendancy nodes. Because it doesn't, I don't think it cares. This also could be a wording change. I don't know. They might have changed this where they got rid of the word gems. But from Subtractum's most recent playthrough, he had a +2 cold staff that had an implicit, which was like level 2 ice shards. And when he went to his like skill screen, it was a level 4 ice shards because of the +2 on the staff. There's new footage, including 3 ranger skills. What's the new footage? You got a link, Pompey? My axe, Boops. Appreciate the sub, dude. How you doing, Boops? Are you freaking pumped for this? You taking some time off from the HVAC grind to log in for PO2? Of course I do. Hold on, guys. New footage. We'll briefly interrupt what we're doing. Early access review. Fextra Life. Greatest ARPG ever? ? Get rid of that question mark. Come on, man. Put an exclamation point behind it. Where's the facts? Fextra Life. Everything we know. Difficulty option. Boss fights galore. After defeating the campaign. Enemies. Maps. Game mechanics. Dark theme and art direction, map design, combat and control, couch co-op, final thoughts. So what's actually new in here? Because a lot of this just looks like stuff we've already seen. Give me use the dev gross. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Fextra. Wasn't there like something going on where they're like bodying a bunch of views on Twitch? I remember that being a thing. I used to see them pop up and they'd be like 20k views on like a regular basis, and then like their bots got nerfed or something, and then they were never like that again. I don't know if that was a real thing or not, but I remember something about that. They embedded their stream on the wiki site. Okay, yeah. 729 has the ranger skills. Okay, let's take a look.
Is that the skill gems?
It has detonating arrow. What stuff is new on here? Stormcaller arrow? I don't know if I've seen that before.
In the game are not as randomized. Now you have uncut skill.
Ice shot, spiral volley is new. Shock chain arrow. I think there's a few of these that I haven't seen before. I've been to 10k Andes with chat less active than here. I mean, yeah, maybe it's during like the PoE launch. Lance Viewbots too. I'm not human. That's not true. I do not viewbot. Whether or not Gruthamac is not human, I do not know. He might be a dog, maybe a cat. He could be a monkey. I don't know. Maybe he is a robot. His chatting experience suggests he has definitely below normal human IQ levels. You know, he's always there. You know, he thinks he's hilarious, out of control, really. But as far as I know, not a bot, hopefully. I'm a Markov chain that's been trained on PoE chats and Nabisco product descriptions. I don't know if I care too much about the ranger abilities, to be honest with you. I'm sticking to my original statement, which is ranger F tier. And that is mostly because I'm a hater, okay? I've had one too many bad interactions with rangers in trade in PoE 1, and I am very jaded. Ranger isn't baiting people like Chonk, though. The amount of people getting baited into Chonk is hysterical. Unless, the only thing that I think can save Chonk, the only thing that I think saves Chonk is if that node behind the darkness node lets you reserve darkness for auras. If that happens, then Chonk might be saved. But outside that, I don't know. They have to have some Hail Mary good nodes in the nodes we don't know yet. They have 3 unknown nodes that need to be really good. Why couldn't Giant's Bane be 2 staves? Balance reasons, probably. Chonk without darkness? Well, darkness is bad, because it gets rid of reservations, because reservations are strong. Giant's blood is what it needs to be. It's perfect. I feel like its downside might need to be heavier, is my guess. I think Chonk is bait. I agree. Chonk is bait. 15 minutes of Overworld's game. We can watch that after this. I just want to go through. I want one thing at a time. What's the damage per strength node? No, no, you don't deserve that. No, only the manic builds get the damage per hit node. What's Chonk? The Chaos Acolyte Chayula Monk. And it's a combination of military grade copium, not understanding game mechanics, having no idea what opportunity cost is, and what is about to be some great fails. You click Chonk, you're going to regret it. Unless you get really, really lucky and you get like a carry node that saves you from your choice. I think mom's gonna be 99% of builds. No, it's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be 99% of builds. People like what they like. There's people that just want to log in and hit things with a big hammer, right? There's people that want to log in and just use a freaking shotgun. It's gonna be bait. Oh, bait. Yeah, I mean, you have to be able to support it. You need the sustain for it. Mom still needs to answer a lot of recovery questions. I think it already answered the recovery question, to be honest. I have faith in the Stormweaver leak. I'm a Stormweaver believer. We'll see if that ends up panning out, though.
This is not the place. Quickly.
Want to log in and start lobbing grenades? Yeah, there's gonna be people that just want to do a little grenade launcher for sure. There's people that just want to log into a bow build. People that want to do freaking staff. Monks. I think initially on launch, it's going to be a pretty even split between a lot of the archetypes, just what people want to play. And then about a week in, it's going to be clear certain builds are just better than others. And that's when you see people that start like freaking jumping ship off their starter build to be like, okay, I'm playing the thing that I see is good. Are you on the treadmill? Yeah, we're getting some walking in, trying to get less fat. PoE 2 have RF, not in early access yet. Based on the interview, they're gonna add it in when they add Templar, I believe.
Greetings.
You're gonna see Pathfinder 50% of players? Ain't no way. The only way I see Pathfinder being like a meta stable build is if the concoction skills end up being OP. Is he gonna sell that for 1,000 gold? Ah! My heart! Dude, what the hell? He had +3, all spell, life spring, and he sold it for 1,000 gold. Just didn't even care. He's like, that 1k gold will get me like 3 rares. EB's canceled? Yes, which is probably for the best. Probably for the best. To be honest, I wasn't even sure I'd end up clicking it because EB opens up a very big problem, which is stun, and it also heavily limits your actual max hit. Like, you could be, you know, 12k ES plus 3k mana, or you could be 5k mana. You traded 12k EHP for 2k, or like, you know, raw. I think you're gonna want the ES. Yeah, it would be a pretty rough trade to make. I think tornado shot plus grenades will be broken. What's the interaction with tornado shot and grenades? Can you do that with a crossbow? Can you do tornado shot with, or you have to like weapon swap it? Whoa, 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 whoa! What the hell's going on? Why did they go backwards? Why did they go backwards? I feel like I missed some context here. I got distracted. Did they do any like quest? Or they just poured it out? They just poured it out, right? They didn't actually complete anything. They poured it out to like sell loot, and then they went to the next town. The heck are they doing? They're going back for another life sprig? Will PvE Ninja support at launch? If it doesn't support at launch, it'll support shortly after, would be my guess. They said it was an old version. Yeah, somebody said Varbersk said it was removed. So it's like not on the tree anymore. Energy Blade? I have not seen it anywhere, no. We're talking about Eldritch Battery, though. Will trade be available at start? Yes. Yep. They want to test the economy.
For what it isn't worth. So, for it isn't worth. For what it isn't worth.
Crit chance on staff? Like, percent increase crit chance? Or is it crit chance that, like, applied to the staff's base crit? Forge Maul, okay. Party play looks busted. Yeah, we'll see how well they balance it. Is he gonna go 3k for a random ring? Ooh, 8 life regen. Huge. Lamau? What is this? Why are you Lamauing about this? The biggest threat to Path of Exile 2 is the Goblin trope. That's 3 life sprigs. Yeah, he spent 3k on. Well, he got 1 to 10 lighting. That's some flat damage at least. Look at where I timestamped. Okay.
He doesn't have clarity, but I have my own clarity. Hopefully that's fine. And so I put on the Goblin Troop pad, the one that everyone hates. And I am on my standard ballista character that spawns 1,000,000 units. I will just spam.
Is he gonna be able to create multiple of them?
You know, and we listen to what happens.
He'll keep copying with his clones. Stop. Stop. No. They're not gonna be able to use abilities in town, I think. We'll be fine. The Goblin Troop, man. Holy. Do the people that have that MTX have like a secret Discord server? All right, I'm gonna AFK in Act 1. You got Act 2? Yeah, I'll go AFK in Act 2. Oh, okay. We need every single friggin' location possible. We gotta friggin' everybody's gotta be on guard, annoying everybody at all times. Is that you guys like? It's too coordinated. Yeah. It's every campaign zone. Like, you guys are running a shift. Every time you log out for the day, you don't log out. You go AFK with your Goblin Troop in a various town. New Dreamcore video? Okay, so help me. Character sheet breakdown. Do I want to look at the character sheet breakdown? Yeah, we'll look at the character. This could be new information. There could be some good stuff in here, right? Is there going to be good stuff in here, though? Res. Armor, evasion, block. It's pretty basic stuff. Okay, we'll continue looking at the playthrough then. He is stalling so hard on the tree reveal. I've got 150 people ready with Goblin Gang on launch. Stop it.
This is not the place
Just stop
for
it.
violence.
Mana regen is covered? Okay, actually, I do care about that. All right, you piqued my interest when you said mana regen. I want to know now.
With strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of shock.
I wanna
for
know
more
now.
Damage.
That's a lot of damage.
And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply shock.
That's a lot of damage.
I'm pretty sure you never click the all damage shock node. I think that node's bait. I think that's based on the shock mechanics. I think that one's a bait. The double shock though seems decent, but the all damage shock is like waste your point.
Great. So here we are with some of my footage from LA. Let's go over the character sheet first to show layout and what information can be found here. Now, immediately you can see how much of an improvement the character sheet is in PO.
Breakdown.
Rapidly recharges if you don't.
Protects your life. Cast damage removes twice as much energy shield. Damage from bleeding and poison bypass energy shield to remove life directly. Yeah, but if you have ES, you can't be inflicted with bleed, right? So it's kind of like a little bit deceptive. Estimated armor mitigation. Armor reduces the physical damage you take. Doesn't tell us what the formula is. Same as PoE 1, probably, maybe. I just need to hover over mana. Chance to block, incoming strikes, projectiles causing to deal no damage. And this does work on both spells and attacks at the same time. He's looking to res, sure. Where's the mana stuff? Where's the mana stuff? Life per level. All right, let's look at the mana stuff. This is what I wrote. Okay, you know, actually, I do want to know how much life per level.
440 life on a level 20 character. I also have 60 strength, and we know that in PoE 2, each point of strength grants 2 maximum life. My gear had a total of plus 40.
He hovered it at 138 and I missed it. Wait, really? So I'm blind? Most skills cost mana to use, slowly regenerate over time. That's not the kind of information I need. I need the here, we'll watch the life portion, then we'll watch the mana portion.
On this screenshot, I have 440 life on a level 20 character. I also have 60 strength, and we know.
Okay, actually, you know what? We do have the mana recovered right here. Mana recovered from regen 8. Flat mana 167. So this would suggest we're getting what? 5% base mana regen per second? Unless he has mana regenerate on his tree already. Is that 5%? Yeah, I think that's roughly 5%. That's kind of huge if it's base 5%.
In PoE 2, each point of strength grants 2 maximum life. My gear had a total of plus 40
it's 1.8
maximum life.
So he has to have like regenerate somewhere then.
Passive skill tree.
Because 8 is like 5% of his mana per
120
second.
maximum life. So by removing the added
base
life
5%
from
sounds way
gear
too
and
high.
Strength, we end up with 276 life. Now, we know that in PoE 1, each character has the same amount of starting base life and mana, which is then added to any of those stats that they gain from their attributes, and they also gain an amount of flat life and mana per level up. So a level 20 character would have 19 instances of life gained from leveling up, and with that information, from 276 life, we can arrive at the base starting life of 48 with 12 life gained per level for every class. Which would mean that with a warrior's 15 starting strength...
Alright, now for the mana.
Okay, what about mana? I had 167 mana on a level 20 character. I also had 7 intelligence, and we know that each intelligence point grants 2 maximum mana. My gear had a total of plus 43 to maximum mana, and I had no mana modifiers on the passive skill tree.
The regen he has is probably from a flat regen.
Mana, so by removing the added mana from...
Or he grabbed one, like, 1% node or something.
Gear and intelligence, we end up with 110 mana. And from there, we can arrive at a base starting mana of 34, with 4 mana gained per level for every class.
We went back and we saw the 4 gain on subtractions.
With a warrior's 7 starting intelligence factored in, they'd start with 48 mana in total. Now, mana also has a base percentage of regeneration, which is 1.8% in PoE 1, but it appears to be significantly higher in PoE 2. With my 167 mana, I had 8.2 mana regenerated per second. And I only had one modifier to mana regeneration, which was this one on my amulet. 23% increase.
Okay, so it's not 5%, it's closer to like
rate,
4% then.
Which means that the base regeneration rate for mana in PoE 2 is 4%.
Okay. I think... Dude, if this is the case, so they're making regenerate, increased regenerate probably rarer, and that means probably the arcane surge thing is real. Because this is like quite a bit different. I think the arcane surge thing is real now. I think I'm a believer in the arcane surge thing. I think it's probably similar to what they're doing with crit, where they're making base crit more common and then increase crit chance rare, and they're making increase regenerate rarer and base regen more common. Nice. Base ES recharge rate. Oh, I actually kind of want to know this too, actually.
Lastly, we have Energy Shield, from which we can obtain the
I think
base Energy Shield.
we estimated it
rate.
to be like 20%,
I had
right?
30 Energy Shield in total on my character, all coming from gear.
Oh.
And I had no
Literally says
modifiers
this right
anywhere
here.
on my gear or on the passive skill tree that interacts
So,
with
what's like
Energy Shield
13%?
recharge rate. I had 3.8 Energy Shield recharge per second,
12.5.
which would calculate to a base Energy Shield recharge rate of 12.5% per second. On this one, we're able to do a bit of a cross-check with the character sheet shown in Ziggy D.
Pray it's real because I'd 100% play it. Yeah, for sure.
Video. Now, I don't know if Ziggy D had any modifiers to Energy Shield recharge rate, but his shown recharge of 3.6 per second with 20.
Did he do the trial of the Sycamore at level 23? Yes. Is he doing it at level 23? That's pretty crazy if he was doing it that early on in his playthrough. Why shouldn't I take all damage kid shock node on a cold sork? Because you can have some other setup that generates a shock and then save the ascendancy point. As far as I know for shocks, you can force shocks without not necessarily having that much damage, as long as you have something that like hits a lot and has some shock chance, pretty much. That's the main reason. If you can set up some other way to generate the shock, then you should do that. Or source at 720. I know ball lightning does, but like it's basically just if you have some sort of thing you're triggering that can proc a shock, you're still gonna get the same effect shock as long as you have something that's procking it. How hard would easy mode Sanctum be? Why not do it early to get the power? I think you want to do it as early as you can. The risk is if your character isn't ready, then you maybe sacrifice too much time when you could be power leveling and then do it easier. That sort of thing. Okay. I'm gonna need to top off my water, guys. We're already out of our first segment of water. I need to go top this off. So give me 1 second, and then we will continue analyzing and giving a notes of the run through stuff. I'll keep this up here in case anyone's curious if they want to copy it. I will make a video on it with a paste bin, but right now you guys can look at it if you want to. All right, I'm gonna go grab a water. I will be right back. Okay. I know what you're thinking, Lance. That took a suspiciously long amount of time for you to get water. What were you doing? The answer is no. I did not grab any snacks. I was swapping the laundry. Okay. The laundry needs to. It's got to be swapped. If I don't do that, I'm a dead man. Okay. Okay. I'm just looking out for number one. I'm trying to survive out here. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to try different skills and supports, dude. It's gonna be such a fun time. Release video. Yeah, we already checked it out. The important info was the base regenerate, which we figured out. Now we know that base regenerate in PoE2 is 4%, which is pretty good information. First time watching you live, like your vids, especially Relic of the Pack Lifestyle. Look forward to seeing your builds on PoE2. Awesome, dude. Relic of the Pack was one of my favorites, so I'm glad you like that one. It's a special place in my heart. My actual Marcus! Appreciate the sub, man. And my fishing rod, dude. Marcus, are you logging in? Are you logging in for the early access? Or are you still sticking to your guns and being like, nope, don't care. I play standard PvP. Come on, tell me you're logging in. I hope it's in PvE2, we'll see. I never said I don't care? Okay, well, you were real, like, you were playing real cool guy about it, okay? You're pretty nonchalant. I do log in, of course. Hell yeah. Marcus is logging in, guys. He's logging in. I need some more GG spoilers. Give us Ascendencies. Or yeah, mainly just Ascendencies. If you were gonna ask for what spoiled information would you want the most? Ascendencies, passive tree, more boss fights in like some of the later acts. What would it be? Uniques? For me, it's probably Ascendencies. Because that's the most important part, to be like, this is a decision I can't respec out of. I want to make sure I'm happy with my Ascendancy choice, you know? Another delay. Shut your mouth right now. Which pinnacle bosses have exposed feet? Okay, don't, stop it. Stop it, Mac. A memo about the fast tracking of muting the MTX goblins? You don't want any teaser info, you just want to know that they're planning to mute the goblins. Lance, you have check a quick recombination I just did? I don't really want to log into PoE because I'm worried it's going to crash my PC. I don't want to take the small risk of it crashing the PC right now. It's a video? Okay, yeah. I'm down to look at a video. If you got a link, I'm down to look at a video. If I have to log in, though, if I have to log in and then my game crashes, the whole streaming again, that'll be scuffed. All right, let's see. What do we got here? You have +1 all gems, and you have a movement speed turquoise aura effect, and chaos dot multi. Oh, okay, well, hold the phone. Are you doing what I think you're doing? Are you making a Death's Oath build? Influence, oh yeah, I know about Influence Block. I am a little bit concerned about this situation right here. Aura effect with chaos dot multi. Oh, I guess, no, you want the chaos, never mind, okay, I see. The chaos dot multi is, you don't want that to occur, because it can't. I see. And you recombinate, and you're going, what are you trying to combine with now? Malevolence, aura effect +1 all. 2 amulets. What are you trying to make here? Turn this down just a little bit. Just a tad. I just made multiple. Oh, just for the sake of making multiple. You're just flexing on us how many times you did it. Trying to make bank. Going for minimum frenzy feels like a settle though, right? Shouldn't you be going for like +2 all, 40 aura effect, and then like legacy crit multi or something? Go for the triple positive, the giga hit. Just 80 aura effective plus 4 all. Yo, that's a pretty good amulet. That's a pretty good amulet you got there. This is realistic to hit as a 2 mod? Yeah, I see what you're saying. You don't have the lock capacity to go for a triple positive. Not a half bad amulet. Not a half bad amulet at all. Plus 480. You just... Oh, you got minimum 4 too? No! No! Oh, you should have done the crit multi. Oh, you should have done the crit multi. No, 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 no. 3 locks are a mirror. This is why you should have done the crit multi. This is why. You hit the multiplier for 2 and you hit the triple positive. Picture it. What would that be? It would be like 280 crit multi, right? Because legacy crit multi is like 70 or something. You double it and you double it again. Picture 280 crit multi instead of 4 minimum frenzy. That's you're gonna have to sleep at night knowing you hit the triple positive and the 2x. You could also catalyst it. Yeah, so you can. Is it realistic to say 300 crit multi? Maybe 300 crit multi is a real number. Did you hit it twice too? Hold on. Did you hit it again at the end too? No, you didn't. Okay. Yeah, that could say 300 crit multi. So close. Hopefully work doesn't notice the drastic decline in performance when this releases. Just don't say anything about it. And hopefully they don't notice. You're gonna be fine, folks. You're gonna be fine. Do we know how poison works at PoE2? Is Pathfinder okay starter? Poison's quite a bit different in PoE2. It's something that you have a limited amount of stacks. Maybe it does more per stack. I have no idea how it's really going to be. You'd have to do some math. You'd actually have to look it up and do some math. My guess is it's probably going to be weaker than it is in PoE1 just because of the limited stacks. Hopefully my students don't notice the delay in me grading their finals. Yeah, it's the worst case scenario, guys. You might get fired, and then you don't have to feel guilty about no life in PoE2. The only downside is eventually you do run out of money and can't afford to pay rent, but maybe your landlord might not notice, you know? Hey, I see Bopes hasn't paid the bill in 6 months. He's probably just... He's gonna pay me this month for sure. Fine. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, Gruthamax got it. Just get him addicted to PoE2. Then he definitely won't notice. He'll be too busy day trading freaking exalts for chaos orbs. Get him addicted. Bleeding poison, bypass energy shield, PoE2, cast damage just deals 2x damage. How to play CI. When you click CI, you are effectively immune to cast damage, so it no longer deals 2x damage because you literally can't take cast damage. That also counts for poison because poison is cast damage. And then bleed cannot be inflicted unless it is hit onto your life pool, and if you're CI, you don't take hits to your life pool, so bleed never happens. So the downside of CI is you need to get the nodes that have stun, that give you stun threshold based on your ES, and you need some form of recovery or maybe some block to go with it, stuff like that. Are you gonna abuse Faustus? Yes, obviously. Faustus and me are homies. Pay the mortgage in mirror shards. That's RMT, guys. That's a no can do. No third-party apps means flipping is gonna be alive and well. it's gonna be looking pretty decent probably. There are no life nodes on the tree. ES is going to be broken day 1. Let me be clear. Okay, technically, in quotations, there are like 3 nodes that have life on the tree, but they only have 3% each, and they're like all over, like on each of the 4 corners of the passive tree. So they're like super spaced out. It's effectively there's no life on the tree. Effectively. for percent scaling. Can we get access to your text walkthrough? I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna make a video with it, all outlined, and like a pastebin link or something. Doesn't strength add life? It's flat life. No percent life is on the tree. Strength gives you flat life. Strength is life notes. It's not the same, guys. You're gonna want some percent scaling. Trust me. He's looking really amateurish. Well, the downside is there's a bunch of ways to sustain life between life, leech, regen, flask, whereas ES is way more limited. Okay, so we're going to the foundry. Add that. Go to the quarry, and then quarry gets us to the foundry. Sure. Leech is a scam now? Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned Leech might be a scam. Thoughts on Blood Mage, Archmage instead of Spellweaver, going life stacking and anointing Overleech instead of using ES recharge will be slow, but I feel like it'll be clunky. My main concern is if you're trying to go Blood Mage and Archmage, you have to choose between whether or not you're prioritizing int and mana on your gear versus prioritizing strength and life on your gear. And so you're gonna pull in two separate directions, and you're gonna have two basically half-assed things, which I don't think is gonna end up as good as you think it is. The only way you can get away with that is if you have extremely good gear where you have basically T1s of all the stats you want, not just like 2 T1 stats you want. You know what I mean? I have a link and it's a full tree. Really? Yo, link it in chat. When did we get a full tree? Is it actually a full tree, or is it the people put in a couple nodes filled in, right? Which one is it? Do you need to tell me the downside of Eternal Youth? The downside is your recharge applies to life instead of ES. So, if you'd rather have ES sustained from recharge, it's better to not click it. But if you'd rather have the life flask applies to your ES, then go ahead. My uncle works in Nintendo. He told me there's life on the tree. Okay, good for you, Zach. It's probably the tree that has the points on it, but it's only the information on the nodes we've seen so far. Yeah, I think that's the one that's been going around. Is that link that just has like some of the nodes from like Dreamcore's videos and a few other playthroughs. So if I'm stacking ES, it seems great. You lose recharge on your ES. Recharge is a reliable sustain mechanic if you can avoid damage for like a few seconds in a row, right? Life Flask has a limited amount, like it's like recover 2,000 life over 3 seconds, right? If you're an ES build that has like 15k ES, it's gonna take you like 6 flash charge uses. Holy, they just got destroyed. It's gonna take you like 6 flash charge uses to go all the way to full. So that's the caveat issue. Is how many flash charges is it going to take to fill you? Like life flasks are not a percentage healer. Like it's a flat amount. So they get outscaled if you get a big number. Yeah, these guys are rough, man. These projectile dudes. What killed them? They had some pretty big projectile dudes. These guys were not very balanced in the playthrough we did. There's some nodes we haven't seen, like 6% int. How do you know that's a thing? Well, who's your source? How do you plan to sustain your ES with a Sorg? Most likely recharge. Dude, they're getting pulverized. I wonder how long they're in this specific zone. Okay, they'll get through it. I believe in them. Will I go for Eldritch Battery? Eldritch Battery's not in the game as far as we know. Dude, those projectile guys are absolutely just murdering them. He's dead again. This is the Chonk experience, by the way. This is classic Chonk gameplay. If you see this right now, this is you. This is your future. If you're logging into Chonk, this is your situation. You're gonna be dead on the ground. Doesn't a recharge rate of 12.5% go against your argument of the flame thingy on Infernalist? The flame thingy on Infernalist? What do you mean goes against my argument on flame thingy on Infernalist? What argument are you even talking about? The part where you click that node and you start to PK your character? The showcase they gave of that node being clicked, they didn't get hit through the entire thing, and they were setting up to do basically their entire ES pool self-damage, and like they're going to be down to half life by the end of that clip. From the node they clicked that was supposed to help them of literally PKing themselves. No way you wait 9 seconds? Well, 9 seconds is assuming you don't grab recharge rate, Fidelis. And also, it's not freaking... Waiting 9 seconds is about waiting 9 seconds to cast a skill, not running around and dodging a boss and casting in between, right? The recharge time is it starts after 4 seconds, which you can get faster start of recharge, roughly up to 100%, which means it starts after 2 seconds, and you can invest into recharge rate as well, right? So like say you have 100% recharge rate and 100% faster start of recharge, which are stats we've seen on the tree that you can get. It's roughly, if you had your entire ES pool damaged, it'd be like 6 seconds for it to get you all the way back to full. But most likely, during fights, there's going to be certain attacks that are slower, that you'll dodge, you'll take a hit, you'll go to 30% down, you'll dodge around, and it'll go back to full type of thing, right? What do you think of the Chalo Monk with Mana Leech with Mom? I think it's complete bait. I have not seen anything that convinces me there will be good sustain for Leech. For mana, and thus I don't think that will have good sustain for ES. Pretty much all the Leech nodes are Fizz Leech. The Monk heavily encourages you to do elemental stuff. I don't know, I think it's gonna be rough. Does recharge cancel out if you take damage? Yes. Unless they have something that's like Wicked Ward, then yeah. So it's gonna require a level of gameplay. Some level of skill, probably. You know how you know Chonk's big because every other person's looking to do it? My feeling about Chonk has been the same since I saw that class. And it wasn't based on whether or not people were looking at it. It was based on... We only see Fizz with Leech for attacks. We don't know how much Leech resistance there is in game. The clip of the Chonk character on Zest leeching like just barely anything on each hit. I think the funnier thing I've heard so far is that people think they're going to do archmage with Chonk. They're going to have their attack-based Leech character use spell-based scaling for damage. Please no skill requirement? No, I think there's gonna be skill issue in PoE 2. I think skill issue is gonna be a thing. there's 100% gonna be skill issue. Reddit may never recover. There's gonna be that level of skill issue. Reddit may literally never recover. An attack using spell scaling? Well, that was never in PoE 1 at all. There's stuff like that that has existed in PoE 1. But there's no current showcase of that being anything that's going to be supported at all. It's just basically you're taking a massive risk. You have to have Crown of Eyes. You need something like that that lets you invest into a bunch of percent spell damage scaling Also, things like Archmage literally says spells gain this. You need something that would alter Archmage to make your attack get the extra damage too, right? And that's not something we have in PoE1. I hope Iron Will's in PoE2. Iron Will wouldn't even mean anything, right? Strength doesn't give you % damage scaling. So Iron Will would have to be a different stat. It would have to be... Strength now gives you spell damage, right? Because Iron Will currently in PoE1 is... Your damage bonus applies to spells instead of attacks. Or whatever, right? Or applies to spell damage scaling, right? But... Not a thing. There is no % damage scaling tied to strength.
Just wait.
It's all your fault. I just bought a desk treadmill. You are welcome. I don't think you'll regret it, man. So far, notable things that I can say about the desk treadmill is I've lost like 15 plus pounds. So that's a pretty big win. Helps clear my head. Like if I have a headache or something and I start walking a bit, headache usually goes away. Getting a little bit of like physical activity going. I think the only downside of the desk treadmill is it's just like you have to store it somewhere. My room, I didn't plan for great ventilation because I didn't really think about the fact that I might be exercising in this room. So I have to leave that door over to get a bit more ventilation going. Because it gets a little bit hot in here. How much time are you doing this? I think I started doing this like 2 months ago. Maybe a month and a half ago, not 100% sure. I haven't kept that close a track. But I got a little bit lazy a couple weeks back. I need to get back into doing it more often. What does strength give now? HP and what else? There is no what else. It's just HP. The only way strength is going to give you anything else in terms of stats is if strength there's like some sort of passive that makes it give something else. Like for example, the int has the 1% lightning damage per 5 int, or is it 2% lightning damage per 10 int? Same thing. That you need a node like that. My desk treadmill set itself to max speed and threw me into my PC, breaking all of it. I demand restitution. That is a player skill issue, I'm pretty sure. I'm not responsible for that. Blood Mom has that? You mean Blood Mage? Blood Mage does have the damage per life, which I guess you could loosely tie that to strength, right? But that's crit damage, it's not % damage. I think the risk with the Blood Mage is % crit chance is just hard to get. What do you think about charge gen? It looks a decent amount harder. I'd imagine there's probably going to be some support for it with unique items. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about charges right now. It's basically just tied to like skills getting like a giga boost, right? I don't know how that's going to feel. There's accuracy for strength? Yeah, there was accuracy for strength. There was attack speed per dex. There's attack speed per accuracy stuff. We're gonna have to make a tri-stacker at some point. Okay, so we get to the workshop. Ruja, Dread Engineer, okay.
I will bury you with a secret.
Foundry has Ruja, Dread Engineer, boss fight. Alright. You are not wrong, but you are dumb. Okay, I wasn't trying to say it like that. If you want more of a builder spender playstyle, charges are for that. Yeah, charges do kind of look like... Dude, they're destroying this guy. Dude, this poor guy. He's only done like 2 attacks. He's already half dead. Nuki and Havoc are bullying. Just trying to fix the mining engines? Yeah, he was just doing his job, and then 2 random hobos showed up and started just bringing the beat down. Oh, that poor boss.
Never stop.
Quickly, wind sprays you.
Okay, so we freed Risu, Eridan Defector. Okay. Quest reward. Chonk equal murder hobo, something like that. Okay.
At least there's one survivor of this madness.
Okay, so we write that down. Boss fight. Talk to Risu for next quest. Objective. Alright, let's see what we're up to now. This is a no spoilers run. Only one boss attack was shown. That's, you know, that's what they were planning. They were trying to limit the spoilers for sure. That's gotta be it. Gotta be what they were doing. Yeah, so he does have the identify item thing, 100%. The hooded one. AKA Sin, probably.
Young one. Hello.
Okay, so Zarka, what was her name? Sarka? Zarka is the caster weapon vendor. I'm gonna put this right here. Zarka equal caster flask vendor. And I'm guessing Shambrin is weapon / armor vendor, probably.
Young one. Hello.
Dude, look at some of the items in the vendor. I feel like every time they've hovered over like vendor items, they've been OP. I think the first thing I do when I'm getting to Act 1 town is I'm looking for a good wand or good scepter or staff early on for damage. You think each tick of earthquake will count as a hit? Oh, I don't know. A lot of skill mechanics, I feel like it's just like you could kind of guess on it a little bit, but you probably should test it in game before you make any assumptions about it. Late's just setting up his regex right now. I mean, maybe. I don't know if they're gonna have a search function. They also reset each character level again. Oh, that's kind of nice. So AKA, you should check the vendor more often to try to get a upgrade, maybe. Not enough gold early on. I think they've upped the amount of gold. In Bajira's playthrough, by the time he got to the Act 1 town, he had like 1k gold. So he could afford like 3 early items from vendors that are like the 300 gold items. Also in this PoE2, this June playtest, the gold was like slower. Gold was more rough on this playtest. I think they increased it. They upped it. The rucksack being a full Ascendency is kind of BS. That's just the trader. The trader play. The trader. What am I trying to say? The freaking... If you're a group playing, you have some dude being a trader, they use the rucksack. That's the trader Ascendency. I just wouldn't click that. Traders actually have to level to do lab now. Yep, they at least have to get their Titan lab. They have to get at least their Titan lab for peak efficiency. People that are gonna craft are gonna log in a Titan? I would think so, just for the extra stash space, but who knows? We'll see how effective it is. For all we know, group play might even not be efficient enough to justify a trader. You know what I mean? We don't know, really. Oh, he's gonna start adding some skeletons. Oh no. Oh no, not the skeletons. Yo, he's hovering a lot of skills. For the people. This is probably where we got a lot of the initial PoE2 data was from this, I bet. How much you want to bet that clip of temporal chains right there was the 34%? Oh, it doesn't even say. It says level 11. It doesn't even say. Lower action speed doesn't even give a number. Okay, so the 34 action speed was from something else then. 9 different kinds of skeletons. There's a lot of different types of skeletons, yeah. Base unmodified mana is 4%. Yep. Yeah, we got that from the Dreamcore video earlier. Talk to Shambrin. Confirm it's a weapon vendor for me. Come on, do it. Do it. You have an early access code, or do you need one? I got an invite, but I didn't play until true release. I have one, yeah. I'm good, dude. Give it to somebody you know, a friend, or do a giveaway. I think a lot of people are doing that on the subreddits. You might decide you want to use it, dude. I don't know. I don't know if I'd give it away. You might decide you actually want to play. They got rid of deflect, right? That's like an old thing. Chance to deflect. Yeah, they just got rid of this, I think. They changed it back, thank goodness. Are you watching this with HDR on? It look wash? Ooh, yeah, I might have HDR on this monitor. Should I swap it out? Is HDR scuffed, guys? I don't even have much experience with HDR, but I knew this monitor had an HDR support, and I was trying it out. But I don't know what to expect from it, if it's worth using or not. I wouldn't think it would affect you guys, because it's my monitor. Are you playing? No, I'm not playing. We're looking at a playtest from June. HDR is just scuffed. Didn't notice Attila's video. Okay, here. We'll swap out HDR, guys. We'll swap out of HDR. Let me find it. I'll find the Windows setting for it real quick. Display setting. Like, I didn't know if I didn't have any opinion prior to doing this of HDR. This is the first time I had a monitor that even supports it, so I was just trying it out. Use HDR off. Okay. Does this look different for you guys now? Thoughts? We okay? Wow, that's better. Dang, I didn't even know that made that much of a difference. I literally, when I just set up the monitor, I just went and set up the HDR thing, because I've never tried it before, never having my monitor with it. I didn't even like check the difference between the two before using it. But that is a decent amount different. I just assumed, I was like, hey man, it's new tech, surely it's good. Scammed myself. I should have double checked it more. Thanks for the heads up on that. I've never had any experience with HDR. I was just assuming it might be decent. Wanted to try it out. But yeah, this definitely does look better. 40 to 60 on the studded club. Surely that's an upgrade for him. I could see again? Who knew? Who knew? I didn't even realize that affected what you guys saw. I thought it was something that just modified my monitor settings, like how it was displaying brightness of things and stuff. I didn't realize that actually would affect the stream too. Are you ready to gamble for a life sprig? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna gamble. I think buying just from the vendor is better. The gambler is a lot more expensive. Like it's like triple the gold cost. The monitor's implementation of HDR is more important than if it supports HDR or not. Interesting, okay. I want to say I won't gamble, but after a couple of weeks of not getting a staff I want, most likely I'm going to break down. You might break down at the first act. I think it's the play to just to just check the vendor, and then every level check the vendor. It's just a lot cheaper gold wise. Like, I don't know, we'll see. Almost had movement speed. He was that close. Good thing I upgraded my PC 6 months ago. Now it's time to shine, TVK. Yep, that's why I pulled the trigger on upgrading this PC. Was for in preparation for PoE2. I want to make sure I had it set up for it. The crashes on PoE1 with loads screen changes got me a little bit nervous, but hopefully that won't be an issue in PoE2. I'm hoping it's just a bug isolated to PoE1 with load screens. I'm gonna cope. They did the quarry, that's what they did, which is the stuff to the right. And the ancient gates is where they need to go next. What's your current CPU? It's the one I upgraded to is a 7800 3XD. It's an AMD one, which sound like, when I was looking up stuff, it sounded like it had pretty good reviews for a good gaming CPU. I might do it with my wife since she does not care as much. I'll get her to use her gold. Dude, that's messed up. I'm gonna do it with my wife just so I can spend her gold. That's, yo, what is? That's cold-hearted.
Why have we stopped?
It's pretty much one of the best games. Yeah, from what I was reading on reviews, it sounded pretty good, and it was a pretty good price too. So, I don't know. It sounded like the newer Intel CPUs had melting issues. And I was like, I don't want to deal with that. And everything I kept hearing about 7800 3XD was pretty good things. Honey, can you buy those boots for me? +1 gold farmer, she doesn't even know it.
But there is another way. An ancient passage.
Don't touch Intel right now? Yeah, I'm a little bit sketched out by the current news from the Intel stuff. Melting issues? Yeah, there was some... I think they have like a patch for it now. They could kind of like fix it a little bit, but there was some issue with some of the newer Intel CPUs where they were melting themselves. You'd have to like look it up. It was something like that. It was enough for me to be like, I don't know if I want to get an Intel CPU if they're having issues like this occur. To me, it's a suggestion of a larger problem that might be occurring. Okay, hold the phone. Okay, hold the phone. So, wait a second. They did, okay, so they went to, back it up. I'm supposed to be writing these things down, okay. They went to the ancient gates first. Act 2, town, ancient gates. I hope the 13th gen is okay. Yeah, you might be fine if you've had it for a while. Maybe it's fine. Are you gonna post these notes? Yeah, I'm gonna make a video with the complete notes. I'll probably start the video with like, hey, this is some spoilers for the progression of the early acts, but I care about having this early on so I have a little bit better idea of where I'm going with things. So we talked to Sakima Asla. Sakima Asala. Talk to Sakima Asala to unlock next locations. I'm gonna add, then go back to town, because it's not very clear, right? Go back to town. And then we go to what exactly?
There is another way.
Talk to Risu.
Ancient passage.
Talk to Risu in town. It's X3D, not 3XD. Dude, I'm just saying, I'm gonna keep saying it wrong. I have it freaking already patented in my brain. And you know why it is? It's because of the XDD emote. That's why. Okay, so you have to move the caravan, is what it looks like. You have to move the caravan. Desert map. Move caravan to, what was that location? Trader's Passage. Desert map, move caravan to Trader's Passage. CPU's top choice with its huge cache, yeah. I've had no issues with it so far. Or not that I know of that are issues with the CPU. I'm pretty convinced that the crash I've had with PoE 1 is Windows 11. I'm like 99% sure it's a Windows 11 issue. What was this zone called? Dang it. Trader's Passage, okay. Then we go back to town to Trader's Passage.
We shall wait here, Jingak.
I'm gonna embrace the joy of the first time exploration. Dude, power to you, man. Power to you. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm gonna enjoy the first time exploration with my nitrous boost of having semi an idea of where I'm supposed to go. It's gonna be sick. So I think this is the zone where you fight Balbala, or it's close to it. And that's our first Ascendency, might be around level 20. That's kind of exciting. Like, this is gonna be a first character to reach type of guy. No, I'm not. To be that, I'd have to actually be fast, which I'm not. That's not the first time. It is, though. It is. First time for me, baby. How do you know where he's going is efficient? Because he's progressing the campaign. Also, I'm paying a little bit of attention of how hard the bosses seem and stuff like that. Like in the Bajira playthrough, that's when they started having numbers above the boss HP bars. You can kind of tell how much HP a boss has, which gives you an implication on what level of boss it is. So like the Devourer seems big, but it's clearly one of the early bosses in terms of balance wise, so I know it's something I should be doing pretty early. Isn't Havoc's gonna be going hard to get world first? I would expect world first for things is gonna be character players like Ben, Havoc, a lot of the speedrunner type players, Nick. Could just be some of the Giga Chad group players. Group players might just be faster than solo players because of skill synergies. World first is gonna be whoever gets through the login. That's true. That's a good point. The people who get logged in first and don't DC. they're gonna have a distinct advantage. True.
Just wait.
Only hardcore world first matters. HCSSF. That'll be cool. Yeah. There's probably gonna be more respect for something like that. SSF in general probably is more respect for because you didn't have extra help or whatever. Monk's a squishy boy. Squishiness I think is pretty tied to your gearing. And yeah, Monk being like a staff, no block is rough. John said he's doing everything to make the servers good. There won't be a crash. I hope not, man. I hope they nail the launch here. Yeah, so I think... Oh, rest in peace. Another dead monk. Ben's gonna ingest the knowledge of the first 2 days in softcore, and then he'll get HD SSF World first. You don't think anyone's gonna complete the campaign in the first 3 days on hardcore? I can't imagine that being true. The first 3 days is a really long time. People can easily just giga over level, right? And they can go watch the boss fight that somebody did on softcore and then like insta one-shot it because they're giga over leveled. Now if there's bad servers at the start, I mean, if there's bad servers, then it's just like no one's progressing, right? Talk about the hidden Uber Citadel. Oh, first person to do that endgame boss. I thought we were just talking about the first person to do the campaign. Oh yeah, I don't know about the Uber Citadel. Yeah, that who knows. I feel like that. I don't even know if there's gonna be a softcore kill for that in the first 3 days. If they did properly make stuff hard, I unironically hope they made stuff really hard. Like, I'm hoping it takes quite a bit before people get the first kills of like the highest tier bosses and stuff. I'm more curious about the first lab. That's gonna be interesting. I think the first lab you get around this point of the campaign. I think this is close to where you meet Balbala. But we'll see. I'm assuming they fight Balbala in this run. If the hidden Hoover boss falls on day 3, I'm gonna be mad. I'm hoping it's hard enough that it takes a while. What are they talking about? There might be a ladder. It would be cool if they had a ladder system for it. It would be neat. It'd be interesting how balance of damage and sustain pans out. Really worried about melee characters' damage uptime with all the rolling. Casters sustain with no spell leech. I mean, casters are probably going to have to roll 2 to dodge things or move out of the way. Like, the monsters definitely fight back in PvE too. Seems like only warriors are weapon swapping. Anyone can use whatever weapons they want to. Hold on, what was this? What was this change of zone that just happened? Ancient Gates. Okay, so you go from Trader's Passage to Ancient Gates. I think most likely there's gonna be stuff that's in this Trader's Passage zone. But maybe they didn't have the side boss or they just didn't find it in their run. We're gonna have to see if there's other people who like got to Act 2 playthroughs and see if they found it. Did it do it again? Dude, what the hell? Do you think I'm doing the static electricity thing because I'm walking? I haven't had that issue at all before. Do you think that's what's happening? All good? Yeah. This happened earlier today. The mic freaking had an issue like that. Should I go buy a backup mic? Or is it probably just the walking on the treadmill and static electricity or something? Did your mic plug in at both ends? Try the other side for the reset too. Sure, I'll do that real quick. Okay. Beard's too fuzzy? Yeah, maybe this is just the clean shave will be the way. That sounded like a cable of isolation breaking something. It was something with the mic. I don't know why it was doing that. I mean, maybe I just need to get a replacement mic. I think it was a YouTuber, Electric Boom, that had ended up having a static problem with his treadmill and had a series of videos trying to fix it. My memory of that issue is a tad fuzzy. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now is I'm on the treadmill. I haven't had this issue at all. On, unless my, mic's just going bad or something. Definitely giga scuffed though. Sorry about that, guys. I'll maybe see if I can get a backup microphone in case this keeps happening. But it could also just be the treadmill. Maybe it's something I'm wearing is generating more static than normal.
Back while I open the gate.
Let the tide of war flow.
All right, I'll just chill on the treadmill for now. We did 3 miles. That's pretty good. We'll see if it happens again in the rest of the stream while I'm not on the treadmill. My guess is it's maybe the treadmill that's causing the issue of static electricity gen. Have you seen the Fextra review and on X about potential full copy? Full copy of what?
Advance with me.
Extra took down the video. I think GG was like, yo, showing stuff we're not supposed to show yet. A video went up with potentially NDA breaking material. GGG found the rat. They found the leaker. Am I gonna go archmage? Yep. That's what I'm planning to. There were 60 seconds from Act 3 in there? Oh no, man. We missed out on the 60 seconds of Act 3. It'll be okay. We don't need it. It'll be okay. I think he's the one who leaked Rangers. I mean, that's where it was from, right? Was Fextra's website. Was the Ranger Ascendency stuff. Be hanging with fish at the bottom of the sea. The GG's gonna take him out. Now, Monk looks pretty fun. Yeah, Monk has some cool combo abilities. Main thing with Monk is I'm worried about the squish factor. It has some of the skill qualities as well. I like this. Yeah, Monk permadead. Yeah, Monk's squish seems a little bit suspect. I have a heart attack that you're playing PoE 2. No, we're looking at PoE 2 playthrough. We're taking notes as best we can. We're a slave to the efficiency god. I don't know what you're talking about, okay? I think they removed the blocks with staves to balance it, maybe to give it a weakness, make shields more meaningful. Life per that could be decent, potentially. I want to block and pretend I'm Gandalf with Balrog. Fair enough, but too bad. This is PoE, baby, not Lord of the Rings. Yo, that rock just fall from the sky? We're getting ambushed. Block on them with all the DPS seems kind of OP. Yeah, potentially. Hey, CZ Pie, how you doing, man? They are cooking. Cooking through Marraketh. We get a link to our notes. I will have a pace bin. I'll make a video when I get finished through this, guys. I want to make sure I have a decent like write-up of all the stuff. Probably want to look at a couple more like playthroughs and stuff. Make sure we have a decent idea of what's going on. Perennial King. He's just stunned. They're just perma-stunning him. This is messed up. Cool allies can resonate. The bell, yeah, the bell is a really good party play. Wish I had to roll monk and then swap to a new class once I hit maps. You know, you might get addicted to the monk. You might just be playing it all the way to maps. Lance is jealous of the heavy stun. I'm not. Okay, I'm not. You know why I'm not jealous of the heavy stun? Because the boss would already be dead right now. If you know, my spells is fireball, boom, 30% HP, fireball, another 30% HP, boom, fireball, and then boss dead, you know? I'm not jealous, you know, of the heavy stun. What's better? A stunned boss or a dead boss? Did I see the MP tweet? No, I didn't. You can link it. We can check it out. Dude, so the beast thing is like all over this then. That's kind of crazy. It's grown quite a bit. Tentacles and everything. MP's tweet. Let's take a look. So, Vextra just wrapped up the campaign of Battle Exile 2. How? As far as I know, nobody else has access to the current build, so he's either playing a full NDA'd alpha that will never leave NDA and should not be able to talk about, or straight up lying. Both options are pretty bad. Talk about what I think about the game. This is the video they privated, right? Evie's like, yo, what the hell, man? He's calling him out on the NDA.
Make haste! He must not escape!
He has the beast. We must stop him.
Wait, what the hell?
Quickly!
Okay, so they're trying to catch up with the Caravan then. Interesting. So, Ancient Gates, Perennial King, boss fight. Stairs into deserty area. He's on the rat hunt? Yeah, he's hunting rats for sure. I'm assuming they played 1, 2, 3 with Cruel. Yeah, that's what I would think. But who knows? They banned Vextra? I mean, it depends how egregious the NDA leak, if it was, if they didn't get anything approved.
We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the Caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
They got a Caravan that's running from them, and they're going to go back and they're going to get a new Caravan. Okay. So, deserty area, and then go back to Act 2 town. I know the path of math tree, but I doubt there'd be that egregious of a judgment, but maybe so. You never know.
I have my
Talk to Zarka. Act 2 town. Talk to Zarka.
Yes, I am a Sala. Remain a friend.
Talk to
Once the seat of power for our people, now a buried testament to a glorious past.
We're playing Monk's taking a lot of ES evasion nodes. Yeah, but it doesn't really have that good of ES evasion gear is the issue. Doesn't have much of it. Yeah, this is probably a pretty incomplete run of Act 2. I would think maybe. Okay, so Lost Kitty of Seath is next. Desert map. Lost City of Keith. If you've played PU1, these notes mean nothing. That's not true at all. These notes definitely mean something. What do you mean?
Of water. Perhaps it is beneath the sands.
If they mean nothing for you, then I don't know. Like you cooked. I think prior to launch, if you have an idea of where you're supposed to go and what you get from going there, like I'll give you an example. If you just go into PoE 2, not knowing anything, and you play the game, there is a side zone called hunting grounds, or not hunting grounds, it's called Canopy. This is like a zone that you're not necessarily going to run next to. You might not know about it. You could very easily skip this and still complete Act 1. That side zone has 30 spirit and a persistent buff gem, which is a very powerful upgrade, but it's in a side zone that you're not necessarily going to find, and you don't need to complete Act 1. If you know these notes and you know to look for this thing, and you know where to find this buff, that's a very important thing. For example, when I did my playtest, I did not find this zone. I didn't know about this 30 passive point buff in there, and you could easily miss this. So any level of information like this, knowing this is there, is a pretty freaking important thing. 100%, without a doubt. So I just think you're just wrong. It's all shown on the map now. Well, the thing is you don't know how valuable it is or not, right? Like, now you know the boss is there, but you don't know if it's worth going there or not. If I'm gonna clear anything, yeah, you might just clear everything then. There's no shared summon. I'll make a video with it. with a pastebin link. Why isn't he taking notes on the lore? Because I don't care about the lore necessarily. The Kabbalah clan relic. This is the lost city of Keith. Kabbalah clan relic. Yoink. It shows the reward. Wait, it does? It tells you the reward? That's kind of nice. Okay, then his point makes more sense. If it tells you the reward, if you know that you get a 30 spirit buff from that side zone, that's pretty nice. I still stand by the fact I want to be mentally prepared for where I'm going. I think that will be a fairly impactful difference on how fast I am swapping through zones and going where I need to go. I watched this new Dreamcore video. Yeah, we looked at it. It established base mana regen as 4%, which is a pretty big change. Planning on going to bed? Yeah, I'm not freaking going 40 hours straight or whatever. Ooh, Constrictor, Queen Kabbalah. Boss fight. Constrictor, Queen Kabbalah. Boss fight. Extra's video got unlisted? Yep. Are they just running from the boss? What the hell are they doing? Fight the boss! They're making sure they have the checkpoint. Fair enough. Definitely keep eye on whether or not there's a checkpoint. I fought this boss at PAX West. It was a massive pain. It was pretty sketch. I don't know what the hell it's doing. They're kind of destroying it though. It's a lot smoother for them. Yeah, they're destroying. So it gives 2 weapon set passives. 2 weapon set passives. Nice.
The Vastari Desert.
For play OP, yeah, they're cooking.
Deadly place.
The Pack West build, yeah, I think if you have a preloaded character, it probably sucked. Oh no! Snakes! Snakes took him out! Both monks go down. They're not both monks. There's 1 monk and 1 warrior. Aware of the snakes? Yeah, you gotta be ready for those. They will mess you up. Warrior's doing a 2-hand Giga Chad? Yeah. I think 1-hand mace is the way to go. Yugi's just like, I want to keep progressing. Havoc wants to fight every monster to the death. They got mixed objectives right now.
How could the Marikath abandon?
Okay. What was the zone called? Lower Temple District. Goes into the Lower Temple District. I love warriors, but monks look pretty cool. Monks have a pretty cool set of moves, that's for sure. Does that make them a better choice, though?
Like this?
I don't know. I feel like shield plus 1 hand is gonna feel good, and then you go shield plus 2 hands. Best both roll. Block and. Swapped into my more comfortable clothing. Mages are very similar. We're gonna get a bunch of 10 free res. We might only get 10 of each, right? I don't know if we get that much free res. Res is still gonna be kind of obnoxious to solve, and we can't benchcraft on gear. I think it's probably harder than PoE1 by a good amount to solve res. Do 1-hand be a safe choice? I think so, yeah. Negative res, yeah, you get negative 10 per act, I believe. Is it the monk dead or the warrior? Yo, it's the warrior dead. Havoc went and aggroed more enemies. He could have res! The video that got unlisted have different stuff than in this video. The video that got unlisted, I have no idea. It might have leaked some Act 3 gameplay they didn't want to show. For all we know. Grab the notable. Can anyone send me an EA key? There might be somebody who's gonna hook you up. Maybe there'll be someone. Me too, please. What did your reply tweet? I watched it before they take it out. It actually showed cruel difficulty, level 50 as ranger, talked about finishing the campaign, and 40 hours played. So they had an earlier access then. Yo, look at that beetle. Dude, look at that thing. Oh my word. Okay, it has a boss name too. The 9th Treasure of Keith. That cool looking beetle. Can normies get access to PoE 2 beta? Yep. It's $30 paid access for everybody. That cool looking beetle. The 9th. What was it called? They're gonna go back and fight it, right? That beetle messed them up. Wait, did they kill the beetle? Oh, it's coming back. The 9th Treasure of Keth. Surely that's a typo. That's supposed to be Keith. The beetle just keeps walking. Yeah, he don't care. He got stuff to do. Oh, he's running. Oh, he's gonna blow up. Oh, I thought he was gonna one-shot both of them. Merrick, Keith. It has an eye in it, okay? For the lost city of Keith, it has an eye in it. Yeah, let's go, Beetle! Let's go, Beetle!
Impressive workmanship. Shame I had to destroy it.
To play through like this, but with minions, I don't think I've seen a minion player get this far. Gazzy did a minion playthrough. I don't know how far he got. He played with a buddy who hasn't played PoE before. I don't know if too many people who did a minion playthrough. Thunder beats Beetle, yeah, apparently so. Kill the boss 2 screens away. It's a melee class, by the way. Yep, that's classic Sunder. That's the Sunder life right there. I want to start minions. Minions seem pretty decent, but yeah, not a lot of people I think did it on the playtest. Also, very few people got this far anyways. Havoc and Noogie were pretty try-harding, right? They were zooming. You think the early access they will suspend the game to finish it or just transition it into release live? It'll be just a transition thing. They'll keep adding content to the early access until they're close enough to the bridging the gap of what they want on the full release, and then they'll be like, they take down the servers for 2 days or whatever it is, and then they'll have the live launch. Does the game feel with a controller? I've never used one on ARPG before, but being able to move around attack controller seems to be, it's gonna be more efficient. Controller felt good until you manage your inventory. Management on inventory, you're gonna want mouse and keyboard, or it's gonna be stronger or more efficient to do mouse and keyboard for managing the inventory. But the controller felt pretty good, just gameplay wise. The dual wield still block, or is just a shield thing now? I think it might just be a shield thing now. Because all the block nodes are increased chance to block, and shields have base block, right? Can you swap seamlessly? They do not have that in yet. It's a feature that Jonathan wants to add, but they don't have it yet. Hold on. What was the zone change? The Keth Sanctum. Okay, maybe it... I swear it was Keith earlier. What did they do? Always has been Keith. Well, it said Keth for this one. Surely Keth is a typo and it's supposed to be Keith. I could dream right. Perfect time to gear swap is when you're getting rezzed. Inventory management is my biggest worry. Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be that case that inventory management is hard with a controller. Once they add the ability to seamlessly use your mouse and keyboard, then it's going to be not as big of a deal. But until then, that's the downside you take with controller. They got a box? Yes, we did. We got a div card from it. I love the res animation. Wait, he hasn't used his weapon set passives yet? He has 2 passives in his inventory. He doesn't know. Why did every D4 streamer get a unique? RNG, man. RNG, baby. PoE content creators got a div. Fextra got an early alpha copy. I don't think we want PoE content creators getting an early alpha. You know what I mean? I think it's fine if you give some bad player journalist early alpha because they're not going to figure out anything anyways. But you give good players the early alpha, then they might actually have something figured out before the game launches. You know, there's more risk there, right? Thoughts of random arrows with the Witch Hunter? Does it work with crossbow or is it limited to regular bow? It's probably fine. Random arrows might be decent. Give Ben early alpha, yeah. Just give the best player early alpha. I don't feel like control will be better than mouse and keyboard. I just don't think it will be. I think it'll be more chill for sure, 100%. But the moment you go to inventory management, it just feels worse. If Ben had early alpha, he'd be playing Chonk. He 100% would not be playing Chonk. There's no shot. The only saving grace for Chonk is the other nodes we don't know have to be Giga OP to carry the bad nodes on Chonk. Are there gonna be some PoE 1 habits that'll be hard to break, like weapon sets being useful for more than just leveling gems? I can see that, sure, 100%. There's definitely gonna be a lot of like. Oh, what's an example? I think people are getting baited by the leech thing because of PoE 1, because of how leech works at PoE 1 with instant leech. I think that's a good example of people being baited. Is they're making the assumption that they'll have a large amount of damage where that instant leech will just constantly be full healing them, and it isn't going to be. What exactly is Chonk? The Acolyte of Chayula Monk, also known as the greatest bait since Poison Tornado Shot Occultist. Does this brick CI? Poison and bleed bypass. No, neither of those brick CI. Poison is chaos damage, which you're literally immune to. And bleed, however, it does pass your energy shield. If you are a CI character, bleed cannot be inflicted unless you take damage to your life pool, which means you can't be inflicted with bleed if you have a bunch of ES in front of it. By the time they hit your life pool, you're already dead because you have 1 life, right? Tornado Shot Pathfinder? That might have been okay. I don't freaking know. Witch Hunter's the biggest bait? Nah. Witch Hunter's just generically good. I think Witch Hunter, of the classes we've seen, of the nodes we know, is just... It's just generic decent stuff. Like, the Explode's just decent. It has some DPS nodes that are just decent. I don't think it's anything gonna be like... I don't think it's gonna be OP or exceptional, but... I don't think you can go wrong clicking it. Yeah, is immune to bleed? Basically, yes. That's what I'm saying. Witch Hunter's safe. That's what I think. It's just generic damage. I think it's just safe. Holy! My guy got roasted. F the Chonk, Shaolin Monk's the way. Yeah, I think the Invoker's just gonna be better than Chonk. Chonk needs the last nodes that we don't know to be insanely good. Witch Hunter's gonna have Giga clear speed. Yeah, they explode. If you've seen some of the trailer videos of it, looks pretty nice. Got good AoE, good percent base damage. ALA seems bad at clear. Clearing is just harder than it is in PoE1. Monsters fight back. This is something that you have to like understand. Monsters are not, I shoot once, the entire screen dies. Or at least they aren't for the campaign. And I imagine that's gonna carry over till you have a really OP character type of thing. Looks like they aren't focusing resistances. On their gear, they collectively have like 10 res. They don't have any gear. Like their gear is really bad. You have to keep in mind, Havoc and Nugi, they showed up and they're just like, we're just gonna go. They're not really taking too much time trying to acquire gear or re-gear. They're just like, their sole focus is to get through to as many bosses as possible, right? It's a game they've never played before. They're just gonna go in and try to go fast. But yeah, their gearing is rough. They're just trying to get through stuff ASAP. So they didn't overgear for anything. They're just going straight through it. Just like Ruthless, it's definitely not like Ruthless. Way more gear drops than freaking Ruthless. Way more currency drops. But the initial power is definitely dialed back, and Ruthless doesn't have monsters that fight back. Ruthless is PoE1. Oh no. Oh no, this doesn't look so good. You better run. Do you think we're gonna see more Ascendency points? Maybe. The hasted bats, yeah. I think this is something they changed too between this playtest and where we are now. I think they were just using some of the mods from... Oh no, the bats won. I think that's some of the stuff they changed, is like rare monster modifiers. Like, oh, do you guys remember? Do you guys remember the Exile Con footage of, who was it? I think it was Preach. I want to say it was Preach. He was doing like, you know how they have like the preset characters? And he was like doing the Act 4 warrior or whatever. And the first zone he went in or whatever had a rare monster that was like life regen and like extra life or something. And he just couldn't do any damage to it because it was just giga overtuned. Because I'm pretty sure what happened is they're just like, okay, we're going to copy and paste our rare monster system for now and then we'll fix it later type of thing. But they were just trying to get something like working. And so he got giga cooked by those monster mods all being on that thing. How do you gain power charges now? One example is Culling Palm, I believe, gives you a power charge when you cull an enemy. There's going to be certain skills that can grant them, or there might be ways to passively generate them, or stuff on the tree. It was Mathel. There might have been something where Mathel had that happen too. I know for sure Preach had it happen on his showcase. Mathel, did he do the warrior too? He might have done the warrior too. A lot of PvE1 players just want the game to be face roll as a hardcore as the game can be in some aspects. That's super surprising to me. I don't want it to be face roll. I hope they do a good job of making it hard and making combat meaningful. I think that'll be a massive improvement to current PoE. Dude, click the 2 passives. Please, Noogie. Please, they're right there. 2 passives. For anyone that wants Facebook on it, PoE1 still exists, exactly. Buy Flask? Yeah, this is from the playtest in June. Yes, click it. Click it. So start for PvE2 content? Yeah. This is just the longest 10 days. What we saw on the preview killed my what's the word? It just completely killed my ability to want to do anything else. It would be so weird dealing with Sagas at 326. Oh yeah, it's gonna be like the Sagas is probably one of the biggest upgrades about PvE2 is the Saga stuff. It's so nice. I'm playing WoW, but I don't want to. You might need to get help if that's the case. Sounds like you need some like an intervention or something. I'm still trying to complete my challenges. I think the collective amount of PoE gameplay I've done since the reveal stream is I've logged in. I've done a couple Faustus trades. I think I did that like 3 times. And I even stopped doing that. I went from like 40 divines to 200 divines from a couple of Faustus trades, like, you know, like long-term ones. And I still have gold and I could do more Faustus trades and I haven't even logged back in to do that. I've just been like, nah. What's the point? What are weapon set skill passives? Basically, they're regular passives, but you can apply them to either your offhand or your main hand, like your main set of weapons or your backup set of weapons. So the idea is you could have an ability that's tied to your second set of weapons. That's maybe like, let's say a crossbow, and you have a grenade skill or whatever, and you grab some grenade passives with like 20 of your weapon set passives. And then on your other weapon, you have a bow, and you have some regular like lightning arrow bow stuff for clear. And you have 20 of your passives that are set to bow stuff. And when you weapon swap between the two, it'll swap the passive trees for the more efficient thing. You depleted the helical market? That was forever ago. Yeah, you're gonna have to log into Heist. Get to work. Archdem mobs return on Calandras. There's not gonna be Archdem mobs. Based on their interview, it sounded like they're being pretty intentional about making sure certain combination of mods don't appear on monsters. Or at least that's what it sounded like. Stop taking notes. Oh wait, shoot, no. Okay, we've just been in the zone for a while. This is still the Keth Sanctum. So now we're fighting the Forsaken Sun. I did get distracted. This zone seems pretty hard. They died like 3 times in here. How are you playing? I'm not playing, guys. This is a video from June. We're observing. How many regrets for a build review, Lance? Are you even up for a quickie review? I'm pretty locked on PoE2, man. I don't really want to do a build review. Sorry, Sovereign. My PoE brain is completely it's just PoE2. I don't know, man. Ever since the reveal, I've lost all thinking about PoE1 entirely, essentially. It's fine. Yeah, sorry about that. You gotta catch me on a better day. Which might be for a while. I think I'm gonna be hooked on PoE2 for a while. Come on, mess him up. Mess him up. Talk to the water goddess. Hey, the water goddess, okay.
That wound.
What on earth? What? The heck? Talk to water
Expected divinity
goddess,
to be such a
then
curse.
light her on fire. This is the lore, guys. This is the lore. Okay, you kill the big fiery dude, and then you talk to the lady, and then you light her on fire. That's the lore. Now we know. What happened to going blind? I never said anything about going blind. I want to know where I am supposed to go prior. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Said thank you, so it's okay. Yeah, she was in a lot of pain. Her entire like stomach was like all chopped up.
There was a
Back to town. Okay, so this is there's no longer a higher level supports, right? Dude, hover over some of these wands, man. I want to see what these things do. Adjust your camera. Oh shoot, yeah, my bad. When I'm walking versus not walking, I'm like a lot like higher up or whatever.
what?
You have thoughts of Extra Life posting a review on early access 1 week before the EA starts? Seems like they screwed up on something that was supposed to be under NDA. Did he just buy 2? He just gambled 2. What the heck? He really wants movement speed.
Yes?
New Sork nodes. The Chonk Dream is in shambles. The Chonk Dream was always in shambles. The Chonk Dream was never not in shambles. Valley of Titan.
I'm forbidden by the terms of the third pact from
Yeah, this will be nice. If we have the boss thing and we can hover over it and it'll tell us what the reward is for killing it, that's really nice.
invoking the right to
Why
free
is
my
Chonk
son.
so bad? Darkness nodes are complete bait unless there's Darkness Reservation as like a follow-up node. 10 max cast red. That node's okay. I mean, there could be some synergy somewhere. On kill nut mods are kind of whatever. And instant leech, there's just not a lot of sources of leech. It's pretty much all fizz leech. Monk has a bunch of like elemental staff stuff near it. A lot of the skills are elemental staff stuff. The leech sources just seem bad. So you might have instant leech, but it's not going to be great. Like Valley of Titans, is that what it's called? I'm gonna full clear everything, yeah. I think I'm probably gonna full clear stuff too, but I kind of want to just have an idea of where I get. I'm gonna keep saying it. I just want to have it mentally locked in of what I'm doing. I don't want to be pausing places and being like, where do I go? Spawn during the Zest fight, yeah. Ooh, look at these little snake dudes. Kind of neat. Jumping out of everywhere. The breach pickup stuff is not on kill. Hey. I can picture it right now. This forge is key to the Crucible by my ancestors, blah, blah, blah. You guys remember the dialogue that occurs in Crucible whenever you go to the Valley of Titan, I don't even know what it's called. The Forge or whatever. Forgot it after all this time. If we can get some good sources of non-Fizz Leech, mana scaling for attacks, Chonk could be great. Yeah, that's a big cope. Hey, unique boots. What do we have? What do we have? Movement speed, stun threshold, iron reflex. Yo, iron reflex boots. Neat.
Ancient power.
Neat. You want me to do this? Then this. Like that. Good idea. That better? Sorcery ward boots? Yeah, if it's too awkward to path out there. But I don't know, man. I feel like you'd want to path. Like, you're already on the. That's literally right outside the duelist area. For a second, I thought you were playing. Yeah, a couple people have come in here and thought I'm playing PoE2. I'm not. We're looking at Havoc's playthrough. People are sleeping on movement skills. There aren't that many. No, there's very few, and most of them are. Pretty much all of them are like target enemy this, target enemy that. Type it in both YouTube and Twitch so you saw it. Thanks, dude. Okay. Activate multiple titans. Is it like 3 titans? They've done 2 so far. Orson's gonna play? Hell yeah. Orson's gonna play a slam build. He's gonna go Hunga Bunga. Hunga Bunga, whatever you call it. Gonna warrior it up. Look, your builds are gonna be zooming. Are they? Metagaming, Lance. What do you mean metagaming? I just want to be prepared. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone's gonna play PoE2? Oh, what did that say? You ran up here. Place the relic in the altar that you found. That means I need to press X here. Activate 2 Titan statues. Get relic from 3rd. Is that what they're doing? These Titan corpses? Something like that. It's called the Valley of Titans. Did you set up YouTube channel membership? No, I haven't done that. I forgot. I forgot about that, to be honest. I forgot I said I was gonna figure that out. I'll do it after this stream. I'll do it after this stream. What was that thrust attack? I'm not sure. Enter the grotto. I think this is 3 Titan seals. Lights is too scared to let us give him money. I'll figure it out, guys. I'll figure it out. There's something that gives you free frenzy generation. You can convert that to power. That was like 1 frenzy charge every 6 seconds. I don't know if I'd call that like easy generation. Not something I would like want to rely on, type of thing. Some big skeletons, yeah. People need to start using those for their little minions. Or Spectre and the big skeletons to hang out with your little skeletons. Walking Goliath. Axe. Yo, Kyre, appreciate the sub, man. I wonder if there's gonna be the same duration for charges. On Bajira's playthrough, it looked like charges lasted 20 seconds. So I think that's more than... No, they have 20 here too as well. That's a change then. What about party drops? Party play, you get more drops than you do if you're playing solo. It's supposed to be balanced. Is it Friday yet? Nope. Well, technically, is it Friday? No, it's Saturday. we have a few days to go. These enemies look annoying. Yeah, they're doing a lot of hopping. Let me in. You gotta keep waiting, man. It's gonna be a bit. Have I seen the GitHub skill tree? Yeah, but it's not very filled out. It's basically just stuff we already know. We'll be waiting for servers once they crash. They're not gonna crash, okay? They'll leave in something. Ooh, okay. Okay, that's good to know. So the grotto is close to the start of this zone. Enter grotto, close to start of zone. It will appear. Interesting, because they were wandering like all over this place looking for it. That's good to know. If we know it's close to the grotto, that'll save time, or close to the start.
The first one's
And this playthrough of the map's like PoE1. I don't know what you mean by that. MP mentioned that layouts are more random than in PoE1. That could be a bit the case. I think for maps, that's for sure the case. I don't know about campaign though. More spiders, yeah, they're freaking everywhere, man. Procedural generation, yeah, so I think there'd be a few different layouts that you can get. When were these recorded? This was the June playtest. So certain things have changed. This has auto leveling gems, whereas now, like, support gems only have level 1 level, for example. Some of the UI menus changed, more skills and sports got added. There's a lot of things that have changed from this playtest, but the important thing about this playtest I care about is the act progression. Flasks, yep, 2 versus 5. Is the skill tree window like that because of co-op? Yes. This allows basically 2 players to mess with their skill tree at the same time. It's just a co-op thing.
Just wait. I'm not ready.
Is it console gaming? Yeah, it's nice for party play for consoles. Whose game footage is this? This is Havoc and Noogie. Yeah, no, the menu thing is just couch co-op, guys. To support the couch co-op enjoyers.
Just wait.
Glad they're supporting it. Yeah. I think there's gonna be definitely a lot of people that have like, you know, close friends they want to do couch co-op with. It's gonna be a good time. Many games don't have it. Yeah, I don't know what happened over the past like 15 years, but it feels like just less and less games support it. I feel like it was like pretty much every game supported couch co-op, and then I don't know what changed. But it just seemed like less and less games over time support it. Online play happened, yeah. Multiplayer became more of a thing, more of a selling point. What's their level? They're about like level 25, 26, or 27 around there-ish, I think. I haven't paid attention too closely to the last time I leveled up. The zone looks like a maze. Yeah, I think this is where they fight the Forgotten Titan or whatever. What's this guy's name?
Like the dreamer.
The Colossus. Do we know if there's a death penalty for revive? Revive can't be done in maps. It can be done in campaign. There's no penalty, I believe. Well, there might be an XP penalty depending on like what act you're in, but that I'm not sure. The problem is no one can afford couches. Oh no. Heavy stun and then DPS window. So he's shooting the roof to cause spikes to fall from the sky. People say varied sweets, yeah. Imagine you could fall off the platform or like get knocked off. That would be a pretty wild mechanic. Doing pretty good. Got a stun on him. Bosses are over top. I freaking love them, man. They look so freaking fun. 42% shock, yeah. Every time that he's been shocking, he's getting 42 shocks. The shock change is very different. It's basically once you proc it, you always get 42 or the set value. I think it's 30, and maybe he has shock effect on this character. Hold on. Did that give anything? Was that a quest reward, or is that like some passive benefit? Quest item, okay. What happens when you apply 2 shocks? They would take... Well, if you have a 42 shock and then you have 2 of them, you'd have a 42 of 42, which would be 84% increased damage taken. 30 in this build, and then they lowered it to 20 recently. Interesting. Has Rage changed at all? Rage is different in PoE2. I don't know what exactly how Rage works in PoE2. I think it can interact with making skills like Empowered or whatever, but outside that, I don't know. Maybe there's some other stuff that it does too. Good damage is how you inflict the ailments. Yeah, the way it works is enemies have an ailment threshold. Let's say it's 25%. I don't know, that might be the number, it might not be, but let's say their ailment threshold is 1,000. You have to inflict like 25% of their ailment threshold. That means you need to do 250 damage of fire to inflict an ignite. And the hit that inflicts the ignite depends how big the hit is for how big the ignite is. It's some weird stuff like that. What about archmages added mana cost? It's added to the base. So let's say you have a skill that costs 50 mana, and then you have, let's say, 1,000 mana, and you add 5%. The base cost will go from 50 to 100, and then get multiplied by your support gems. Will you share these? Yeah, I will. I'll make a video with the pay spin and stuff. Mastodon Badlands. Akazara. Sala. Desert map. Mastodon. Badlands. This is where we fight the Mastodon that they showcased that one time, I believe. There's a Stormweaver leak at. It was a very quick tech stock. We don't know if it's a legitimate leak or not. The things that were showcased on the supposed leak was permanent arcane surge, which could be real, and arcane surge effect based on how much mana you have. And there was an exposure node. That was the node that was in the leak. We don't know if that's real or not. As far as leaks go, it looked kind of scuffed. Those lands must be very bad if Rayclassians call it the Badlands. Yeah. Who's the player on the right? He keeps dying. It's Havoc. He's playing a monk. His gear's scuffed, and the early game of warrior versus, like, okay, basically the early game of you get to click strength on your passive points is a pretty big difference in how much flat life you have early, which is a big difference in how tanky you are initially in like the very early game. I'm not coping right now. You are. What do you mean? He's giving us a preview of the Chonk gameplay. Exactly. Yeah, this is the Chonk experience. Do mobs respawn in the new build? I don't know. I don't feel like they did. No, did they? I think they might have if you die. That death screen is gonna be a familiar sight on Lance's stream. Hey man, hey. Too close to the truth, okay? Relax. Is Arv gonna make it in PvE2? It is. Jonathan confirmed it's gonna be a thing. He also confirmed that it's changing. We don't know how it's changing. They're probably gonna add it when they add Templar. So we're missing a lot of details, essentially. We need more information. Did playtesters agree to not play Witch or something? I think it's just not a lot of people play minion builds, so not a lot of people that went to the event wanted to play a minion build. and which was advertised as the minion build when we were there, right? I have insider info. The new RF is Death Soak. Nope, nope, that's a lie. That is a lie. Don't trust him. Extra life video has been taken down. Yep. Which I'm guessing means it was NDA or something. You have died. Rest in peace. Living bomb time. Oh, with the Syrian touch. I wonder what living bomb does. Wait, hold on. I want to look. Did they get another? That's another. They got another one. They could dual wield +3 all spells, man.
You'll see.
They should have had a caster on this run, man. They could have had dual life sprigs. The god run. I'm not rolling Chonk, but in my defense, 1 or 2 uniques could make it viable. That could apply to anything, though, to be fair. If the Ascendency nodes we don't know are just completely overpowered, then it can make a bad Ascendency good, right? The Ascendancies we know for sure aren't necessarily Giga overpowered are the ones we've got full information on, right? Most likely GGG is going to keep within level balance, which means Chonk's going to be bad, but maybe they forget how to balance it and there's some super OP thing that carries it. I wonder how impactful they are at this level. I think they're about 10%, probably. Similar to what PoE normally is. Is that how big the curse radius is on the... Is he self-casting vulnerability? Is that how big the radius is on his vulnerability curse? With the self-cast? That ain't right, man. That's such a small little circle. No, my blasphemy is gonna be way bigger, guys. My blasphemy is gonna be huge. We literally looked at the footage. The blasphemy is like this giant circle. It's like this big. It's like, you put increased AoE on, boom, screen wide. Boom, screen wide. That's all it's gonna take. You have any idea what you're planning to launch? I'm playing Stormweaver Sork. Unless Chronomancer's nodes that are hidden are Giga OP, I'm playing Stormweaver Sork. Increased AoE for the curse? Yeah, man. Dude, if the curse numbers go in like they are in PoE 2DB, hell yeah. He's posting a lot of Chonk or Sork propaganda that's gonna log into Chonk. No, that's not happening. I'm not trying to trick people so I can have Chonk all to myself. I have literally zero faith in Chonk. Zero faith in Chonk. I'm gonna do Stormweaver? Hell yeah. Level 28, by the way? Yeah, not too bad. They're cooking. I felt like archmage is bait. You're entitled to your opinion. It's okay to be wrong. It's not a crime. Warbringer, Corrupting Cry. Now that's some cope. That is some majestic level cope. Feels like Jesus increased base numbers and cap scaling while making other scaling a little hard. The biggest changes I've seen is base damage is lower. Like, spell base damage is lower. At a level 20 skill is dealing like 2,000 fly damage or something on like a normal skill like Fireball. In PoE 2, it looks like it's gonna be like 500 or 300 or 200, like much lower. The other thing I've noticed is crit chance. The availability of increased crit chance is like non-existent. So I think it's no longer going to be a game of like every good build has capped crit chance. I think it's going to be much more of a special thing to have a character that has consistent crits. Those are some of the biggest things I've seen in terms of trying to dial down the damage scaling in compared to PoE 1. The bone pits. Like that is reasonable because high-end attack is going to be lower. I think it's just a matter of like scaling. Like, if you make it so your base damage is 5x lower, then you just make the boss HP 5x lower. Like you can, it's probably easier to quantify how powerful something is. First, to me, it seems like they're going to be one big hit type of thing. Yeah, like you set up Hand of Chayula, or I forget what, there's some skills that can set up to guarantee you a crit type of thing, stuff like that. Am I gonna be in maps in 8 hours? No, probably not. I don't know, I'd be surprised if I got the maps in 8 hours. RF still being in the game and being focused on Templar gives me hope for some good ascendancies. Yeah, Templar and Druid are gonna be a good time, hopefully. Strength int is always the best, my friend. There's no shot RF is what you want it to be. Hey, hey, shut up. Let me dream. Let me dream. Let me believe in something. I love RF, but let it go. Lamau. It's gonna exist. From watching the Acts 1 and 2 playthroughs, I think a lot of people will be there in 8 to 10 hours. So they're doing most of 1 through Act 2 in 4 hours. And they do Act 3, and then you do Cruel, or you do it again. I don't know, man. I think you have to be probably pretty dang efficient. I think it's gonna be realistic for people to be able to do the acts in 8 hours, but I think it's gonna maybe require a practice run or two. Who knows? Maybe it'll literally just be that people are completing it sub 10 hours day one. These people have no faith. I know, it's crazy, right? No buffs with charges. Yeah, charges are just a completely different like thing. BB2. John said the zoom picks up in Cruel. Yeah, I would think so. You got your spec'd out character. You got your abilities going. You're kind of cruising type of thing at that point. Viewers do it in 6 hours? I would be surprised. On the first try, never playing it before? I don't know. I think there's gonna be a wake up call of PoE 2 being substantially harder than PoE 1 in terms of like difficulty of completing the bosses and people getting hard locked on some bosses if they haven't properly geared their character or something. Sub 8 to 10 is extreme cope in my opinion with all the new content, not knowing where to go. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. I don't feel compelled to add charges into every build. Yeah, it's nice that they're a different thing. Okay, I kind of need to pee. I bet we've been streaming for a while. I need to pee. Hold on. Give me a sec. Does my water need to be topped off too? Let me check. I'll top off my water too, hopefully, so that way we don't run out of water soon. All right, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. We'll continue to watch the playthrough. Okay. Yes, I grabbed a cheese stick and some tiny little cracker things. No, I do not feel bad about it. Where were we? Pal is jealous that Lance has perfected the art of the stall. I have not perfected the art of the stall. We do necessary things every stream on a regular basis that is not superfluous / stalling. My Chonk is hideout trading for me. No. You do not have a Chonk trading for you. No shot. No one's demanding Vextra get nuked. Dude, should they be? How do you see the balance between archmage and one of the procs and ailment things? How do I see the balance? Archmage has more scaling, but initially you won't have the mana for it. Late game Archmage seems very good to me though. Hence why I'm starting it with the plan to go Archmage. Recoup's gonna be in PoE 2? Correct. Yeah, I've seen it on rares and on tree, I'm pretty sure. That's a big size earthquake. Let's go, Noogie. I don't think there's gonna be things not figured out for Archmage. What are they? What are they? He just thinks that maybe the best way to build Archmage might not be figured out by the time he swaps to his second build. Which could be true. You know, like, so let's say Indigon's in the game. How hard is it going to be to sustain, like, an Indigon setup type of thing? Woodajo has a new video of Monk gameplay and he hovers over the notables in the Monk area. Does he really? Okay, I'm kind of curious. I'm going to want to look at that. We'll check that out after we finish this. We're really close to finishing. I love the idea of looking at more notables. Did Woody play the most recent playtest then? I can link it, sure. We'll pause it on the other tab or whatever. Is PoE 2 waiting room from the longest edge of my life? Yeah. It's gonna happen soon, TM. Do we know how many Ascendency nodes we'll get? On release, we'll have 36. Initially, we're gonna have 12 Ascendencies to choose from. There was an August playtest. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Are you kidding me, Grins? You dropped a mirror in Necro Settlers? After the Mage Blood while leveling an axe? You shut the... Your RNG for PoE 2 is gone. I was not invited. No, I didn't make the cut. Still haven't seen a leech note on the tree. Most I've seen of leech is like leech on like your weapon. I just hope they keep whatever seed is for my account. Let's go, boss fight! Ekbab and Black Rib. Does the NDA live for people before the release date? I have no idea. What's the move here? Who do you kill first? I would imagine the fight changes based on which one you kill. But as for which one you should kill first, I don't know. Is he trying to portal? Dude, look at those power charges. Use Falling Thunder. He was gonna be huge. Yeah, I'm wondering how early we should log in, start pressing the login button. How prepared should we be? Is he gonna be outdated? He just hovered over Ghost Reaver? Yeah, which was not in the November playtest. The thing is, everything we can find on these playtests is still gonna be outdated by the time it gets to full release. They're gonna be changing things, like EV is gone apparently, right? I'll do it for a div. Nope. I'm not making that transaction. I have thousands of hours in PoE1 and I farm multiple mirrors, but I've never dropped one myself. I believe I've been saving luck for PoE2 copium. Yep. 100%. After all these moments, you'll now be ready to drop the mirror.
Join the dead, you so defiled.
EV's just removed. That's what the most recent thing we got told based on Viper-esque.
These it'll if my
Award. What does this do?
Thank you. I am honored.
Quest item, okay. Speak to definitely not sin, yeah. About to delete his main weapon on accident. They figured archmage would be too strong? Maybe, or you know, it could be a lot of reasons, right? Some next level sweat. What, them playing is sweaty? Oh, wait, where'd they just go? Hold. They're going back to the Valley of Titans to do the relics. I see. This you don't do until later. Wait, did he just go the wrong way? Maybe that's not the way he's supposed to go. Wait, this is the first, determined to be the first on endgame. I'm definitely not determined to be the first on endgame. I just want to have a rough idea of where I'm supposed to go. Okay? Are Divines in PoE2? Correct. Yep, they are. They do the same thing as PoE1, I believe. Okay, so let's say you don't do this. they're lost. Ancient vows, insert relics. Okay. Going back to the Keth Sanctum. Where are they going, man? They're so lost. Ancient vows, insert relics. The Trail of Corruption. Use the desert map to travel to the burial spires. They need to go to the burial spires. What they need to do. The relic thing they could still go back and do, though, I think. Insert relics. I'm gonna put question marks around this because I don't know if you're actually supposed to do this, but I think that's a thing. Burial spires.
If you find Liluma's body,
I didn't expect burial spires to be so beautiful.
You'll see.
Use the horn. Ooh, that's a good point. They did have to use the horn, didn't they? I don't know if this is a thing. I'm gonna tab this over just because it's kind of random. Act 2 town. Use horn at the front of the caravan. Playing slowly Sork? Oh yeah. I'm pretty convinced about Stormweaver Sork. I think Stormweaver Sork is gonna be very good. I'm a firm believer currently. Like how meaty Act 2 is. Both acts are pretty meaty. Act 1 was pretty meaty. This is pretty meaty. Can you make it out of Google Doc? I'll just have like a pastebin link, I think. I'm gonna make a video going over this stuff. And I'm gonna look at more, we're gonna look at some more videos too, because I want to make sure this like progression makes sense. See if we can find any more Act 2 progression stuff. Is melee life stacking blood mage a bait? That might work. I mean, there's no reason that you couldn't do that. A lot of the nodes are generic type, they would work with attacks too. At least the Ascendency points would. I believe you've gained a power turret recently. You see that? Got on top of the stump. Jumped up there. Flexing his skills. I thought he was gonna completely kill PoE 1. For me, it's killed it already in terms of like my interest to play PoE 1. I think I'll probably still be able to get hyped for a new league though, to be honest. But I don't know, man. We'll see how fun it is. Earn the final letter. Find the final letter next to quest item on dead. I can't bring myself to load PoE 1 after all the teasers. Same.
you found a letter. When I have
For Return quest item to Shambrin. Get 2 weapon set passives. There we go. Feels like GG kill PoE when they let settlers last indefinitely at this point. That has nothing to do with whether or not PoE lives or dies. Whether PoE lives or dies depends on if they do another like league launch, which they're gonna do another league launch. But the thing that would actually be able to kill their besides just stopping doing league launches entirely is if they make PoE 1 so good that no one even cares about logging into PoE, or make PoE 2 so good they don't care about logging in. This is some curse stuff. Do I want to look at this all easy? Do I have to look at it? Shut down PoE 1 for more EA servers, base egg? Nah, I don't think they're gonna do that. You gotta do a Google Doc after your video is out for a few days so we don't have to watch the video while using it on EA. I'm gonna attach like a text file, guys. I'm not gonna make you look at the video and scroll through it to find the various texts. I'm gonna do a video where I go over basically the various things about like, so I, you know, like maybe what I wrote doesn't make sense to, or isn't very clear, you know, I'm gonna talk through it, but I'm gonna have a text file like in the description. Yeah, like a paste method. I'm a bit worried about the performance of PoE 1. Is it as crap as the first? First of all, how dare you? PoE 1's performance, all things considered, is freaking good. What are you smoking? The amount of calculations and things being rendered, like, is pretty freaking solid. Are you gonna play Wazda? I'm gonna play Wazda.
I pray I'm not too late.
Why clips the average town experience? Is this something to do with goblins? It has to do with goblins, right? I don't want to listen to goblins. Last Epoch is crap, no thanks. What game do you like? You don't like PoE 1. You don't like Last Epoch. What's the game that you can write home and be like, this makes me happy? Good night all. Alright, Manic Monkey, have a good night, dude. E4, hate every game. Being upset about, you know what? I bet he's a Reddit main. That's what I think right now. He prefers Netflix over games. He said the performance sucks. To me, that's so freaking cooked, though. He just said he doesn't want to play PoE since the teasers. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying too. So he's a piece of PoE 1 enjoyer. I don't think PoE 1's performance is bad though. I think for the amount of things being rendered and calculated, it makes sense. Like certain builds are gonna perform badly because of what you're doing numerically. Whoa, whoa, what the hell? He's hacking. He just left Havoc behind. That's what they're gonna do. That's smart. Pour it in and out. The strategy. The performance would be worse, but I would think it would be better. But who freaking knows? Dude, they're cheesing this leaf slam so hard. I don't know if it's really helping them, but it's kind of funny. That's all I'm asking. It's okay. I just I get hostile to people that seem needlessly critical about things that aren't like worded. Like I don't think PvE1's performance is bad at all. So calling it crap seems a bit cooked.
Just wait.
Lance can't read. I do struggle with reading. He's not wrong. Is this actually how you're supposed to go through the zone? There's no shot this is how they're supposed to go through the zone. Because, like, Leap Slam is one of the only skills that can do that. But there's very few movement skills. Did I remember to buy a pilfering ring? I did buy a pilfering ring last night. I broke down and I did it. I made the purchase. I hope it's gonna be worth it. For Poe too.
Just wait.
Well, that one with extra life. They broke their NDA or something, I guess. They made a video about something they weren't supposed to make a video on. I think. What's the pilfer ring? It's an MTX that keeps track of how much currency you pick up. The data miners are at work. I don't think there's a downloadable packet yet for PC, right? There's the Xbox one, but outside that, I don't think the data miners are at work yet, unless they can figure that out. You bought any packs? Yep, I bought the Augum pack. We were promised data miners. The data miners are tied specifically to them giving the friggin' the download packet or whatever for PC. There's some accusations of people data mining NDA copies. You think that happened? Can I gift a key to a friend? If so, how? You give him the freaking text and he can redeem it on his PoE. So if you have a buddy and you have like the keys, if you go to your My account, your PathXL 2 early access, it's there. Okay, so this was Sacred Spires. Is the zone they're going to? Wait a minute! Where the hell are we? What was this zone called? Oh no. Is it Burial Spires? This is Burial Spires too, isn't it? I have to go back now. I wasn't paying attention.
I'm not ready.
I'm not too late.
Oh no, have I been muted for how long? Don't worry about it. He muted because he's in Discord with Fags for the info? No. No NDA info going on here. 4 hours. I've not been muted for 4 hours. I remember like less than an hour ago, my mic did that weird thing where it started making a bunch of crazy noise and you guys were like freaking out about it. Howdy y'all. Hey Tables, how you doing, man? When you blow your nose, yeah. Freaking mute my mic for it and then forget about it. Am I still gonna go ES on release? Yeah, 100%. ES is looking hella good. Dude, that earthquake, man. He needs to use that more often. It looks good.
You are relentless.
100%? More like 400% increase ES? Yeah, there's a ton of ES on the tree. Like, just a ton of it. ES is good, so Chonk is good. No. 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 Chonk? Not good. That's all I wanted to say. Gotta check you right there. Don't forget to notate this. Oh yeah, what's this boss called? Defiler, right? Togo the Defiler. Boss fight's so cool. You playing or watching? We are watching. This is a playtest that happened previously. You cannot currently play Path of Exile 2. It will become available on December 6th Extreme. Chonk shaming? I'm not chonk shaming, guys. I'm just giving the chonk players the facts. They think they're gonna show up, log into chonk, and have a good time. It's a good thing I've warned them. Shed some pounds on the treadmill, and then he starts chonking. Chonk needs to see the rest of the Ascendency. Chonk needs a Hail Mary, like, giga hit for it to turn out well for him. Thoughts on Infernalist? Infernalist is probably okay as a minion starter. If you're planning to click the Demoness or the Infernal Flame nodes, you're gonna have a very bad experience on the when you click your first Ascendency. Fury Trickster or Chonk? No. How dare you, first of all. Thoughts on wand shield versus staff? I'm probably gonna prefer one hand plus shield over staff. Shield just seems insane. But if I'm planning to pick minions and Demoness, don't click Demoness as your first Ascendency point. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't click the Demoness node as your first Ascendency point. Did you buy snacks already for the 6? You know, actually, I have not bought my snacks yet. I mean, I might need to start pre-buying some snacks. Maybe don't click Demoness at all. That could also be the answer. I'm gonna freestyle the Blood Mage. I respect it. Need some fresh snacks for launch? Absolutely. My Trickster has 19k ES, and your Chonk has like 7k, and it leeches about 100 ES per second. Do the math, man. They're not remotely comparable. Would Stormweaver work with lightning minions? Probably not, based on what we've currently seen. Demon looks so cool, I feel like it can't suck. I think I'm gonna want to do a Demoness for like my second build, but I think it just needs some support to be able to sustain the uptime. I think it's gonna be too hard to get that sustain going in your first playthrough. Who needs leech when you can literally take no damage with Warbringer? The jade armor. If I go monk, do I go for I am thunder or I am the blizzard? I would probably go for neither of those, to be honest. If you're an invoker, let's hope the other like tangent things are good. Each of those nodes are like 10% more damage. Honestly, the shock ground node is actually probably pretty decent, to be honest. I am the thunder or whatever, or they're probably okay. You know, guaranteed chills or guaranteed shocks, they're probably okay.
For the snack fund.
For the snack fund? What was that? What's that notification? I just heard something play audio in the background. I don't even know what it's for. Am I filtering out notifications? Was that a donation of some kind? That is, you know, all I heard was for the snack. All I heard was for the snack fund. It was 15 bucks. Was that from you, Monotos? Thanks, man. I didn't. Okay, something's scuffed then on my. I'm not getting the notification for that. So I've filtered it somehow. It was from somebody named Chonk for life. Was it really? I think someone donate again. Don't donate again right now. I'm not prepared. Okay, did that work? I think I filtered it somehow. I don't know how. How hard is this boss? He looks pretty chunky, to be honest. But by the time you're at this boss, you should already have your first lab, right? Lance, what is your opinion on the bosses dropping items that increase resistance permanently? Is 2 bosses in Act 1 that drop items that increase cold res by 10? I think there's only one that gives you 10 cold res. It's probably just nice to help counteract the minus res per act. I don't know, I like it. Nice little something that feels rewarding when you kill a boss. Boss is well done, crazy animations. Yeah, it's freaking sick. Dude's juiced. Don't know all because you didn't donate enough? No, it's not because of that. I bricked something. When I set up the multi-stream, I think I might have bricked the... Oh my word, I got, it was from somebody named Chonk for life. I thought you guys were joking.
For the snack fund.
Thank you, Chonk for life. Thank you for the $15. I finally figured out how to find it. We don't have HP mana bars above players. This is going to suck for large monitors. That's 100% a UI option. Like you can disable it or enable it type of thing. Yo, Nuke PUE, appreciate the sub, man. It hurts our feelings that you don't believe us. I thought you guys just made it up. Oh, that's so not gonna work. Can you get the res off? No way. My guy just used literally every flask he had right then and there. Don't go to the res. There's no way. Do damage! Attack! No, don't portal! Don't portal! He died for that portal! Fight back, he has 10 HP! We have full ranger ascendancy? Yeah, I heard. If the new HOM is gonna come out in 2025, would you try it? I would be interested in it. He re-portal? They're at the finish line, man. Just go for the kill. Just go for the kill. God. Please. Surely in the amount of time it takes to revive, he can just do enough damage, right? God, baby. Went to like 10 HP there. Who are these in confidence? Hey, how about you show some respect? That's Noogie and Havoc. Thank you very much. These are good players. I'm excited to see people go Chonk. I am really excited too. It's the massive amount of failures involved in the Chonk, in the Chonkers is gonna be hilarious. Every day we're gonna get a new clip of a Chonk player just dying because their characters is like not operational. If you play the boss during this, does it count for both players? If he kills it right now, it'll count for both players if they're both there. I refuse to believe this is Noogie and Havoc. It is. To be clear, this is a controller playtest. There's a good chance they have not played controller in a long time. You know what I mean? Did he insta-die? Yeah, he rezzed them and he died. The Chonk hatred from Lance is feeling a little too real. So he's got to put him in place. Is Chonk Acolyte of Chayula correct? Check, correct. Yeah. Chonk is a combination of Chaos and Monk. That's what it is. Okay, that's the last boss they do, right? They were probably really close to finishing Act 2, I bet. I don't know how close they were to finishing it, but they were probably pretty close. The Dreadnought. All right. That'll complete this run of notes. What's up with calling the Ascendency Chonk? It's just combining Chaos and Monk together into one word. That's all it is. What they call themselves, yeah. Or they have some unholy alliance or something. I'm ready to follow the act guide. It's not gonna be very, it's just, you know, we just went through and took some notes. Alright, and this zone they don't end up finishing, right? They like make some progress, but they don't actually get through it all the way. I'm assuming this is pretty close to like the end of Act 2. Surely this is close to the end of Act 2. It's gotta be. What class are you gonna play on release? Sork into Stormweaver. Flonk is where it's at now. What the hell is Flonk? If you get 400% attack speed, would it break PoE2? Would it break PoE2? No. Can you even get to 400% attack speed? Probably not. Not unless there's some uniques that give you a bunch of attack speed. You know what skills you want to use on Sork? Vaguely. I kind of want to use Fireball, kind of want to do Ball Lightning. There's a few different skills that look pretty fun. A couple of the duration-based skills seem decent. You understand leveling gems? How do you get the gem level 20? Leveling gems is you drop an uncut gem, and it's appropriate to your level. So I would imagine in tier 16 maps, that's where you drop level 20 gems type of thing. But maybe there's some special procedure to get the last level. But as for the campaign, as you go, the gems you drop are appropriate to your level. And gems don't get XP and level up while you play. You have to do use the uncut gem to level them up, right? Based on your PvE1 experience, do you think Shock Ignite would be viable or just all Fire Ignite? Based on my PvE1 experience, you want to specialize. You either want to be probably a hit-based character that does... well, I mean, you could maybe have some extra skill that just inflicts an Ignite and then play as Fire plus Ignite. Or sorry, an extra skill that inflicts the Shock and then play as Fire as Ignite. You're not going to be able to play a lightning skill where you invest into a bunch of lightning stuff and then have a extra little ignite on the side. That's not going to pan out unless there's something that makes you have lightning damage ignite. Which maybe that's a thing. Remember to save some level uncut gems to get low level abilities from other classes with extra low attribute requirements. Yeah, you could do that if you have the extra gems sitting around. There's going to be a market for it. Okay. Is there other... This guy posted open worlds games. Let's see. What does this guy have in his playthrough? Act 1, Act 1, Act 1, Act 1, Act 1, Act 1. Woodoo Joe's? Oh, that's right. We were going to look at Woodoo Joe's. Because you said Woodoo Joe... You said he hovers over a lot of the monk skills. Is that this video?
Hi everyone, PoE 2 is less than a week away.
Is this the same video that I pulled up? Oh, these are two separate videos. How to make your own build? Okay, so that's just a basic PoE 2 overview thing. Yeah, let's look at this. Let's look at the gameplay. This I'm kind of curious about. D4 Andy's making builds. Woodoo Joe's played PoE multiple times. And the video here seems like just generic useful information where he's talking about the tree viewer tool people made. He's talking about the skill gem thing people set up. Like, this is just generic useful stuff anyone could use. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Gameplay 1 with Monk, yeah. Alright, so he got to Act 2. This is good. Did he just start at Act 2? Oh, okay. I like this. We could compare this gameplay footage with some of the stuff we did, right? This is the Valley of the Titans, yeah. Let's see if it's the same for this. Lance lost the thread? What are you talking about? You can only make PoE guides if you're a DS Lily approved content creator? Wait, what? Since when is that a thing? There's no way that's a thing. I don't know if I even make the list. I think this game could be rough in general for population without YouTubers actually helping them understand the math. Yeah, a lot of guide stuff is pretty helpful generally. I think the issue is with, or I think the issue that people have is with guides that just recommend outright like things that don't work. Like you say if somebody put a attack support on a spell build and they recommend that to somebody and then somebody else puts an attack support on their spell character because of it type of thing. Based on individual information from the beta team, Lance is definitely bait, 100%, yeah. So this is from not November 8th, but it's a thing beforehand. So he said it was from Gamescom. I don't think the game allows you to put supports in places that can't be supported. PoE 2 might be that way, but PoE 1, that was I was just using that as an example of just like super egregiously like misleading people on how to do something. This demo started in Act 2. Yeah, it looked like he literally got ported into the Valley of the Titans. And he's just looking at abilities, just testing stuff out. All right. What do they give him? They give him Amethyst Ring with 30 life. Whoa, 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 whoa. Was that a +1 all? Hold on. What is that amulet? I need to slow this down. Woody is hovering things way too quick. Half speed this guy. How is he reading his items that quickly? Like, oh my, I barely could even catch it with the half speed. Okay, that looks like a pretty good weapon, honestly. 50% damage, flat lightning. That seems like a decent weapon. Ring sucks. What else he got? What else did they give my boy Woody? 30 life chaos ring, that's decent, right? Not bad. It is a +1 all. Oh, that's kind of funny. He's not a spell build, so it like doesn't even help him. That is so funny. So they just generated that just to show people that +1 all spell is a thing you can roll on amulets, I guess. Even though this demo character is all attacks. 12 dex as well, yeah. So they definitely reduced the amount of flat attribute you can get on implicit of amulet. $14 life, 13 res, sure. Life, lightning res, movement speed. Yo, these boots are insane. His gear, I think, is way better than, his gear seems decently better than Havoc's gear, but let's see how the gameplay goes. Let's go back to regular playback speed. Archery bases on rings or amulet? I don't think that's a thing, no. Oh no, he's getting cooked. He's getting cooked. He's still learning the keybinds. Base crit? Yeah, the weapons have base crit now instead of the increased crit chance. Maybe it's a little bit more straightforward, I guess. I don't know. They changed attacks to be scaled better with levels. They did that in PoE 1. From Bajira's video, it looked like attacks get 10% more effectiveness on levels, or at least that's what happened when I looked. He was like hovering over leveling up Earthquake, and it went from like 121 to 132, which was like 10% more damage. Or not quite, maybe 9%, 8% more damage. Means low base crit weapons could be better. Yeah, with a proper crit roll. PC, you hover over the mobs to see the HP pool. How do you do that in console? Bosses, the HP pools will pop up. They have a bunch of supports that have just one support on each thing. Interesting. What are we watching? This is Woodajo's footage from Gamescom. He's supposedly gonna hover over the tree at some point. I think that's the main thing I want to look at. The tree hover. Alright. Hover some nodes. Cover life on kill 3%. Is that dagger support? Is that dagger support I see? %50 increased damage against enemies that are on full life. Oh. Gotta watch it at 0.5 speed. Yeah, I guess we can watch it slower so we can actually pause appropriately. I did slow it down initially. Playback speed. Slower. Why does he have one support on everything? This is what they got given. I think the Gamescom thing was just like they got handed a default character or something. They're like, here's a pre-made character, play through this zone in Act 2. I think that's what happened here. He didn't get to choose these nodes. This is just pre-made and given to him. 18, not bad. Max power charge, chance to gain maximum. Amount of mana leech. So many of these things are just like increasing the leech, but where is the base percent amount of leech? Where is it? Is there some default amount everybody has, or is it literally just the fizz attack leech you have like that rolls on weapons? There's like no sources of leech? Yeah, I haven't seen it. Has anyone seen any sources of leech? Is it literally just the weapon rolls? Well, that recoup seems kind of bad. Only 6%. Attack damage. Attack speed. I feel like this stuff probably has changed. This stuff is pretty generic. But maybe it hasn't. Maybe this is what it is. Amount leeched. That cluster isn't correct connected to the tree. Yeah. I think the tree's a lot more unfinished at this stage. My guess is some of this generic stuff has changed too. There's a node that gives 50% more leech. Yeah, but that's just like scaling for your leech amount. What's the actual, like, over here, there's like the projectile thing. I don't think this jewel saga's here on the current tree. Leak says Chonk has 30% leech on the tree. Where is that? Where is your evidence? Okay, I think this video is probably just too outdated for the tree guys. There's a lot of things that are already seeming like probably got changed type of thing. Yeah, this looks a lot different than what it is currently too. I don't think we should take anything from this tree too seriously. This has Ghost Reaver on it. CI's over here. This looks a lot different. Source I made it up. Yeah, I think this is a no-go situation. Yeah. Thanks. So you use mana leech? I'm pretty sure I've seen fizz percent leech like as a like a suffix roll on a weapon, but that's about it. Yeah, it seems so strong. Almost all casters think it. That's kind of my opinion. Because it just seems really like a good option. All right, I'm gonna pass on the Woody play. This seems too outdated. And the zone seems like it's pretty much the same of what Havoc and Noogie did. Curious if melee will lean towards Wazda or Mouse and Movement. I bet Wazda is going to be kind of meta. That's what I think is going to happen. I think Wazda is probably just stronger in most cases, and it depends how much you want to chill. Grants immunity to poison when you become poisoned. Interesting. You think it's gonna be Mouse? Really? I don't know. The way I currently play in PoE is I literally have my movement skills on my Q button right now, and then I'm hovering my mouse and holding Q. But then I won't have to even hover my mouse with Wazda. Controller versus Wazda. Controller is going to be really nice for just regular gameplay, but it's way weaker when you have to do anything with your inventory. Controllers just can't compete inventory-wise. It's just not happening. It's just not really happening. Dude, what the hell? That's me. Why am I in my own recommendations? Doesn't make any sense. That's until yeah, once they fix hot swapping, then it's gonna be nice. In the media playthrough, you can see which classes Octavian play with audience as Wazda versus Emmet Mouse and Key. Yeah, I think it was he played like the summoner with Mouse and Key, and then the other ones with Wazda, right? Which he's probably on point with that. So this guy played which? Guessing this guy was at the playtest. That happened on November. Let's see how this guy's gameplay looks on the fights. Okay, so it appears Scepter. I don't know who keeps saying offhand Scepters or whatever, but to me this suggests you can definitely just use the Scepter in your main hand. I don't know who started the whole Scepter offhand thing. Like, no, Lance, you can't use Scepter with a shield. This seems like pretty convincing. I probably can use Scepter with a shield. It's both, yeah, but that they've said you could dual wield them. So I think I heard somebody else tell me that you can't dual wield them. Some misinformation spreaders. Bad stats with Scepters. The thing is, you have to be able to evaluate how good Spirit is. And I think Spirit seems really, really strong. I wonder what other stats you can roll on it. If you can roll some other decent stats besides just like Spirit, then I think there's some potential there. Let's see how this guy does on like the boss, on the Devourer. See what the footage looks like. Alright, Devourer gameplay. That looks like a pretty easy Devourer. Oh my word. This old gameplay? This is from... I feel like this is probably from the November playtest, right? That looks so free. Poison OP? Yeah, that gas cloud thing? Destroyed. Five Flask slots? Oh, shoot. Yeah, you're right. It is old gameplay. Dang it! No! Dude, wasn't all these people releasing videos of gameplay that happened, you know, freaking 5 months ago? What is this? What is this? We're being misled here. 1 hour mercenary gameplay from LA preview events. 1 hour of mercenary gameplay. Let's look at the amount of flasks. Wait, can we see the flasks? I want to... Yeah, 2 flasks. All right, this is the more recent stuff. All right, let's take a look at this. This is what we're looking at now. Mercenary gameplay. Let's see the mercenary POV. Be right back. I'm gonna go release some Exile gameplay. Yeah, Exile cons footage be so out of date. Did I see the Fector's Life? Yeah, well, I heard about it. Oh, I wanted to look at this. That doesn't look terrible. What happened to the flaws? I didn't follow Y2. They swapped from 5 flasks to 2 flasks and 3 charms. So the original flask design, they were going to try to make it so you have a utility flask that you use to deal with your ailments, and they wanted to simplify it down so the charms are more like auto procs for removing like ailments here and there. And then the 2 flasks simplifies... Basically, I think Jonathan noticed, I don't know if he noticed, but from playtest, it became apparent that if you have multiple flasks, people are more likely to like click multiple flasks and waste their charges and then die because they ran out. And it's more buttons, which is more obnoxious and more strain, right, on how many keybinds you have with WASDA. Have you made an early outline of the Sork skills? No, I haven't. I'll do some of that at some point too, looking at what skills I want to start, but right now I'm going through and looking at the early act progression. Let's see, what's the next boss? Is it the Rust King? Oh, it's the Bramble dude. Technically, he should do the Devourer next, but he went to the next zone. Devourer, I'm pretty sure, is easier than the dude he's gonna find up here. The Bramble dude. No, wait, the Bramble dude's in that zone too, isn't it? I'm good with the charms because I trust to use them for cool design space in the future. Yeah. Thing is, Flasks, what they were in PoE 1 were just too... What's the word? They were just passive auras. They became something that was degenerate. OP, Speedrun a new game? Not about speedrun, guys. I just want to know where I'm going. Captain Notepad's already backseating. I'm just saying. This is a thing where we would not have made this mistake thanks to our Notepad plan. You definitely the Devourer I think you do before you do the Grim Tangle guy. Let's see. Does he find the Grim Tangle guy? Notepad plan? Yeah. Pub gun, I got a notepad. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all this. I got some plans. I've been investigating. I've been taking notes. Can you share that? Yeah, I'm going to. I've been told though it's 100% useless, so take that how you will. How do you feel about ES taking 12 seconds to fully recover? Are we assuming we're on a character that's an ES build that's spec'd literally no ES recovery? Like no recharge rate, no faster start of recharge? I think it's balanced, yeah. If you don't invest into any of the recharge or any of the sustain mechanics, yeah, it probably makes sense that it takes a long time before you fully recover. I think that's fair. 12 seconds. 12 seconds is assuming you have literally your entire ES pool depleted and then you're full recovering from 0 with not specking recharge rate or faster recharge at all. Like you spend one passive point on clicking the like one of the early recharge rate plus faster start recharge notables. It's like 25, and all of a sudden that 12 seconds goes to like 9 seconds, you know? And then if you spec a few more nodes, it keeps going down. It's also a matter of like, you're not always going full depleted ES. It's like you take damage for half your ES pool, you dodge a couple times, and then it goes back to full, right? Eternal Youth plus Flasks apply to ES ignores any interrupts. I think Eternal Youth, if you're thinking Flasks are going to be better than Recharge, I think you're cooked. Flasks give you a flat amount of recovery. The level 68 Flask or whatever is going to be, if it's like PoE 1, it's going to be like 2k life that you get on pressing the Flask, and you get to press it like 7 times, right? If you set up your ES character correctly, you're going to be like 10k above on your ES. So you're gonna have to use like 5 life flasks just to recover your ES to full. Recharge is like, as far as an ES build is concerned, is much stronger in my opinion than like a flask would be. Will you be using life to cast skills, stop the ES recharge? Skills to start the recharge, stop the recharge. Do you mean start the recharge? There's nodes that can proc recharge. I know it looks good for hybrids. I think there's some decent use cases for it, but not for like a full-on ES build, in my opinion. They're asking if the Blood Witch will break recharge. No. If you spend life on like life tap or skills costing life, that does not turn off recharge now. You know what build you're starting with? I'm starting with a Sorceress Stormweaver. Flasks on ES is better when you have a few thousand tops. Yeah, I'd agree with that. If you have a couple thousand ES, then the swap is really nice. That's probably one of the ways too you can maybe go for early Demon S. If Demon F is a straight up degen, like not degen, like a lose life per second thing, then Eternal Youth might be the play for early Demon S gameplay. Recently it's 4 seconds? Yep. Yeah, it's 4 seconds. They made recently consistent. It used to be not very consistent. So this guy hasn't fought the Bramble. Is he gonna fight the Rust King? This is what I'm talking about though. This is why you need the notepad. This guy is wandering aimlessly. And is not making like Act 1 progress. Yeah, you guys mock me for my notepad. I guess this guy did okay, he did find the Rust King eventually. Work looks painful to play. Yeah, the early crossbow is kind of scuffed. I think until you get grenades, it's looking scuffed. Did you see the wiki page for nearby? I did not know. He's XP farming? Do you think so? I guess it could be. New player not knowing the campaign. I'm not like making fun of him. I'm just saying. Okay, you guys. Okay, I don't know. Not you guys. Okay, there was one guy. There was one guy earlier who was like, "Yo, this notepad is 100% meaningless. This will literally make no difference for how fast you'll do the campaign." Okay, he was making fun of my notepad. Okay, and so I'm lashing out. I'm lashing out because of that guy, okay? He got inside my head. There are no sword skills in EA yet? I have not seen any sword skills. So I would assume there's not. Might be something they add for Marauder or Templar or even like Duelist, for example. Sword Duelist? Yeah, I can see Sword being Duelist. I think Swords even drop yet? I haven't really seen it. Yeah, I think they only have support for, or items dropping for the things they have support for. Wouldn't make sense to drop a sword if you can't even use it. Is he level 6 at the end of Act 2? No. This is the beginning of Act 2. We're looking at a few different gameplays now. Try to see if there's any diamonds in the rough out there. Do we know if chaos damage bypasses? Chaos damage does not, poison does. Chaos now deals twice damage to ES builds. Gameplay of Acts 1 and 2 5 months ago. Let's see how far he got. He got to... Okay, so he found Balbala the Traitor. Wait a second. Hold on. Where did you find this guy? He found Balbala the Traitor. Take a look here. They really want us not to go hybrid? No, I think you still can go hybrid. It's just chaos you'll feel chaos for sure. If PoE2, Lance is going for Balbala. Well, we know Balbala drops the quest thing, right? So I want to see where he found Balbala, so I can put him in the note section, you know? Chonk can deal with it because the 10 max chaos res, that will help Chonk. That will help Chonk. Talk to the defector.
Quickly, break the lock.
I need to see the infernal spasms. Oh my, what? Holy, that's just a rare one with +2 all? Oh, that's kind of good. He dropped a greatsword on the ground. This was guys, this was the 5 month ago playtest. The newer playtest, I think they dropped disabled swords and stuff. Level 16 wand with +2 all. Regenerate, spell damage, mana. Ooh, that's looking nice. Why is all the caster gear bonkers? I don't think it's as bonkers as we think it is. Like, okay, I'll put it this way. Spells deal much, much lower base damage than they do in PoE 1. And I think that's part of the context, right? Like, you see a weapon that has maybe, let's say 100 average damage. That's not, like, way, way weak compared to, like, a level 15 gem, because level 15 gems deal, like, 100 damage on average. You know, that sort of thing. Like, the scaling's way different. Last year guys level 3 and that's level 5 one. Yep. As you get higher level bases, they get higher level versions of the implicit skills. Are our spears going to be available in early access? I don't know. They might not include them just because they don't have the class that's associated with it, with the skills that are associated with it. Huntress will be probably available pretty early on, so I don't think you'll have to wait very long.
At least there's one survivor of this madness.
Okay, so where do you find Balbala at? This is who he just fought. Talk to Risa for the quest objective. It might be at Ancient Gates. Trader's Passage. So it was at that zone. Trader's Passage.
We shall wait here, Jingak.
I think that's where we get first lob, based on... I think Ziggy's video is saying Balbala drops first lob. Right? I made a thing? What did you make, Foduck? What is this? Notepad? Are you making fun of my notepad too? Ancient Seal, okay.
With great ire.
The Bow of the Traitor. How appropriate is it that you get your first Ascendency from Balbala the Traitor, the single greatest timeless notable to ever exist. Keystone, I mean. Console enjoyer. All of the playtest stuff from the June event was console. It was a couch co-op console event. In the video, this is the arena, yeah. So I think this, I'm pretty sure this is where you find it. Holy! Yo, Balbala kind of does a lot of damage. Makes sense though, makes sense. Balbala was OP in PoE 1, makes sense Balbala's OP in PoE 2. It all checks out. Do you think they've thought about bells not activating each other? I heard more recently bells have a limit now. But yeah, I think that's the case. Absolutely. This is the lab. Yep, this is how you get the lab keystone key thing. Dude, this fight seems sketch. Tornado shot fire projectile from another tornado shot? I don't. I have no idea. I haven't looked at the tornado shot description at all. He's impaled and living in a cave, let him be. Dude, you gotta move. You gotta move. Oh my word. I was way too dumb when it came into the fight of this fight's gimmicks. Yeah, this fight seems kind of sketch. He's got it though. He's got it in the bag. In the bag. Finish it. Finish him. Finish him. Call. Do the call. There we go. He's just undergeared. Yeah, that's a good chance too. All right, so that's where we would get the lab thing. So I'm glad we added that to the notes. So that's where Balbalos is this zone. I think Huntress will have an easier time because the back leap slam gameplay. Huntress just isn't in the early access though. I didn't see a coin. This is okay, guys. This is the playtest that happened in June. They didn't have it added in yet at this point for the Ascendency thing. They did not have it added in yet. How far did Gazzy get with their playthrough? They got through Act 1, it looks like. Do we think he was just stuck here in Pale for a few hundred years chilling and now anyone discovered him? Yeah, and he woke up mad. He woke up furious. Bajira's gameplay we looked at. Mirror drops will return. No, you don't say. Of course. That'd be crazy if they didn't have mirror drops in PoE 2. Let's talk about PoE 2. Hold on. Tai Tai's got a video.
We need to have a
What's he gonna say?
talk. And this time, it's not about me and your mother.
I'll remove your head myself!
Alright, yep, the topic of today's video is going to be PoE 2. I've got some notes.
A little toxic. It's not about me and your mother. What's that about?
It's here, but I'm mostly freeball on this, so let's see how it goes. As a disclaimer, I went to LA to play the PoE 2 beta. I've not played the updated version that some content creators have gotten access to. Personally, I feel like content creators...
Which beta did he play? Because basically there was one in like February. There's the one I went to in June. There's one that happened in November. Look at the description. PoE 2 good. I'm fear-mongering for views. Oh no.
Their spam pre-release content is kind of weird. I didn't like how in D4 content creators had like full guide.
These flasks make me think this was the really early one. This is like Omega early. So this was before the June one.
In the entire game, and they already played through all the raids and stuff before the entire game.
Yeah, this is. Whichever one this is, yeah, this is the definitely before June. So the balance was probably just cooked. From what I heard from a lot of people is they were just like the difficulty was cooked or something. Well, okay, what did he say about difficulty? Just out of curiosity.
If you have like a mobile game level of difficulty, you kind of run into a situation where like the items are meaningless. It doesn't really matter. You can kind of walk through naked and still kind of do things pretty well, but you know, you get 15% MS boots like I did towards the end of one of my runs, and then all of a sudden you can dodge out of things that you weren't able to dodge out of before and play a lot better. That feels really good. Obviously it does lead to some.
This is from a VOD from August. Wait, is it actually? He didn't like record this recently, just using some of his old footage.
Frustrating moments though, where you don't get the movement speed boots, you don't get the good weapon, you know, your build just kind of sucks because you messed up like I did, and you know, it is what it is. I'm sure a lot of these issues will kind of go away as we get better.
He's rolling magmine, yep.
That's for the gameplay, personally. Apparently, they kind of touched up on itemization a bit. I don't really know what's going on there. Hopefully, that gets a bit better, just because of how.
Itemization, I think, is you click the vendor and you buy a +2 wand from the vendor. Does fire damage increase when you use the firewall? It's supposed to give the projectile additional fire damage, yeah. Are we still in the archmage terrain? Absolutely. So this is like based on super old gameplay then. Okay, so I don't think a lot of this, man, dude. There's just not a lot of gameplay footage for the November event. Is it basically just Subtractums and Bajira's gameplay? Did Havoc post his gameplay? I don't think he posted his gameplay. He posted not on this channel. He posted the support gems.
And community. I hope I can.
He was doing speed runs. Scraping the barrel. I wanted to see if there was more gameplay footage so we could get a better idea for our notepad, man. So Havoc didn't do like a full act 1 through 2 run. He literally started practicing speed runs. That's what it seems like. Yep. They didn't seem to leak much. I don't know. Maybe it was gameplay footage they weren't supposed to show. Who knows? I have no idea. It's commentated about the Dcast has recent footage. The Dcast PV2. 1 month ago. So this would have been. This would have been probably the June one that this is from. But they got only through Act 1, it looks like. From Gamescom, yeah. I don't think I think Noogie Havocs might be the only one that got that far in Act 2. I think that was the maybe the farthest footage we're gonna have of the Act runs is their playthrough. He had charms. Who had charms? I can post the link. You have gameplay footage? Embrace the Pathfinder supremacy and free yourself from lies of ES recharge with Eternal Youth. I'm definitely not clicking ES or Eternal Youth. And I'm definitely not clicking Pathfinder. We have wand skills and stats of PoE 2. I don't think we've seen anything for wand skills. Like nothing like Power Siphon, KB, none of that stuff. So we don't know about that. Now they make videos of videos reacting to videos of PoE 2 gameplay. Holy, it's desperate times. It's desperate times. That's what some of these videos are, right? This is Quinn reacting to Subtractum with his cover of his gameplay, right? The Korean interview? Wait, there was another interview? Wait, there's a. When did this happen? 2 hours ago.
In Path of Exile 2.
When the heck did this happen? I didn't know there was another Jonathan interview. It's safe to assume that you're doing this case by case. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm mainly just looking through the acts so I can get a timeline of progression. Are they publishing for Korea? I have no idea. All right, whatever. We'll watch this. We'll watch the Jonathan interview. I am curious. If Jonathan's in the interview, I want to know.
Do you still need to go through all the acts every season?
Yes, you do. As I've always maintained, that I think it's a huge part of the reason why.
You just know there's the first question. Do you need to go through all the acts? There's some dudes that are like, no, let me skip the campaign. Let me start at level 70. I see the Rager leaks. I saw stuff about the Rager pass, the Ascendencies. They don't look particularly interesting to me.
Path of Exile 1 still set its highest record of players in the most recent season. There's very few games that do that, and I think a lot of the reason is because if you want to have a game where I think it is important that you have a game where each new season you feel like you're on the level playing field with everyone else, and the moment that you don't have the need to go through the campaign again, then other players will feel left behind.
In full swing. There are interviews coming out left and right. However, this interview is a bit different. Does he?
So what you've shown us already today is very memorable and it's very impressive. So we met in
I thought I was getting hit with ads. Yeah, it was like kind of random. I was like, what the hell?
Gamescom, and so are you wearing the t-shirt very well, the tablet t-shirt that I gave you?
I have worn it a couple of times. You know, my wardrobe is almost entirely Path of Exile merchandise at this point. I don't think.
Good. As long as the PoE one, it better not be a slog. I think it's gonna be a similar length to PoE's campaign. Just a full wardrobe of PoE merch.
I have any t-shirts at all
Fantastic.
that don't have a logo on them.
So the trend now in action RPGs is we've seemingly transitioned from what we maybe call Diablo likes into PoE likes, and to the point where other genres like roguelikes are also taking ideas from Path of Exile. And
The PoE roguelike thing is so funny to me. In terms of like, I mean, to be fair, like PoE is literally based on Diablo 2, right? They were like, Diablo 3 sucks. Let's make a game that's more like Diablo 2. But they're obviously innovating the genre quite a bit with stuff they've done that's well beyond what D2 was.
And so with that in mind, how do you feel about that trend? And also, is it maybe...
They started before D3? Oh, I didn't know that. They started before D3? I guess I don't know my history of how they started. I thought it was in response to D3 being trash.
just a little overwhelming that before PoE 2 is even out that there's this much attention?
I mean, it's certainly, I mean, look, I think that taking inspiration from other games is something that everyone should do. Like, you should always be looking at all of the different games, even in different genres, and seeing what kind of mechanics could be interesting to use. So, I mean, look, when we're designing new leagues for Path of Exile, we're always looking at...
It was because of a lot of good games, yeah, because D3 didn't come out until way after D2. So it's like there'd been a pretty big vacuum.
You know, like what's a mechanic from some totally different genre we could potentially use and so I have absolutely no problem with people looking at the mechanics that we're doing and taking them from us as well. This is just how creativity in the game industry works, is we all share our ideas. Obviously, with the the launch coming up, it's pretty crazy. There's been way more attention than we even expected. I think that we're certainly going to set new records, I think, for how many players are playing the game, and I just hope that our servers can keep up.
So when you look at PoE 2 right now, how close is it to?
Sound more confident, Jonathan.
Optimistic image.
The servers will be fine.
PoE 2, if you could give it
full
like
confidence.
Number, like
come on.
Percentage.
It's pretty close now, I would say. Like, definitely, like, if you don't count just the fact that we don't have all the content in terms of the gameplay and feel, I think we're definitely 90% there. The main thing, yeah, we just have to get all that content ready, because it's such a huge important part of an action RPG that you need enough content to keep people playing again and again. And the other thing as well is that the next best action RPG, in my opinion, is Path of Exile 1, and we need to make sure that we can compete with it in terms of content as well.
Our biggest competition is our own game. Classic. The best ARPG currently is PoE 1. and they're trying to make a game better than it. It's been number one for too long. Somebody's got to do it. D4 wasn't making the cut.
So one thing that some people have noticed is that it seems like mostly it is overlap in terms of like mechanisms or content from PoE 1 to PoE 2. So in the future, is the plan to always have this kind of overlapping where you're carrying things over from PoE 1, or is it going to continue into completely separate development trees?
We won't necessarily do that, but I think there will be some amount of sharing. It's actually quite nice for us to be able to, tell a story in two parts with PoE 1 and PoE 2. So a great example of that was the last league we released called Settlers of Kalgur, where we have, in Act 4 in PoE 2, we had this city called King's March. And then we decided that in PoE 1, we wanted to create a league that told the story of how that city came to be. So that's just something that's just a great opportunity when we've got these two games.
It's going to be a little bit awkward when King's March does not go core. And the city's gone forever. There's no, I don't see there's no way King's March goes core to PoE 1. No shot. Can't hear him. Let me turn him off for you guys. Sorry if he's too quiet. I know Jonathan's speaking earnestly, but it's funny when D4 catches strays. Those are the best strays. Hopefully he's loud enough now.
Running at the same time. And I think that we'll probably continue doing some interesting things like that. But in terms of the overall gameplay and the way that it feels, the systems are quite different in PoE 2 to what they are in PoE 1. So we can't simply just take something from PoE 1 and or PoE 2 and move them between the games because they require significant changes to be able to, to work inside the gameplay system that each game has.
Just a side note. That's a freaking good thing. I'm glad they made the call to separate the games and make them different. And not be the same game. I feel like so often sequels of games just end up being the same thing, but with like a different coat of paint. Like how many... I gave up a while ago on like the Call of Duty franchise because it just was always just the same game, basically, for the most part, repeatedly. And I feel like that's probably the case with like a lot of like the sports games too.
This is from the content creators that are attending today. So he's not sure if this was answered before since you had so many interviews globally, but obviously, Mirror of Kalandra was a very iconic item and maybe even currency in PoE 1. And he's wondering, first of all, does that item exist in PoE 2? And
yes.
If not, oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay. 일단은 존재한다고 하네요. But are there other items that you...
Wait, what did he say? What exists in PoE 1 and 2? I'm sad Breach got a substantial overhaul compared to Expedition, Delhi, and Ritual. They just only gave us information about... They went more in depth on their showcase of Breach. They didn't want to showcase as much with the other mechanics.
Obviously, Mirror of Calandra was a very iconic item, maybe even currency.
Well, Mirror
in
was
PoE
obviously
1.
going to be in PoE 2.
And he's wondering, first of all, does that item exist in PoE 2? And
Yes.
if not, oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay. 네, 일단은 존재한다고 하네요. But are there other items that you think are kind of at that similar level where the moment you see it, you're like, this is it. Like, I won.
Well, hopefully we can design some good, unique items that are like that. And ideally, from the pinnacle content, we really want all of the uniques that come from that content to feel like you absolutely must have them. You know, in order to make it actually worth doing that content. So, yeah, I'm hoping our designers are able to come up with some really awesome uniques. And I think what we're doing with unique,
awesome uniques, pinnacle bosses. Please let the pinnacle bosses be giga hard and very rewarding. I wonder what kind of uniques they would have on boss drops. If there's gonna be uniques we've seen before. Like I could see like, you know, like an Indigon, like a uniques like that. I wonder how many uniques we'll see that'll be like repeats.
as well in PoE 2, they can be a lot more interesting, especially with things
that
add skills to your character and things like that. So
Ivory
there's quite
Tower,
a lot more
that's
unique
right.
can do in PoE 2.
I love it.
Gotcha. 제가 그 패스 오브 엑자일을 10년 넘게 했는데 아직 칼란드라의 거울을 한 번도 못 먹어봤거든요, 땅에서. 패스 오브 엑자일 2에서 먹을 수 있을까요?
So 10 years and he still hasn't seen the mirror drop. So do you think he'll have a chance in PoE 2?
Well,
he's like, yo, Jonathan, where's my drop?
I've never found a legitimate mirror before either.
조나단님도 직접 찾으신 적은 없군요.
But I did have one drop one time when I was using cheats. But I didn't cheat to get it, but I just was killing the monsters with a cheat and I got one. So that's the only one I've ever seen actually drop
그
before.
아이템을 받으려고 한 건 아니고 이제 테스트하면서 치트키로 좀 다른 걸 테스트하고 있었는데 그때는 딱 한 번 보셨다고 합니다. 제 생각엔 이 정도면 네, 뭐 거기까지만. 네. So this question is about
I'm not liking how so many skills are tied to specific weapons. Means if you want to really utilize Spirit, you have to have a Scepter. I think it's a good thing, honestly. Gives the weapons identity. I'm not a big fan of right now where PoE 1, you have like so many attack skills that all use the same, can all use the same sets of weapons, and it just becomes, oh, I click axe because it does more damage than sword and more damage than mace. And then those other weapons are kind of irrelevant for the most part. It's like, you know, like having some identity where the skills like kind of make sense. Like having a slam skill be related to a mace makes sense. You know, it's the big blunt object you're hitting the earth with. Hitting and doing other skills with other base types where it's not necessarily like it doesn't quite make as much sense, I think is fair.
kind of the timing. So what is maybe the timeline for early access updates within early access? And then also kind of what's your outlook for
irrelevant.
the final release, the full
they really
release?
are.
So I think that it will take, for the second part, I think that it will definitely take us at least 6 months, but maybe a little bit more to be able to get out of early access. I certainly don't want to.
You guys honestly think they're going to be able to, in 6 months, finish the last 3 acts, all 6 additional classes, and another 24 ascendancies, and the related skills and skill gems? I mean, that would be crazy if they did it that fast. That would be literally like in May or June or whatever. They said they have 80% done already. Yeah, I guess they're holding back a lot that they have close to finished. Dude, if they finish it 6 months from now from the release or whatever, that'd be pretty impressive. Because it feels like so much freaking content still that we don't have.
To take more than a year. I do want it to be next year that we finish. But as far as the content update goes, it's a little bit hard to say how long. Our original plan was to kind of do them every couple of months.
I'm calling 2 years.
But
I hope not.
know,
I hope Jonathan's right about the
studio
sub
has
1
been,
year goal.
It's been a lot of work to get to the point of this release.
I think it'd be pretty chill if it was 1 year of early access and next December is like the full release, you know?
and so we need a little break, I think, around Christmas before we can work out again. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure when the first one will be, but yeah, the intention is effectively to have them every few months. It should feel a little bit like the League updates in PoE 1, where they come relatively frequently, and our intention effectively is to add more classes and also more content, you know, the rest of the acts and so on, basically, as we go through. One thing I will say is that we want to make sure that by the time we go into full release, that everyone has had an opportunity to playtest all the classes, including all the Ascendency classes and all of these things, because it's very important that we're able to get...
I'm calling it. We are the endgame testers, guys. They haven't tested endgame because that's literally our job, and we're paying to do it. That's why I know I'm pretty confident ES is broken. They have not tested it, and that's why it's going to go through like this on launch. Okay, we're the endgame testers. Okay, we're supposed to show up and do our job and give some feedback. The best testers are the players, yeah, for sure.
Testing on all of these things before
he said that. Yep.
well, I'm going
to get to testing real soon here.
Gotcha. So this is something that he's come across along with some other fans that he's noticed are very hardcore fans of Path of Exile. And one thing they've noticed is that the crafting system in 2 seems to be a lot more simplified and maybe not as many options as Path of Exile 1. So do you have plans to kind of expand that similarly to PoE 1?
So our intention is to expand it over time, but we wanted to make sure that the kind of base level crafting system is easier to use in PoE 2. One of the things that I think makes it easier to use actually is the fact that you get more currency and you can use it more often. So that means that you're going to be experimenting a lot more with currency just through the game. We have different options than what were available in PoE 1, so I think people probably will take a little bit of time to you know, get used to all of these things. But Path of Exile 1 ultimately is a game that's had more than 10 years of expansions, and it's got a lot of kind of, you might call it bloat over that time, where there's lots of crafting systems that kind of overlap, or they do different things, but kind of like, you know, they're trying to achieve the similar results. And we wanted to kind of unify some of that stuff in PoE 2 in order to make it so that there was, yeah, just a little bit less of those things that you would need to know about. But obviously, as we add more and more content, and all of these need to have new player power and so on, there will definitely be more options over time. And we're also leaving some design space as well for us to be able to add things in the future too. It's also worth mentioning that we still have more sequels to Path of Exile 1 leagues that we want to add to Path of Exile 2. And when we do those, there will often also be sequels to some of the crafting systems that those they had.
So the example is like essences, where it's no longer spam and always get the T1 attribute, which now it's Essence of Transmute, Essence of Regal, a lot more controlled. Who thinks Grenade Deadeye is broken? I think Grenade's good. I think I think he'll have a much better time if he does that versus the monk archmage attack plan. That plan is so cooked. If he does Deadeye Grenade, I think he has a decent chance of succeeding. If he does that monk plan he had, I think he could like legitimately get like stuck in the campaign type of thing. But yeah, the Deadeye gives you the +1 proj. It gives you is the +1 proj after point blank? It's like you get to choose point blank or far shot, I think. +1 proj, good. Accuracy, I don't freaking know if that matters for grenades at all. Probably doesn't, because it's like a big AoE explosion. I bet accuracy doesn't matter for grenades. I feel like they're I don't know. Accuracy seems just like it's more.
So in Path of Exile,
AoE attack just hits type of thing. It's not free to play. It's pay to find exploits. Well, you find the exploit of whatever it is that you get patched, right?
One of the troubles they had was that new currency kept getting added and added.
Players can evade it, hit
AoEs.
So yeah, I think
can we expect maybe slower additions in PoE 2?
It's a little bit hard to say.
I have Chonk delayed disarrangement syndrome. I just don't think it's good. I do not see the support for leech working out, guys. It's just not there. I have only ever seen physical attack leech. All the monk abilities are like, okay, you could just play not a monk ability. You could play monk with slams, and your tree has a bunch of elemental stuff around it. It's just like, it's forcing you or pushing you towards doing like elemental stuff, and then it's like, here's mana leech that's based on pure your fizz damage. You see what I'm saying? Like the issue with that?
I mean, ultimately, anytime
It's
we add
scuffed.
something, really it comes down to does it seem cool to
Never mind leech. How is Chonk gonna do damage? Also scuffed. Yes.
us? And if it does, then we add it. So, look, we're trying to make sure that it's a little bit more simplified on a base level. But look, as you add content, you need to add new features, and people want these things. So yeah, I'm sure 10 years from now there will be it will feel very
Chonker support
complicated.
group. Yeah, we could get all the people fleeing from the Chonk
to
start.
kind of gather some different opinions on what would be best to ask you when you had the opportunity today. And one thing that came up continuously was about controller support. Given that it's WASD, some people, they don't like it as much on keyboard, so they would like to use a joystick. So first of all, how much, if at all, is the controller support better in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1? And also, how close would you say it is to perfection right now?
So it's way, way better than Path of Exile 1 was. We've got...
That is 100% true. 100% true. When I played on the playtest, the controller support was pretty legit. I think at the time, close to when I did the playtest, I did afterwards I did a controller play in PoE 1, and it was very apparent the difference was the PoE 1 controller support was much worse.
A team now who actually, that's what they spend their time doing. The
You think
main
that
thing
P1's
is
support is
that,
legit? Oh, dude. Well, then you're gonna like
in
PoE2
terms of
support,
not
probably.
being perfect, is that
You're gonna
every
like it.
skill requires a lot of specific work in order to be able to actually feel good, especially at endgame. And you also can't necessarily tell whether a skill feels perfect until you've actually played through and kind of actually use it at endgame as well. So I think that there probably will be some skills that could be better. And what am I talking about with this is kind of like, you need to do very specific targeting work, because obviously with a controller you can't select an exact location. So you need to be able to kind of predict exactly where the player would want to use a skill at a given time. And the answer to that is very different depending on how the skill works. So effectively, there's a lot of that work to do, and there's probably still more we can do, but I think that we've done a pretty good job in getting it there. And certainly the base interface for controller is just so much better than it was in Path of Exile 1.
I think that's one of the things I definitely noticed for sure. That was a thing that was distinct to me, is in PoE 1, some of the aiming for the skills was wonky. I didn't really feel that way about the PoE 2 support. I'm trying to think of what skills classified for that. I think it was like movement skills. Like, I don't know if like leap slam was a good example, but there were some skills I remember, I think, when I was doing that playtest stuff with PoE 1 with controller. There was stuff that just felt wonky. I feel like it might have been movement skills, but maybe I'm not remembering correctly. I don't mind turning your player base into unpaid testers for games like this, but the problem is that when every other game devs get lazy because they expected it from the players. The thing is it's not like they've already done tons of testing outside of this release. Like, the biggest thing they're using this test for is testing the economy, which they literally need a large player base thing to do that. And then 2 is PoE is such a complex game. It's literally impossible for them to find all the different broken combinations or things that will like just be too strong or balanced correctly. And I think that's probably the bigger thing they need us for. Which for us, it's literally we're just having fun trying to make something, broken. That's like what we do as PoE players, is we want to find the thing that's broken. That's fun for us, right?
So he remembers he had a chance to try the controller support.
If you make a game this deep, there's going to be problems. Yeah, I think you give us this much of a sandbox. It's how do you balance that without a big test?
Gamescom, and he remembers there were cases like that with targeting where he wanted to hit the boss, but it's hitting mobs. So has it even been improved since then? Do you know?
I mean, there's certainly been a lot of work just on specific skills, but it
What's
really
up,
is
Toddy?
case by case. And the other thing as well, the worst times are when people disagree
We're
about
balancing,
what the
not
best
QA
way to
testing. Yeah,
target
that's a good
is.
way to put it.
So that's also another tricky question. So the answer to whether it improved depends on what skills you were using. Some of them definitely. I mean, there's been a lot of work on a lot of different ones, but I can't say about the exact skill you were using there.
So I think we discussed this briefly before, but just kind of reminiscing about the idea of a more in-depth or a more specific guide, right? Like blinking lights or something like that on the passive trees or the Atlas tree. And his thought was maybe even just like level 35, something in the middle where you know how to get a jump start. Do you have plans for a guide like that in-game?
So we are doing things where we have specific guidance on individual skills, like we've got videos for each one that explain how they work. We're also doing things like recommending support gems and so on. But I guess we stop shy of wanting to specifically recommend a given build to people, just because we kind of feel like it's really up to the players to decide what they think is good. And if we start specifying specific builds, I worry that they will become either out of date or people will say, oh, this build sucks, like why is GGG recommending something that
is literally the biggest reason where I've like not wanted to make a precedent of updating guides, is because it hasn't been the case like the past couple years because they haven't really done that many nerfs or buffs or whatever. But even then, with just like they add in an extra system, is just the amount of time to try to go back through and update. And if they were trying to manage all the different like so quote unquote recommended builds,
clearly
it would discourage them from probably like nerfing them or changing them.
We sort of hesitate a little bit to get involved in the ring of like what build is best, and we kind of want to leave that to the players more. So yeah, we're very happy to recommend explain how things work more, get better at showing what the effect of your choices are, but we just don't really want to sort of say, okay, here's what you should be doing. Actually, even already we had, just with the recommended support gems, we've had people say to us, oh, your idea for this one is terrible. You should replace it with that other one. There's already some arguments.
I could totally see that. Looking at the some of like the gameplay VODs of people, the gems they recommend, like I'm pretty sure after looking through all the support gems from Havoc's basically video where he looked over all of them, I think for spells, with about like 80% of the time, the most efficient early support is probably Control Destruction. And I think in the VODs I watched, I don't think people got recommended Control Destruction. Maybe Control Destruction was like a higher level support and they just couldn't have it in the earlier acts or whatever. But looking at like Subtraction's VOD, I don't think he got recommended Control Destruction for any of the skills he selected.
So this is a bit of a lighter question, but he remembers when Path of Exile officially released in Korea with Korean service, that there was a Korean traditional hat as a cosmetic item. So are there any plans for other maybe traditional Korean garb as cosmetics in PoE 2?
I'm sure that we'll get to doing something like this, but one thing to mention is that those items that you had from before will still work in PoE 2. So
spells have a base crit of 20? No. The cold skills, there are a couple that have base crit of like 13, 12, 11, 10. Lightning skills, base crit of like 8 to 10. Fire skills, I think I was seeing like base crit 6 to 8 range. So if like, for example, if you grabbed, let's say Fireball, which I think has like a base crit of 7 or something, Control Destruction was like a 30-something% more damage multiplier.
If you would like to use them. I don't know if that particular one will work at the beginning of early access, but by full release, every microtransaction.
What does Control Destruction do? 40% more damage. You cannot crit with the skill.
We ever had will work, so you'll still be able to use those. But I'm sure we'll be making more things like this in the future.
So then, what about what's your?
It seems really hard to get.
Like,
yeah,
the demon form or like the druid when it transforms into different animals. Would those have cosmetics as well?
So we might be able to. We can make cosmetics for the different forms, but obviously the cosmetics that your character normally wears won't work on them.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can't make your bear wear armor that way. Anyway.
Gotcha. But it would be a separate thing that you're.
Yeah, but we can do separate things, and we are planning on doing some of those too.
So then, would you imagine that it's like changing what the bear itself looks like? If
Yeah, we can absolutely do that, and we
make it a polar bear.
We definitely will be doing stuff like that.
So he remembers hearing in a different interview that you've done that you also are taking inspiration from other action games and things like that. And a lot of these games, even if they're run in a season format, they tend to have mid-season updates that will keep track of the game.
Override guarantee crit,
now,
probably.
You've mentioned in the past that the benefit of a season system is that you can play the season and then swap to a different game with a different season and go back and forth. But what happens when maybe the season update you had, whether it's something like in PoE 1, like the Calandra League or the Necropolis League, where it just wasn't received as well? Would you be open to this idea of mid-season updates to kind of?
Are you suggesting that Jonathan is smiling on the inside when somebody suggests they're playing Chonk? There's no shot. This is maybe him if he hears somebody's playing mercenary. I feel like more recently he's been on the mercenary train. He's not a Chonk enthusiast, guys. There's absolutely no way Jonathan is a Chonk enthusiast. Never do a thing, usually beats, always do a thing. Yeah, I would bet on that. That's what I would think. He's not laughing with you. He's laughing at he's laughing at the Chonk players, in which case, yeah, I agree. I freaking agree.
Amend what has.
What is Chonk, Chaos Monk?
Generally speaking,
Acolyte
we
of
don't
China.
like to do that, and that's because.
Why is Lance hating on Chonk? I'm hating on Chonk because I'm trying to save people from making a terrible decision of playing Chonk. Okay? There's a lot of people that keep, Chonk's gonna be so cool. I'm gonna have the most insane leech, and I'm gonna be immortal with CI Mom Chonk. And they think they're gonna, like, not die ever. Okay? And I think they're gonna repeatedly die because their leech isn't really gonna be that much because it's based on damage, based on physical damage, and they're dealing, like, not physical damage, and I think it's gonna be cooked, and I'm trying to save them, okay? I'm trying to stop them from making a horrible life decision of clicking Chonk.
So back in the early days of Path of Exile 1, we actually
hating on people's builds. I'm not hating. I'm talking smack. It's different, okay? It's different. Listen, you're free to talk smack about my Sork plan. That's fair game, okay? You could talk smack about my plan to play Stork Stormweaver, okay? I'm gonna talk smack about Monk Chonk.
tried.
I think that's part of the fun.
Doing more frequent updates and these sorts of things, but we kind of found that they didn't really ultimately.
Sork might be
people to
too
come
good,
back.
exactly.
So what we were much better off doing is just coming up with a larger update and trying a different approach and doing something completely new at that point. Occasionally we do.
Lance doesn't like when people try new stuff on beta. It's okay. No, that's not even true. That's my favorite thing to do in PoE is try new stuff. I'm just saying. I don't think Chonk is very well, balanced. I think it might need a pre-buff.
Modify things during in the middle.
Just
of
wait till they
season,
disable Archmage right before launch.
We try to
No,
really
please
avoid
no.
that if it's going to negatively affect people's characters once the game is released. So effectively, yeah, it really is much better. We found to.
I have faith in Chonk. I'll prove Lance wrong. Good luck.
Like having a larger update every 3 months than it is to kind of do.
Are you going Archmage? Yes, we're gonna go Stormweaver, Archmage, Sword.
Changes in the middle. That being said, I'm sure that when we first launch PoE 2, there will be many things that we get wrong.
You like to try new stuff. That's why you play Archmage. Guys, literally every build, no matter what you pick, is going to be new. PoE 2 is a new game. This is literally the early access launch. Now, let's say we get 3 months in and everybody's played a bunch of different stuff. If they then have like a league swap or like an economy reset for the early access, and then I click Archmage Sork again as my league starter, then you can tell me, Lance, you're doing the same thing, blah, 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 okay?
We will have to update very quickly. So I'm sure the first couple of weeks there'll be many small
Let's
updates
go with a
just
safe
to tweak
pick.
numbers.
I'm going with the pick that I think is the strongest, okay? You could go with what you want to go with. I think I have the highest confidence that it will be the strongest pick. And if you call
No
that
doubt
safe,
there'll be
then
boss
yeah, I
fights
guess it
that are
is
too
maybe.
hard, or skills that that are too weak and things like this. So yeah, there's probably going to be a lot of changes.
I'm going
like
with a
that
Fextra
at the
guide
start.
day one.
So listening to you, he's
Hopefully it works
inspired
out.
now and very
He has
proud
a lot of
PoE 2
pre-play
just with the
testing
energy
here.
that you have.
Okay, that's good to hear.
First of all, there were a lot of questions from the exiles that joined us today, so he tried to pick some unique ones. But the first one is, in PoE 1, one of the troubles they had was that you couldn't try on the cosmetics before you purchased it. So is that included in PoE 2, and if not, are there any plans?
So actually, we do have a completely new store in
Wait,
Path of
what?
Exile 2,
Really?
and that store does let you see the items on your character before you can.
Hold the phone! I have to go back to my bingo board! We just got another one! Wait a minute! Where do I have that bingo board at? Hold on. Hold on. Surely I still have it. Surely I still have the bingo board. Dude, where did I put that? Did I just permanently delete it? No, say it's not so. Am I wearing trousers? What the hell kind of question is that? Okay, I don't. Maybe I didn't save it. Wait, no, I can find it though. It was only a few days ago on the VOD. We had this on our bingo board. I don't know if it gives us a bingo or not. I don't know if it does give us a bingo, but I'm genuinely like curious if it gives us a bingo. I want to know. I want to know. All right. bingo board. Here we are. Inspect players in town, no. Trade, no. End game, blah, 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 blah. Did I not put this on? Am I crazy? I could have sworn somewhere I had freaking try on MTX before you get to use it. Maybe I'm cooked. No, I'm cooked, man. I must have gotten mixed up with the inspect players in town thing. There's a new Ziggy D video. Chonk confirmed. Cool. I'm gonna have the most insane leech, and I'm gonna be immortal with that. This is clearly out of context, guys. You can't just take things out of context and be like, "Oh, Lance said this." It's clearly out of context. What's Ziggy D's video? Do we interrupt this interview to look at the Ziggy D video? Are we jumping around too much? Mercenary grenade, early game, hands-on showcase. Okay, we'll look at this after. This is some gameplay footage. I want to finish. I like this. I want to finish this interview first, though.
Before you buy them, and it also allows you to see like a close-up of your character and this.
Do we know if we are having clusters again? I'm assuming you mean cluster jewels. No, I've not seen those. The only thing we've seen in terms of like cluster mechanics is basically magic rare jewels that can have a radius around them that affect the notables within the range.
Kind of thing as well. So yeah, we've actually done quite a bit of work in that area. So I think players will probably have a much better time with
Bruce
that.
said he enjoyed
So
I hope he
next
logs
is
in
they
Chonk.
want to
I think
play
it'll be
with their
hysterical.
friends. That's their plan, but they haven't found as much information when it comes to co-op or party play. So how does that work? How would you get involved in party play?
Yeah, so you can play right from the beginning of the game with up to 6 players. The game is sort of intended to be balanced so that you can play single player or multiplayer.
We're gonna meditate. Meditate's the invoker thing. So if he's going Chonk, he can't meditate.
Should have a very similar time in terms of the overall difficulty. In multiplayer during the campaign, though, you can resurrect your.
Is there PC
your
local
friends.
co-op? Yes.
So,
yeah, you can boot up the game on your PC. You can plug in like 2 controllers, and you both can play at the same time.
That means that you don't have to leave them behind if they die. So yeah, that can be quite a fun experience. When you get to the end game, you can't resurrect them anymore, so you actually have to make sure you're able to all survive a map in order to
resurrect
get
an
through
end
it.
game.
But yeah, we try to make sure.
Dude, I think one of the first things I'm going to be curious to check out is like day 2 or 3. I'm going to pull up MP stream and like, I'm genuinely curious how strong or how weak the party play will look. Based on those like aura things we saw, like the scepters, and there is aura effect on the tree. Maybe there's probably some potential, right? You get a block bot, a curse bot. There's some strong stuff. There's gonna be probably some pretty good setups for party play, honestly.
Sure that the game is balanced for both experiences without having regard from one, without making sure that one or the other is advantaged.
Maps and bosses only having one try, and otherwise, even the pinnacle bosses, you'd have to kind of build up again to revisit them. And this might be a bit too daunting for newer players or kind of middle-level players, where if I die, I have to kind of go through the entire process again
We'll
to
look at the
try to
Ziggy
challenge this
gameplay
boss
after the
again in the
interview,
end game. So are there any plans to try to mitigate that in the future?
So I think if you're talking about the actual pinnacle bosses, the intention really is that is the content that only the very good players are able to achieve. That's kind of the what pinnacle ultimately means.
What do you think? What do you think Jonathan's thinking when he says very good players? Is he thinking top 5%? Is he thinking top 10, top 1%, top 0.1%? I'm hoping it's like Omega hard. He's thinking Ben, just Ben. He's talking about Twitch chat? No, surely that skill level is too high. Surely not just Twitch chat. He's thinking 40 out of 40 challenge, guys. Dude, I don't even do 40 out of 40. Not because I couldn't, because I'm lazy. / I don't really care about the giant totem or whatever. I will say this though. When I am in the hideout of a guy who does 40 out of 40 every league, I'm a little bit like, well, yo, hey, you've been playing a lot. You know, I do get that feeling. You know, you see all the row of all the totems, and it's like as bright as the sun. I'm like, oh, hey, dude, let's relax with the totems. You know, there's a bit of an intimidation factor there. I always get 40 out of 40. I don't even place the totems. It's way too bright. Yeah, they're really bright. They're super bright. It's like, well, league is not going 40 out of 40. Yep. I literally play every league like the entire 3 months or whatever. Nope, don't even do 40 out of 40. I occasionally do 36 if like the MTX is good, and that's a big if situation. Usually the MTX I don't care enough about to go for. Lance always feels threatened by the totems. That's why he beefs with Palestron. I don't have beef with Palestron. I'm wondering though if Palestron's gonna log into the Warbringer and do the totems. Oh, I gotta have to pee. I'll be right back. We're gonna continue the interview in a sec. Hold on. I gotta pee. I have to relieve myself. I'll be quick. I'll be super speedy, I promise. I'll run. I feel relieved. Gelato, 100%. I did not go to get gelato. I just had to pee, man. I've been drinking a lot of water. Did not go to get gelato.
So if you're talking about, you know, the early end game,
his snack addiction is ruining the stream.
Losing a map is not really a big deal. Like, you get plenty of them. You know, it's absolutely fine. It only really starts to matter as you get towards that pinnacle content where it requires like you know, quite a lot to be able to challenge that stuff. So effectively, yeah, I mean, we kind of want it that way, and I believe that it will mean that achieving victory against the pinnacle bosses will be a much more valuable achievement than it was in Path of Exile 1.
So this is a question about the combat, but for instance, something like a pure melee build or something like that, or maybe, you know, some elements being a little bit too strong.
He's gonna be like, yeah, Sork's the best. It's not even close. Watch
Where
him say
physical damage was really only used to destruct things, right, and to fragment things when they're frozen or something like that.
Sorry, my bad.
What has been designed in PoE2 to kind of balance out melee and different elements and all those types of builds?
I mean, I guess it's a little bit hard to answer that fully, but ultimately, you know, it's not necessarily important that every element is balanced against each other. The key thing is that we're giving you lots of different tools to solve different problems. So in Path of Exile 2, because you can have many more skills that are 6 links, it means that it's okay to have skills that are just only occasionally useful. And so we can do things like, you know, I like to have skills that are just situational, right? Like, you feel like, oh, this is the perfect time to use this, so that's when I use it. And so effectively, I think it's a mistake if you're a player to be like, okay, I'm a fire sorcerer, so I'm only going to go fire, right? Like this is the kind of thing that, I mean, you can do that, but I think
that's what we're going to do. We're going to click Archmage. We're going to click the optimal lightning skill, and we're going to spam it the entire time, and we're not going to combo any skills.
you're going to have a worse time than if you try to combo things between different elements.
I'm not going to
So I guess what I'm saying is that the elements aren't necessarily balanced in the way that you're kind of suggesting. It's like it's more that
softcore
each skill
mentality
needs to have a place and a time to use it correctly.
Just one aspect of that question I want to follow up on is, so what about specifically when it comes to melee? Like how useful are melee skills outside of just being supplemental to others?
Oh, I mean, I definitely think melee skills are very useful. They're incredibly strong, generally speaking, relative to ranged. Like that, you definitely get the payoff for being in melee range. A lot of bosses are actually much easier to fight in melee than they are in ranged.
Always
because
has
the
been.
skills the bosses choose to use are different, and also because the any kind of attack that involves hitting an arc, it's much easier to avoid. So, for example, with the boss I was just fighting, which I did admittedly die to, it's actually much easier if you stay very close to the boss because his abilities, you know, when
I have a couple suggestions for preparing for PoE2 launch. No, I'm not adding a drinking fountain and a urinal to the background of my stream. Okay, I'll be honest, this would be sick, okay? If I got this drinking fountain, that would be fantastic, okay? I'm not adding a urinal. I'm not freaking gonna pee on stream. That's not happening, okay? Truth, I am not adding this. Why not? 'Cause no! That's why.
When he's targeting you, you can dodge around the boss very easily when you're very close, but when you're far away, it's actually much harder to dodge those abilities. So
drinking fountain was a lit idea. Yeah, I
advantage
agree with
in
the
that
drinking fountain. That's all. It's not
So
a bad
Path of
idea.
Exile is known for its economy in some ways.
Probably
and it's
a waste of
very
money,
detailed, and it's very
but
complex.
would be sick.
And you've done quite a good job in kind of creating this capitalism economy amongst themselves in the barter system. So is there anyone on the team that majored in econ, or maybe have a team that's dedicated to how to manage the
How hilarious will it be if Chonk is actually a thing and Capitalizesville will be crap, dude? I'll be thoroughly embarrassed. I'll be thoroughly embarrassed. Luckily for me, Chonk is garbage and Sork is goated. And I don't have it. I literally have like zero risk. This is the freest W of all time.
The economy?
We don't have a dedicated team or anything like that, but I think that, look, we've always been huge believers in the sort of free market economy in these games. I think it's what really gives items the value that they have. So, you know, it's just something that, like, we have a policy of we never bind any items, and that's so that everyone can feel like, yeah, like, once again, your items have value. The part then that I think did help is having a good understanding of stock markets when we're implementing the currency exchange system. You know, that one, if you actually get right down to it, is like
Curse
a full
Mana
stock
Cipher, he's
market
gonna
type
reroll.
situation.
Mana Cipher is not a hard
So
thing
having
to
some
fight.
understanding, I did have a
Stand
bit of
next to it.
understanding about that when we went to implement it, and I think that was very useful.
So in PoE 1, it was, you know, the lore and the story and all of this world building was so fragmented that oftentimes people had to go to, you know,
Chonk first pinnacle kill when Lance drops Archmage before Act 3. I don't think I'm even going to have Archmage clicked by Act 3, first of all. Like, you don't click Archmage until you have, like, significant mana to make it, you know, relevant.
third-party tools like, you know, databases, things like that. So are there any plans to maybe implement a type of wiki or something like that, whether it's in-game or
That
something more easily
Chobra, I have no
accessible for
idea.
people?
Well, I hope we're doing a much better job of just storytelling in general in PoE 2 than we were in PoE 1. We don't have like a lore book or something like that, but it actually is something that I would be keen to do, to have a place so that you can see all of the conversations that you had and all of the lore objects that you found. We don't have it yet, but it is something that I think will be quite nice to do.
All right, so we'll see if you can answer this one. But they're wondering, as you operate Path of Exile, have you guys ever done these kind of like phantom nerfs that just weren't public, whether it's about drop rates or tweaking values without telling people?
What was the text you put on screen?
Wondering, as you operate Path of Exile, have you guys ever done these kind of like phantom nerfs that just weren't public?
Of course they have, lol.
Whether it's about drop rates or tweaking values without telling people.
I will say not really. there might be a few cases where the players would argue that there was a change that wasn't noted, but generally speaking, we do try to be transparent. But I will be honest and say there might have been a couple of cases where there are a few minor tweaks without mentioning it to anyone. But generally speaking, we try to make sure we tell everyone about these things.
So in Path of Exile 2,
a couple
are
under
there
the table
any,
ones, guys. Don't worry
weapons
about it.
that are specialized that you need certain requirements for that are very unique in that sense of their design, similar to some of the late game items in PoE 1?
There's not. We'll look at the gameplay after this.
Not exactly. There are definitely going to be uniques that are kind of hard to build for because they require, as you might say, some sort of special requirements for them. But I mean, ultimately, I guess not exactly. It's mostly just that, there are just some uniques that are just hard to build for because they require certain things of your character that may be difficult to meet.
But you have items like Headhunter and Mageblood in PoE 1 that were kind of these must-haves that you wanted to chase for. So are there any of those in early access in PoE 2? And if so, could you maybe give us a hint on what they're like?
What is not? Say it.
I don't really want to spoil any specific uniques right now because it's one of those things that we have very tight control over the spoilers of these. But look, there are a lot of uniques that are returning in PoE 2. One of the things that we want to do is kind of try to surprise people with how we have adapted some of the mechanics when they don't directly translate. I don't think that we have a mage blood replacement at the moment because
I just heard confirmed Headhunter is back in the game. That's what I heard. He's happy to tell us mage blood is not in, but he didn't answer anything about Headhunter.
Obviously, the Flasks system changed quite a lot last minute, so we don't have that one yet. But there are, I know I probably shouldn't say anything, but obviously, look, we want to make really chase uniques. Like that's our goal. So hopefully, you'll enjoy the ones we have put in there.
So when it comes to skills that are just underused or maybe forgotten, what are your plans? What's the philosophy, and how do you patch those? How do you update them? How often?
Well, I mean, so every time we do a patch for Path of Exile 1 as well, and what we will do in PoE 2, is we always look at the various data websites that exist that sort of show you like what things are popular and what things aren't. And we're always focusing on the things that are underutilized in order to buff them. So I have no doubt that we'll be doing the same thing in PoE 2. Like it's much better to buff the...
I mean, it's been a while for PoE 1. For that sort of thing. I guess they did just do a really big overhaul for Melee, to be fair.
Things that
they buffed a lot of Melee skills recently.
People obviously feel a lot better about that. So ideally we can do that. But I will say, though, that it's okay for there to be, in PoE 2, for there to be some skills that don't see a huge amount of use. Like, we design the game a lot like how when you're making a game like Magic the Gathering, like a card game, where some things exist to be combo pieces that maybe they have not found the rest of the combo yet. And so it's okay for things like that to exist so that people later on realize what the use is, or we add a unique and it adds a use for it and these sort of things. So it's okay to have a few underutilized things like that just to exist, to be interesting things for people to discover later.
They're not quite sure if you really prefer buffs over nerfs from their experience.
I don't think so.
So PoE 1, it's kind of infamous for needing so many third-party tools. So you've continuously said that you've really tried to fix or amend a lot of that in PoE 2. So could you give us a detailed example of what's changed to mitigate that?
So the main thing that we're trying to do is provide better information in the game client for the items that you have. So there's a few ways we do that. So one of them is just the hovers that the advanced skill information that you can get from a skill. We show a lot more information, something that you might ordinarily have needed to use a third-party tool to get. This includes things like information about minions and information about all the different components of a skill.
The minion players are going to be so happy about that.
So we're trying to be a lot better with that.
Finally, I have minion stats.
When you
miracles do come true.
Skill tree to see what effect that a given skill will have on your character. So it's a lot easier to sort of find out how that works in advance as well. What I will say, though, is that I'm sure that people will still want to be using things like Path of Building, because what Path of Building lets you do that we will never let you do is try out a build that you don't have the items for, and that's something we would never want to allow people to do, but yet, obviously people will want that kind of thing. So I'm sure those tools will still be things that have a use, and some people will say that those tools are mandatory, but I guess I don't fully agree with that, because I think that the game is one where you want to explore and find the the interesting.
Yeah, what the terms
combos.
mean in game.
So,
Yeah,
I guess that's our position.
The
on
underlying
it.
terms.
Oh,
you
and by the
click
way,
and pull it
people
out.
who work on those tools have been an amazing source of new game developers.
banned for
us,
using PoE. No,
because they
they
already
don't ban
understand
PoE.
all the stats already.
So PoE2.cap was capped at 30 million, but was that going to increase?
I actually don't really know the answer to this question.
Asking the dot cap question. There's no way they're asking the dot cap question. They showcased an endgame boss with 5 million HP. Guys, how fast does that boss die if you have 30 million damage? 1/6 of a second. People are not going to be dealing
believe that the
dot cap
cap for this was
There's
not
no
really
shot. Unless something's just
like a
bugged,
game
outright
design
bugged.
thing. It was more of a technical thing with how the stats are represented internally. So I think it's kind of one of those random things. Hopefully, it wouldn't be necessary anymore. But ideally, you shouldn't run into these kinds of problems. It was more of just a technical issue.
So
Like a
mounts. So are there any thoughts behind mounts and how those might be implemented or used?
So we do have
Is that the
one,
level 0 version,
rower
maybe?
mount that's
Or the
used
level 1
on the
version?
Ranger mostly. But we don't have any others at the moment. They're not like a general
They're on
system,
64-bit,
if you know what I
not
mean? Like they're
32,
used
yeah.
for specific
So it's
purposes.
probably not a
I think
thing.
it would be cool to add more later on. But we've got a few ideas for what we might do. But for now, we just have that one, and that will do for now, I think.
Any ideas on
I've not seen
how that
Frosty
can be
Lures
continued to be
music
developed,
video,
even
no.
just the one?
I mean, like for that one mount. But what it does effectively is allows you to bypass the other slowdown that you would normally get when you're firing arrows. And so that one, doing that is like, to be honest, it's like very overpowered. We need to actually be careful.
Connor said he could hit dot cap and PoE 2. Connor is coping. You guys know I'm a Connor fan, but he's coping. Ain't no way.
That the downside is good.
Ain't no
enough
shot.
Because it really makes you very, very fast. If we were doing another mount, I'd be keen to do a mount that is more for melee characters. But we need to.
I would bet Connor right now a lot of things. He's not hitting 35 million DPS.
There's be quite a lot of work to do something like that. But I'm interested in doing it. We just haven't got anything yet.
Will guilds be transferable from 1 to 2?
By the end of day
Are
one?
there any thoughts behind guild-specific challenges?
He's not going to be through the campaign by the end of day 1.
So the guilds are actually not currently combined with PoE 1 and 2. It's something that I would have liked to do, but unfortunately, it was a little bit technically challenging for a few reasons. The guilds are actually separated. As for guild-specific challenges, that is something that I'm interested in.
Bet him
The problem
5K
is that we
USD.
generally have a
Yeah, I
rule
would take
that
that bet.
all the content
he's hitting-
that's in
he's
the
hitting
game has to be
top
completable either single player or multiplayer.
Gonna hit it
as I was
chonking. He's
saying
not
before.
chonking,
So,
guys.
if we do guilds.
You guys realize he begged me not to make him play Monk. We had this little debate because I guys, for context, I'm like 4-0 against Connor betting things. I've won literally every single time, just saying. But anyways, from one of the more recent wagers, which was who would get farther in Gauntlet, I get to pick his starting class. And I chose Monk, which was clearly the worst option. Or not the worst, second to worst. Ranger's the worst, probably. But anyways, he begged me. He's like, please, Lance, please don't make me play Monk. And that's when I decided to ease up and let him play Warrior.
Specific challenges. What I worry about is then people will feel pressured to join a guild just so that they can do those things, and that's kind of something that we want to not necessarily.
Heading home, fantastic.
make people
Excited to
have
see
do.
you soon.
So this one, there's a lot of emotional baggage here, but I think some people already know the answer. In Path of Exile 2, do you still need to go through all the acts every season?
Yes, you do. And as I've always maintained, that I think it's a huge part of the reason
Baby's
why
right
Path of
before
Exile
we
1
watch Ziggy.
still set its highest record of players in the most recent
This video's
season.
almost done.
There's very few games that do that, and I think a lot of the reason is because if you want to have
We have
a
enough
game
time to watch Ziggy.
where you need to, I think it is important that you have a game where each new season you feel like you're on the level playing field with everyone else, and the moment that you don't have the need to go through the campaign again, then other players will feel left behind. So I think that in the short term, you certainly can annoy some people with that, but in the long term, I think it's much better for the health of the game.
유배자 대표로 나와서 또 저희를 도와주신 NPC님 너무 감사드리고요. 이렇게 또 인터뷰를 진행해 봤는데 이런 인터뷰를 몇 번 해봤지만 이렇게 시원한 답변을 들은 적이 사실 몇 번 없었거든요. 물론
so-
방금 질문은 제외하고요.
He's done, several interviews like this, but he's never felt so kind of relieved about all the answers, except for maybe the last one, because it's kind of the expected answer.
Yeah, fair enough.
So we heard that you have to get moving again.
Yes, I'll be flying out this evening, and then as soon as I get back, I've got a lot more work to make sure the servers can stay up for everyone who wants to play.
오늘 저녁
Dude just flying everywhere. Just flying absolutely anywhere. Okay, cool. Solid interview. Flew to Korea just for this interview. Pretty sick. Now, if we want to see this gameplay, we gotta watch it now. My wife's gonna be coming soon.
Smell that burning sulfite. G'day folks, Ziggity here. These are the glorious sights and sounds of a mercenary grenadier in Path of Exile 2. Just one of the many playstyles possible on the very flexible mercenary class. Now just a note before we continue, this footage is from Act 1 and 2, filmed hands-on at the GGG studio when I travelled there to host the Q&A just last week. This isn't a build guide, it's way too early for that. Anyone giving you a build guide is kind of like yanking your chain a bit. I, like many of you, want us all to explore the beta and figure out builds together. Consider this instead just a primer.
Stuff's kind of funny how people keep like, we gotta explore it together. Let's all enjoy it for the first time. One of us.
A showcase.
He just doesn't want to share his OP Merc build.
Just a taste.
He's
of
keeping
one
secret
playstyle of
details.
Mercenary that might inspire one of your builds or help you decide what to start as. This video will contain some minor spoilers like minor boss fights and locations, but no story elements. Also keep in mind that while this is some of the most fresh Path of Exile 2
I don't like crossbows. There, I said it. All I read right there was, I am not an American, okay? Because crossbows are clearly guns. Where's your pride?
See until the beta is out, it's still subject to change. Also, I did want to note that there was a bug here that's likely already been fixed as I'm recording this, where the mercenary doesn't turn when reloading or winding up an attack. It's kind of just a visual thing. It didn't really affect the gameplay, but it doesn't quite look right, and Jonathan specifically pointed it out to me. It was working fine in earlier builds, but something broke, and they had to fix it after I left. And with that, I'm very excited to share some of my experiences
guns around here,
with
that's
the
right.
mercenary and grenadier playstyle in Path of Exile 2.
Always some sort of ritual going on.
Most of the time in PoE 2, you will choose your own skill.
Havoc would have been these clips he's shown right so far. He's like cruising. He's just completely chilling with these grenades. I'm pretty sure Havoc and Noogie would have died like 5 times already in these clips because he's just like running past and then shooting grenades and boom.
Through the uncut gem system, but the first skill is pre-made for you on the beach, and for the mercenary, that's fragmentation rounds. Effectively, a shotgun. This shoots many small projectiles in a spread that can indeed shotgun if you get closer. And the damage is substantially better if you do get up point blank, unless the target is huge, in which case you're probably going to hit them anyway. Fragmentation rounds has some fun interactions with frozen enemies that we'll talk about later, but it serves as a good intro to how the crossbow works. And fundamentally, this class plays very differently to any other. Crossbows
guns,
are
specifically
preloaded,
grenades, yep.
but mostly fired nearly instantly. Every other weapon, whether it's a bow or a hammer, have some kind of wind up to them, right? But with crossbows, you're already loaded and ready to go, you just click the button. The downside is, of course, that you do need to reload, and each skill is effectively an ammo type that you can reload or swap to separately. Default attack is an ammo type, and so is fragmentation rounds. Pressing the load button will either reload that magazine or swap to it. A loaded magazine of a skill type, like fragmentation rounds, will persist even if you swap between multiple different ammo types as well. So you can preload everything and then swap between it quickly. This has a pretty few interesting effects. For example, you pay the mana cost when you reload, not when you fire. Again, very different to most skills. So you can spend mana reloading before you even begin combat, effectively investing your mana into preparing for the upcoming fight. And I put emphasis here on preparing, as that's really the Mercenary's main theme in a nutshell in my mind. Preparation. Mercenaries usually have an arsenal of weapons and tools that will be prepared and expended over the course of the fight as needed. A well-prepared mercenary will do well, while one that is unprepared might find themselves overwhelmed. You load ammo types by pressing the load button for each skill, but to fire your crossbow, it is all the same skill, the same button. The fire button. It takes a moment to
Just
kind
shoot
of
anything that
adapt
comes too
your
close for
mindset
comfort?
over to this
Absolutely.
unique playstyle, but I found it very natural over time, and in some ways, simpler. If I wanted to shoot, it was always the same button. I just use other hotkeys to change what my shoot did. Other skills like grenades do get their own separate hotkeys and don't use this like ammo loading system, so you do get a bit of a mix of playstyles down the line.
I think
but
he's looking
the
like a
fundamental
pro.
crossbow experience is
Some
ammo
clean
swapping and
gameplay.
blasting. Whenever you fire the final round, the character will automatically reload unless you do something that interrupts the reload, like for example a dodge roll. And I did find myself doing this a bit at first. Each skill has a different amount of shots before a reload too, so the shotgun style skills typically have just one shot and then they'll
Man, I was hoping he would level
reload.
there.
They get that
See what
pump
level he
action
was
kind
at when
of
he killed the
feeling,
Executioner.
while the spammier skills can have many shots before they need to reload. Some cross...
Can you link the video, please? Yes. Oops. What have I done? What have I done?
The first 20 minutes on Mercenary Crossbow is as...
Here you go. There's the video for those in Twitch chat. I'll link it in YouTube chat too. For those curious.
probably suspected.
Where was I? Is ammo loading awkward?
Natural over time, and in some ways, as you probably suspected, a little bit awkward. The combination of adapting to such a different playstyle.
No
and
crafting bench, no. Instead, we have runes, which is a way for you to have some control of an extra affix you put on it, but no bench.
Only a few
So
skills
you better
with
get
pretty
used to
frequent
slamming your
reloads
6th
means that
mod.
You do have to be pretty careful to not get overwhelmed by enemies. You may also find yourself dodge rolling or swapping ammo types before you auto reload, leaving you with empty skill magazines when you kind of need them. Take things slow and steady at first, and try not to spam your skill hotkeys like you do with other classes. Crossbow mercenaries reward a bit more of a considered non-spammy approach. Things get way smoother as you go, as you'll get faster reloads, various support gems that can help in a bunch of different ways. You'll get more rounds in your magazines, and utility skills that will also change things dramatically. And also there is just that element of getting used to this playstyle.
Rip Fub? Why is it Rip Fub?
I was pretty nervous in those first couple
Rip
zones.
can always, Fub can always just play
like,
Dead Eye if he wants to,
I don't know
right?
if I'm gonna like this, but I ended up loving it by the end.
I think this looks
You get your first
clunky. I think this is something where you have to get used to it. Whether or not it ends up feeling clunky once you get used to it, I don't know. I'd have to play it to know for sure. The reloading is definitely like, instead of paying the attack cost, you pay it attack cost time, you pay it more on the reload, right?
Cut
I don't know.
gems
I don't know what
can
it would
make
feel
your own
like.
choice of skill, and while explosive grenades is very tempting, I went with permafrost bolts, and
Looks like he's having a good time.
highly
Yeah, I think so
recommend it as a
too.
first skill. I'm not telling you what
Like the gameplay that they showed to start this, like this intro gameplay, he was looking
to
like
do, but
pretty
this
free
is
and
basically
strong.
an ice shotgun with a huge multiplier to freeze build-up. And Mercenary doesn't by default.
Is there point and
have
click
any
footage?
mobility at all, except
I think he
for
played
moving
Waz
while
though, so
shooting,
most
right?
likely no.
Especially in the early game, you can take things from other class, trees and stuff like that. Do like a weapon swap, leap slam or something. But in the early game, you just
Kind of like
walk around
traps.
with your
Yeah, the
crossbow,
grenades are
right?
kind of like
What
traps
you
in terms
can
of the
do
delay
is
or
stop
whatever.
everything else from moving. Freeze is incredible in Path of Exile 2, in my opinion, thanks to the freeze build-up system. Everything will get frozen eventually. You don't have to like do some mega hit of damage and bypass some sort of threshold to have a percentage chance to freeze or something. Each shot builds up more and more freeze from 0 to 100%, and then they're frozen. It's as simple as that. More cold damage and freeze effect just gets you there faster. Permafrost bolts are wicked satisfying, and you can run around with them just blasting away by themselves. They do a bit less damage than the fragmentation rounds, but freezing and shattering everything well makes up for that, in my opinion. That said, when you do freeze something, you can actually swap to
Most of
fragmentation
Octavian games
rounds
is
for
point and
their
click.
true
Yeah,
purpose.
certain
To
class
make
he liked with Waz though, certain
explosions.
class he didn't
Even
like with
before
it.
we get any grenades, we can begin it.
So my guess is if he liked Monk with click and point or mouse, just normal clicking, he probably liked melee skills with that and maybe minions. And then he used like projectile skills with Wazda.
Exploding. Frag rounds detonate the ice on a frozen enemy, creating a pretty powerful explosion. It's great for blowing up packs of enemies, but this does remove the...
I'm assuming I'm gonna like Wazda more, but I might end up just being back to the tried and true.
Freeze and let them start moving again, assuming they survive. So I actually found it better to not always detonate the freeze on a single target like a boss. The main strategy I enjoyed was blasting primarily with permafrost bolts most of the time, and then whipping out the frag rounds to detonate when there was like a frozen enemy or two in a pack of other enemies. Freezes last a long while, so a lot of the time you can freeze one enemy, then freeze another, and then detonate both of them.
I like attacking while moving. Yep.
Choice of
it definitely enables
which is
that.
pretty early on. I recommend putting piercing on permafrost. Being able to hit and freeze multiple monsters far more effectively makes this skill go from okay to amazing early game. After that, anything that interacts with freeze or adds cold damage is going to be great. Added cold or ice bite, which adds cold damage to all of your other attacks when you freeze an enemy, really good. But early on I used Frost Nexus, which creates chilling ground to slow enemies when you freeze someone for even more crowd control. Fragmentation rounds I didn't often use too many supports on in the end. I just used it as a detonator skill. But it's probably best built for damage. I used double barrel just to get an extra shot to detonate more frozen enemies before I had to reload. It costs you some reload speed, but it's kind of an okay trade-off here. Something like bleed or just any added damage would work fine as well. So you can get explosive grenades pretty early on, and these do...
Worth trying controller if you have it. Yeah. I'm going to keep saying it. The main downside for controller is inventory management. Well, it looks like clickbait.
Long timer.
I think it's just Ziggy is just saying it's satisfying to play. And freezing enemies does end up making you quite a bit safer than not freezing.
And do
monsters are dangerous.
At best.
And they can crowd you and overwhelm you.
Kind of changing a bit damage-wise, they might be going up. Early on, I found them only really useful for larger groups of enemies and for preloading some damage before you engage with a pack. You can kind of pop them out and then run over and then shoot them with your shotgun, and then the grenades will start blowing up. As soon as you can grab multiple projectiles support though, which lets you shoot out 3 of them at a time for substantially better overall damage and area of effect, they do start to shine a bit more. Added fire is also good, but you can use the less duration support too to lower the timer and make them detonate faster with no downside. Explosive grenades get better later on when you get poison grenades to combo them with too as well, so we'll see more of that later. Now,
it's a start so button to choose what type of shot you shoot and then shoot with R&B. Yeah, there's basically, you can swap between the type of rounds you have in your crossbow essentially. So you can set up a keybind for that, where you swap between cold bolt and the fragmentation round or whatever.
A grenade started to feel like a thing for me was when I got the flash grenades. As soon as you can get these, do get them. They deal physical damage in a large area, they have a short timer, a massive increase in stun effect, and they blind enemies. With multiple projectiles support, they are incredible at stunning huge groups of enemies and even bosses in 1 or 2 throws. So you can get a lot of those heavy stuns on bosses.
Look at his damage.
Damage cycles off. They do only have 1 charge to begin with, but later on you can get an extra cooldown with the Grenader passive, which is just incredible. The skill has a small downside though. You blind yourself with them too. It's kind of funny. With multiple projectiles and increases to area of effect, you will blind yourself all the time. I certainly did. But I did actually just find it to be not too major of an issue. It's like, you do lose some evasion, and accuracy didn't really seem to matter. I was still hitting things just
I like
fine.
how you can see the blind icon like on your character.
It's not ideal, and you're trying to avoid it when you can, but I did find it a worthwhile trade-off for how strong the skill is. Flash grenades with multiple projectiles quickly became a main skill for me, and were used off cooldown as much as possible. The stun, the damage, the area, the speediness of their detonation, all amazing. I did use some stun supports with it too.
It's one of the only abilities that hit yourself. It might be more of a thing in PoE2, where environmental skills can do stuff like that. That is kind of funny though.
Effect support, for example. Now, here I am teaching you how to blow things up in the Path of Exile 2 beta, but I know many of you are already playing.
That could also be something they patch out, right?
On blowing up your job, your career, your future livelihood, etc. as you sink deep into the loot grind, you know. Missing call after call from co-workers, bosses, family members, and emergency services. As you try each of the 36 Ascendency classes as they add them to the beta, testing every skill in the 7 different endgame content pillars that they're adding, not to mention more of them later, over 100 different bosses. And then there's like off-classing hipster builds and weapon swapping builds, and
this is an ad, isn't it?
Emerging from this beta as a functioning human is it's going to be tough.
He's leading up
for
it.
A solution. You could learn. Once you get flashbang and explosive grenades going, you can almost fully go Grenader mode.
What is with the boot.dev ads? I feel like I've been seeing boot.dev on like a ton of different random PoE stream videos.
At that point, especially just kind of supplementing with permafrost and fragmentation.
Alk, yeah, I've seen it. I've seen him on Alk. Have I seen them in Lily's videos? I feel like I've seen them in Pal's videos.
Rounds for some extra explosions in between.
It's a subliminal advertising. No, I'm not subliminal advertising. I'm just, I feel like I've been seeing that specific ad
a machine gun
a
fire
lot.
skill that chips away.
They're all over
from
OSR.
armor.
Yeah, it's true. I've seen them on a lot of
That's very
OSR's
small amount, like 1 or 2
creators.
armor for the lowest level, but each level of the gem makes it destroy
Yo,
more and more armor per shot.
Where's my money?
This of
Call
course
me up.
makes its damage ramp up itself, and enemies also will take more physical damage from any other hit. It's just going to be nice in parties for
Must be
sure.
good if everyone's
When
working
an
for
enemy loses
baby.
all of its armor, it becomes armor broken, and that's where high velocity rounds comes in.
Oh,
It's a big
okay. Where
penetrating
is this guy at? Irvig, the Rotten
sniper
Druid.
shot that
This is Act 1 still, I
consumes the
think.
armor break on the enemy. It's a little strange, I know, but it does so to deal a large amount of extra damage. Don't ask me to explain how you can consume broken armor on an enemy, which somehow returns the armor to them. It doesn't really make sense, but just don't think too hard about that. The point is big damage go boom. I found these skills pretty good for rare monsters and bosses, but not that useful for swarms, obviously. The faster attack support on armor piercing is obviously great for reaching armor break faster, and high velocity is all just about big physical damage, so anything that just scales up the damage is going to be great. While these skills are pretty good, they're probably for other playstyles, I think. For the Grenadier
Damage
playstyle,
looks
they
good
didn't
there,
really
yeah.
make too much
I think they're
sense,
chilling.
because they were more focused on physical damage combinations. Lowering their armor doesn't really help you much if you're doing a mixture of damage types, like you're probably
Exalted
typically
Orb.
going to be doing with most Grenadier
Oh, those look
setups.
good, man.
So 2/3 of the way through Act 1, a side boss can give you your first uncut spirit gem, and they drop every so often after that point too. There are a few good choices here, but I wanted explosions, so I went for Herald of Ice. This reservation buff makes it so that whenever you shatter and kill a frozen enemy, they explode, dealing cold damage to enemies. This does nothing for most
Finally,
bosses, of
I
course,
can use all my
but
PoE
it's
1 Herald
amazing for
MTX.
training groups and super fun, especially early
What I've been
game
waiting
when you're
for.
using lots of that permafrost bolt. It can be supported with added cold damage for free too. It doesn't like cost any extra spirit.
Ooh, that's nice. So we know now that... Oh, this one doesn't have a multiplier, never mind.
And that just makes the explosions deal more damage. Great. Other support gems like...
I wanted to
accuracy
confirm the
support,
cost
for example,
multiplier doesn't
can
affect the
work to
reservation.
boost your
Like, it's
global
separately
accuracy,
the
like
reservation
adding
multiplier that we
effect to
care
the
about.
aura. It's quite neat. But those sorts of supports do
We start with 30 spirit. The first boss you kill in Act 1 has 30 spirit, yes.
increase the spirit cost. So that'll require some investment or getting extra spirit to use. Long term, I could see having Herald of Ice on most of the time, and then having a defensive spirit skill like Arctic Armor, Grace, or Wind Dancer to swap on for bosses.
Wait a minute. Go back, go back, go back,
Ideal
go back.
setups. So
Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Ghost Dance. Ghost Dance. That's new. What else you got in here? Grim Feast is a reservation. Yeah. Grim Feast. Where have I seen that before? Was it a reservation before, or was it a support gem? It was a reservation before. It was the ES Remnant one, right? Overwhelming Presence, Lingering Illusion, Barrier Invocation, Blasphemy, Defiance Banner. Yeah, Defiance Banner's in there. War Banner's over there. Raging Spirits. Wind Dancer's there. I'm gonna definitely be pretty curious about what some of these defensive ones do.
be supported with added cold damage for free too. It doesn't like cost any extra spirit. And that just makes the explosions deal more damage. Great. Other support gems like accuracy support, for example, can work to boost your global accuracy, like adding an effect to the aura. It's quite neat. But those sorts of supports do increase the spirit cost. So that'll require some investment.
Oh snap, I hear the garage. No, we're out of time. We're out of time. I gotta go. I got to go. Let's see who's online, who I can send you guys to. It's been fun, guys. It's been fun, but we got to go. I'll send you guys over to Raid Rob. Sure, I'll send you guys over to Rob, see what he's up to. All right, enjoy Rob's stream. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Hopefully you had fun. Thanks for everybody who was here on YouTube. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Hope you guys have a good rest of your evenings. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Wife aggro. Yeah. Wife aggro. All right, see you guys. Have fun.